Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 151. Li Shimin's head is swelling and painful now. Dizzy. It's like being sacked fiercely. It was originally planned that the remaining nearly 80,000 water wheels in Longyu will be sold to Tibet or Tuihan when the time comes. But now it seems that this plan needs to be changed. Something that used to have a headache, now there is a way out. Do you want to love it? Don't I turn around and use it for business? This is far more cost-effective than buying a water wheel. How much does it cost to build one? As long as you Tibet Tuihan have food, how much do you want? How much will Great Tang make for you? No, now it has to be changed. Great Tang wood cannot be used. You want? Get wood for it. Li Shimin suddenly felt that he was so wise. Jiang Feng brother, just tell me. What else is good? Just tell me about it. Don't pour the beans from the bamboo tube, it's really anxious. Li Shimin can't wait. He can't wait to go back and personally summon Prince and the others of Cambodia. It's best to sign the contract tonight. Sign a 100-year contract. No, sign a 500-year contract. Just get him locked up. Jiang Feng really smiled when Li Shimin saw Li Shimin. No more sadness when he entered the door. He slowly said, actually, the map outside of Cambodia is very big. They are all wild and very wild, barbaric. Even at this time, there are still places. Devour raw meat and fowl. Such places, there are many countless resources waiting for us to discover. So, Cambodia is our first step. And Cambodia is actually nothing. Old Li. Jiang Feng couldn't help sighing. He was afraid that what he was about to say would frighten him. Countless salt mines. Even if it is recorded in history, mining from Tang dynasty, at least at the time of Jiang Feng, there were still people mining. Although no one cares about salt at that time, he was also traveling when he heard Sawadika's old man talk about it by accident, and then looked curiously. This suffices to show how abundant the output of this thing is. Right? Unfinished digging for thousands of years. This is not a treasure. What is it? Jiang Feng wants to make this thing of salt a bargain. This Cambodia is the key. Otherwise, rely on the Great Tang piece of land salt, let alone sell it, you can't eat enough. But, it's all right now. With this thing, a big neck disease, go to Tibet, Turkic, Arab Empire and other places. Great Tang does not welcome you. It's lousy Jiang Feng who doesn't welcome you. Jiang Feng brother, wake up. I was waiting for Jiang Feng to say it's something, but waited and waited. Now that Li Shimin found out, Jiang Feng was hysterical, and he smirked wickedly. That bastard who smiles. Li Shimin can't wait to slap him. Wake up. Jiang Feng speechlessly. Jiang Feng coughed and coughed. Old Li, I think you should be prepared first before talking. What I want to say next, probably. Don't be poor, just say it. You a porcelain hammer. Got it. I say. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. Pretending to be compelling will not make it comfortable. Then I'm sick. Don't think about it. Think of this. Jiang Feng chuckled and said, you know, what is Cambodia's most valuable and most precious thing? What is Great Tang most in need? Don't talk about food. If Cambodia has food, he won't come to Great Tang to ask for food. Li Shimin twitched his lips. It's not food, it's another major event related to people's livelihood. Li Shimin couldn't figure it out. I was too anxious. There are too many things related to people's livelihood. Where does he know what medicine Jiang Feng sells in the gourd? Just when Li Shimin was about to pinch Jiang Feng's neck, Jiang Feng stretched out a hand to block Li Shimin, and then faintly said a word. Salt. There are countless. At least it can supply the entire Great Tang everyone, and try the salt mine that will not be exhausted for 500 years for free. Boom. Li Shimin felt struck by lightning. Otherwise, how could he plant his head on the ground? And there is a big bag on the forehead. But, none of this matters anymore. Li Shimin grabbed Jiang Feng's collar and asked with a solemn expression, what did you say? Say it again. Jiang Feng was also dumbfounded. This old Li, how does this look and imposing man look a bit like a person? But, at this time, he was drunk and dizzy, and he thought about who Li Shimin was like. Beta shocked Li Shimin and said, Old Li. This is your fault. I made you ready. You shouldn't pee your pants. In Li Shimon's pressing eyes to kill, Jiang Feng persuaded. Come on, I won't tease you. Actually, this is true. I just asked casually. Didn't expect. Cambodia has at least one city area. Come on, Baron. And even birds and beasts don't dare to enter the poisonous salt mine. I have estimated this thing. If it is taken, everyone in Great Tang will only you can buy a pound of salt for a penny. Li Shimin still didn't believe it. However, he also knows that his attitude is a bit agitated. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was drunk at this time, or else he is definitely showing his feet. Li Shimin gave a wry smile. I still can't do. Calm and composed. Hooking Jiang Feng's shoulders, he asked, then, what price did you pay? I believe that people in Cambodia don't think of this, right? My answer, you may not be able to guess it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 152. Li Shimin is speechless. Want to choke Jiang Feng to death. This bastard, always pretending to be mysterious. You can tell me in one breath, right? It will die. But, salt. Allow Great Tang to use 500 years of salt. This is what Li Shimin wants to do in his dreams, that is. Didn't expect. Then there is such a baby in the barren land of Cambodia. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Li Shimin sighed, said with a bitter smile, because it was. Cambodia was a barren land, but after what you said, wouldn't Cambodia become a treasure land? Treasure? Jiang Feng smiled. If I told you that there are 3 crops of rice a year to be planted to the south, would you believe it? If you master the port of Mei, what kind of food seasoning, aromatherapy, these all are resounding spices. When the time comes, the wheat and sorghum in the north, if the rice of the south is cultivated successfully, and it is obtained from that precious little tribe, then when the time comes Great Tang, how can it be? Is there a famine? When the time comes, even if you don't control Tibet, Tuhan and other countries, Great Tang's food can hold people to death. Other countries will beg for nothing. This matter, Jiang Feng is not prepared to say. He is going to keep it as a whole card, when the time comes, when he enters the court, watching, when the time comes, this thing, even if his rising capital what? Although he knows that the imperial court has always been a battlefield, he holds the food lifeline of Great Tang. Who dares to object? I won't give you any food. Give you a scumbag. This is Jiang Feng's life-saving trump card. Don't dare to use it easily. The people who came across Cambodia this time reminded him of the richness of the place, so he kept scolding these people for sitting empty in Boshan and starving to death. You deserve it. That. Jiang Feng took another sip in his heart and patted Li Shimin on the back of the neck with satisfaction. Old brother, just wait and see. The poisonous salt, in their opinion, is poisonous salt. But as long as it reaches our hands, it is a treasure. Not only will everyone in Great Tang have salt to eat, but even the edible salt in the surrounding countries. We can guarantee that the 500 years I mentioned is a conservative estimate. The prediction used by everyone in the country is estimated. Grungle. Li Shimin swallowed deeply. The difficult voice is a bit hoarse. Younger brother Jiang, brother, you are my real brother. I just ask, what is the price you paid? Do you want to marry the dark and swarthy princess? You are really good. Question mark. Marry the Dara? No, old Li, I'm not blind. How can I see that kind of idiot? If you don't let one go, what do I want him to do? Li Shimin sighed again, showing a look with complicated eyes. Although it is only focused on strong sophistry, when I first saw Jiang Feng seeing off the two, the princess and Jiang Feng were reluctant to give up. Li Shimin understood. Men who doesn't look good, not good looking. Is it a man? One is the magnanimity of love, what a gentleman does, and the other is to choose honor over life. For the sake of justice. Li Shimin suddenly felt that he and Jiang Feng are the same kind of people. They all do it for justice. Gentlemen. That's it. When the time comes, when I enter the imperial palace, if I make you feel wronged a little bit, I will say Li Shimin's name upside down. Li Shimin secretly swears. However, Jiang Feng has blown up his hair. The more he explodes, the more Li Shimin feels that this is likely to be true. In the end, Jiang Feng didn't explain it either. Mother, is it easy for me? Come on, don't be so uncomfortable, man. Although the girl in Cambodia is a bit darker, but I'm here. It's the same when I blow the lamp. But to be honest, I watched that girl, except it's darker, and the figure is really good. In Chainan City, I really can't find it like this. Enough. Besides, I am anxious with you. Jiang Feng exploded. I would not mention this a long time ago. Jiang Feng hurriedly changed the subject. My price this time. In fact, it can be said that it is not a price, a truckload of poisonous salt or 10 catties of grain. It's up to you. Rolling, Lao Tzu going to bed. Jiang Feng is speechless. I don't want to talk to Li Shimin anymore. This old scumbag always stares at women and talks about things. I am a good young man in the 21st century. If this point of aesthetics is lost, then what am I doing alive? I'm dead. Li Shimin also exploded. Tang stood up for a while, tearing his robe without paying attention. Quickly asked, you said ... a truckload of poisonous salt, 10 catties. 10 catties of grain? ? Jiang Feng in a low, muffled voice said, it's 10 catties. As for what food you give him, it's up to you. I don't care, but you must press the price to him so hard, knock on a sap, give a sweet date, or let others take advantage of the loopholes, or let the people of the Ministry of Households and Agriculture find out. Otherwise, your chance is a chance to die. Is my Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Households so unreliable and greedy for money? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 153. Li Shimin is speechless, although he knows that the Ministry of Households and Ministry of Works are very pedantic. The monthly payment is so serious, right? In Jiang Feng's mouth, who has become a person who regards wealth as life. Jiang Feng brother, what you said is a bit too much. Although I have heard of Naxi people, it is a little bit pedantic, but it is not like what you said. Li Shimin still wants to fight for it. He absolutely burned. This is his imperial court. This is the imperial court. Jiang Feng testified for him. Jiang Feng's business is dignified. Although he has a big tongue, red face and red ears, his head is dizzy, but he still knows the importance of this matter. Old Li, we are the brother, that's why I said so many heart-wrenching words to you. You must remember clearly that people do not fight against officials. This sentence must be remembered. Although His Imperial Majesty is a good emperor today, the courtiers around him are all people who have become human beings. A little bit involves their interests, or it makes them think of you. Things that threaten their interests, they will kill you without the slightest hesitation. This is why I let you get online with Zhang Sanwuji. He is the Ministry of Justice High Official, the big uncle brother of His Imperial Majesty, and the old oil man of the officialdom. He still knows a little bit about humanity. Therefore, with Zhang Sanwuji, go for more. Even if you make less money, one thing, don't provoke the Ministry of Works and the dissatisfaction of the Imperial Court. If there is such a day, you would rather turn in all the technologies and property you know immediately, or throw it in Zhang Sanwuji. Give me as far as I can go, just run as far as I can 1 inch. Imperial Court is a nest of right and wrong. Your every move is no different from a flea in their eyes, but once this flea touches the foundation of their life, they will shoot you to death without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Feng's words are serious and heartfelt, and Li Shimin was silent. He knows best what the Imperial Court looks like, but he still appreciates Jiang Feng's advice to him. This is really taking him as a brother, so he will say that. If someone else, who dares to say that, who would say that? Although it seems that Cambodia is indeed a fatty meat, once the fatty meat makes people jealous, he will immediately become a stinky meat, attracting flies to stinking insects. Stinky meat. Think of this. Li Shimin wanted to get up and gave Jiang Feng a Tao of Confucianism gift, but he did not get up after climbing for a long time. After a few jars of wine went down, they were all drunk. Where can I get up? Simply, Li Shimin didn't get up anymore, and after some gagging, he asked, In Cambodia, there is an Anzao. It's not easy to go here. Not easy, not a fart. Jiang Feng stopped doing it at that time. Roared with red eyes. You are a pig's brain. I told you just now. Get closer to Lord Zhangsun. It's better to get the Cheng Yojin who is fearing nothing in heaven or earth on again. At that time, if you go to Cambodia, you only need a token from the two of them, so you can get through. And, you can get the goods when you sit in Chainan City. Why? You have to go to Cambodia. You think it's too easy, don't you? Li Shimin was despised again. But Li Shimin doesn't care. I asked again about specific industry plans. That is, the extinction plan. The more this plan is said, the more excited Li Shimin is. At the lowest price, exchange grain for poisonous salt mine, and then process it a little bit. Sell the first salt, which is poisonous salt, to Turkic, Tibet, and Tuihan, and then don't use silver, just salt for food. 1 kati of salt and 1 kati of fine grain. Such a plan. Only several decades are needed. On the entire grassland, people with big necks can be seen everywhere. When the time comes, they want battle strength instead of battle strength. They want food, and they have to exchange resources with Great Tang. Then all the cattle, sheep and horses on the grassland are scattered to the people of Great Tang. No one wants it. Bullshit. They are all villagers. Who doesn't want a mule animal to farm? When the time comes, don't say you have a lot of cattle and sheep in your entire grassland. Such a big Great Tang, 1 person and 1 sheep, will be divided for you every minute. When the time comes, the grassland will never see a sheep, a cow, or a horse. A nation without horses on horseback, is he worthy? And what did Great Tang give? He decided to pay a little bit of hard work, collect the goods, and then resell them to the people in the queue asking for this thing. It's over. You don't even have to carry it on your shoulders. Who wouldn't? The more Li Shimin listened, the more excited he became. Even in the end, the whole person shuddered like a swing. Extreme household count. This is really a damn thing. Furthermore, Great Tang made a lot of money without even paying a penny, and it also firmly controlled all countries in its own hands. Li Shimin almost choked up. Jiang Feng brother, are you really not Taoist immortal? Taoist immortal? The dizzy Jiang Feng hearing this, haha said with a big smile, have you seen any Taoist immortal? Li Shimin shook his head. That's it. No one has seen Taoist immortal. How can Taoist immortal say it? And if I am Taoist immortal, how good is it that I can turn stones into gold in one breath? Are you so hard-working? Li Shimin blinked his lower eyelids and said nothing. He knows he can't speak. But this strategy made him scorched again. He clasped his fists and got up crookedly from the ground to slip away. But Jiang Feng caught him. By the way, old Li, I almost forgot. Why did you come to me? But what difficulties did you encounter? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 154. Li Shimin hearing this was also taken aback. After rubbing my groggy head for a long time, I remembered the purpose of this visit. I personally went to the counter to take a herbal teapot, poured a sip of cold herbal tea, and then threw it to Jiang Feng, saying, if you don't tell me, I really forgot. I see you, it was deliberate. You can see this. Jiang Feng smiled and took the teapot, letting himself lean on the wall, and the shareholders poured water. Oh, when Li Shimin thinks of business, his whole spirit is refreshed. This is my family affair. It's hard to tell, but the old elder brother, I really can't do it. Say, there is no other ability to be a brother, but it's just a mouth. Able to speak well. Li Shimin ignored Jiang Feng and seemed to fall into memory. Originally, we had 3 brothers, and my father ran for Acura. I signed a family property with my friends in Guanlong. At that time, I was going to get fame, but my father promised that as long as I help my family work hard together, I promised to be patriarchs in the future. Then your dad broke his promise and asked old brother to be a patriarch, right? Jiang Feng asked, staring. Li Shimin said nothing, nodded. Jiang Feng instantly became interested in old Li. Old Li, are you the one in the palace, right? Fuck. Your experience is similar to God. Jiang Feng's words made Li Shimin an instant alarm bell. I don't know what was wrong with him. so he could see some clues. He smiled and said vaguely, "How can I be compared with that one?" Yes. Jiang Feng smacked his lips. He didn't believe that he was killed. This lord, what connection did he have with the man in the palace? This damn thing. There is no probability. Okay, let me tell you a story, Jiang Feng lightly saying. Speaking of which, the one in the palace, with half a month left, it will be the birthday, but look, how does His Holiness treat him today? Although you have the same experience as His Holiness. But I tell you, even if you are a petty person, you still today's His Holiness is all the same people. We are all mortals. We are all raised by mothers. The difference between us and animals is that we have feelings. Today's His Holiness, although he tried some tricks, but he was still wholeheartedly as long as his father wanted, even if he ran hundreds of horses to death. He could get it from the ends of the earth. Li Shimin was silent up. The eyes are full of sadness. Jiang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Actually, have you ever heard a word? The son wants to support, and the relatives do not wait, and the father does not support him. Ever? If your father hadn't been because of a promise, you might not have achieved what you are today. Or you might not see me today. You have to be grateful that your father didn't let you enter the imperial court. That big divat. But I am already in it." Li Shimin shouted in the heart. "Jiang Feng brother ... You said that the son wants to raise and don't want to be married. I have indeed encountered this problem now, my old father, because I am vying for the position of patriarch, the elder brother younger brother, one after another he left Great Tang. So he has been resentful with me and does not wait to see me. It is very similar to today's His Holiness, and I want to save it too. Before young and vigorous, plus me, elder brother the younger brothers unite to fuck me, can I not resist?" Jiang Feng was silent. Is Old Li wrong? Yes, like His Holiness. He just wants to survive in the cracks. This may be the characteristic of Guanzhong guys. I don't know where the tradition of riding horses comes from. Being a bad reputation, breaking the name of patriarch, don't even understand the truth of family and everything. Have to make you die, Old Li. Actually, I have no right to inquire about your family affairs, nor dare to make decisions for you. Because every family has hard Torayad sutras. All I can say is that today, all of this is your family's self-seeking 1 inch. If so ... you will first listen to me and finish. Jiang Feng he touched Li Shimin's shoulder and told him to shut up, and then said, "I don't want to listen to your past. I don't think it is as exciting as His Holiness today. But you have to remember that there is no overnight hatred for father and son, your original intention. It's all for the family's business. There is nothing wrong with this, but please remember to be soft. You are now a father. You want your children to learn from you in the future. Is it?" Li Shimin was shocked. He didn't really think about it. The son is not a godfather. He knows what the old man said. "But, I know you have concerns. But you must remember a little bit and think more for the future generations. Serve softly and be low father with you size. I know your personality and temper, and it's not that easy to talk. Otherwise, do you think I, Jiang Feng, would like to make friends with anyone? If this is the case, then the streets are full of me now." Jiang Feng's brother friend. "Please, Jiang Feng brother made it clear that my father's birthday will be in a few days. And I am also thinking about how to resolve the conflict between us at this time, but I suffer from no way. That's why." "Where is there no way?" Jiang Feng mysteriously smiled and pointed to his head. "Think about it. Do you have a solution to your father and son relationship?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 155. "Want? If I want to get it, can I shake all the ugliness out of you?" Li Shimin shook the head speechlessly. Jiang Feng fiercely wanted to shoot Li Shimin's head to see if he was elm bumps. But after reaching out, he finally stopped. He can't reach and has no strength. Staggered, but fell on the floor. The tea bowl in his hand was thrown in Li Shimin's arms, and it was like peeing his pants in an instant. Seeing Li Shimin frowned, Jiang Feng just lay on the floor as if he was okay. The cold floor eased his drunkenness a little bit. At this time he finally understood why those drunks don't sleep even if they are drunk. They all like to sleep on the floor, and they sleep on the road. This horse riding is so comfortable, you elmhead. It's because of what I babbled to tell you about that many. You didn't even listen at all. I ask you, why is your father upset with you? You robbed Patriarch's position? Wrong. Originally, he promised to give you, you snatch it over. It's his fault. If you can't do it, don't agree to it. But, why is he having trouble with you? It's because my brother was forced to leave, Li Shimin asked hurriedly. It's not right. Right. Zhang Feng kicked on the floor indiscriminately. This is all because of the original intention, which is to revitalize the family property. No matter you sit in Patriarch, your father hopes that you can lead the family to the glory, bring honor to one's ancestors. I ask you, now, do you count as bringing honor to one's ancestors? Li Shimin was silent, looking thoughtful. Although you are currently interested in family property, in my opinion, it is nothing. If you want to resolve the contradiction between your father and son, I will ask you a little 1 inch. Before you came here, did you get angry with your father? Because of the food supply. That's not enough. Since he is willing to talk to you, and because of these business matters, it means that the contradiction between you can be solved. As long as he doesn't care about what he does, it's good to fight the Cold War. Zhang Feng's mouth is thirsty. Pointed to the mouth. Li Shimin simply put the spout into Zhang Feng's mouth. And Li Shimin was shocked at this time. Father Emperor did not ignore me. Although he was in the depths of the harem, he still cared about the people's livelihood. Then, if I plan all the things I know, brother, you mean, tell him all our current plans to prove that I am working hard for the growth of the family, and our contradictions will be solved. If you don't want your father to be pissed off by you on his birthday, just say go. Zhang Feng is speechless. Say you are a pig's brain. You are really a pig's brain. What about your business acumen? It's really hard for me to imagine how big your business is. Can you ask such a stupid question? Li Shimin was instantly ignited. Oh, your uncle. Are you talking to the old elder brother like this? You look down on the old elder brother like that. I'm going to explode with a headache. But you have an idea. Are you hurting me here? Hey, it seems to be a good thing to be able to lose your temper. Zhang Feng chuckled. This matter has not been confirmed, and the signing of the contract with Cambodia and Tibet must wait until the contract is signed. Don't tell anyone before the deal is done. Otherwise, you can find a tree with a crooked neck. What are you doing? Li Shimin is stunned. This is a crooked neck. But Li Shimin understood in an instant. He was blowing his beard and staring. But Zhang Feng didn't wait for him to lose his temper, and said, from the people who came to Cambodia today, it's a good day. Which birthday in the Imperial Palace? You should hurry up and fight for the Emperor or Zhang Sun Wuji in these 2 days, even if it costs a lot of money. In this way, your contract can be signed. It is best to sign the tripartite contract of Tibet, Tuihan, and Cambodia. I dare to conclude that Tibet and Tuihan came here for a large part of the purpose this time. So sure? That's it. Zhang Feng is sure. This matter has been left unchecked. I think it's already June. Logically speaking, they have been anxious for a long time. But there has been no movement. It means that they are waiting for the drought in Longyiu Road. Li Shimin was also taken aback. Thinking about it carefully, Tibet and Tuihan emissary appeared in my mind for a moment, offering the tribute. I didn't pay attention to the list before, but when I think about it carefully, it's really much richer than before. Is it really as Zhang Feng said? This time, they want to take advantage of the retired emperor's birthday. Confirm this matter? How sure? Li Shimin caught Zhang Feng, who was drinking water, and asked, 80%. If the retired emperor doesn't make trouble. Stable. Although Zhang Feng said 80%, it would definitely be 100%. Because of Zhang Feng's temper, he would never make one thing round, always leave a safe place for myself. Li Shimin's eyes flashed fiercely. It seems that Chainan is going to change drastically this birthday. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 156. Li Shimin is a little scared. But there are some expectations. He is afraid that there will be a problem with his birthday, then he will be infamous. The infamy of the murderous usurpation made him really uncomfortable. If it can be resolved on this birthday, then it is really very good. But, can this matter be as beautiful as he thought? No. There are always people who like to watch themselves fall, and even wish they would fall. His Li Shimin's heart is aching. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's fist clenched. In this incident, all the things gathered in this birthday, which also made Li Shimin deeply feel the pressure this time. If it passes, then Great Tang's overall national luck will rise straight up. But once a setback comes out, then he will fall into the trouble of consigned to eternal damnation. The main thing is these strategies. Absolutely can't let anyone know. At this time, a trace of killing intent flickered in Li Shimin's eyes. Zhang Feng brother, just tell the old elder brother, this time I also know old Li. All things seem to be very colorful, but they are also dangerous. If there is a little difference. The birthday of the Imperial Palace person this time is the day of my old Li's extinction. Just say, how should I deal with this matter? And I can also take me the conflict with father has been resolved. Zhang Feng's drinking spirit woke up a little. Actually, this matter, you have to be alone. Who? Zhang Sun Wuji. Old Li, don't you know that this matter, from the very beginning, is in our plan? Plan? At first, there is a plan? Li Shimin came to the spirit immediately and asked quickly, hope to hear the details. This matter, you will always stand on your own stand. But forget overlooking the whole situation. I have been mentioning Zhang Sun Wuji until I die. Don't you think you can understand why I must ask you to find Zhang Sun Wuji? Bust. Li Shimin has thought through all the questions. Why does Zhang Feng keep mentioning people and not fighting officials? Why has he always emphasized that it is necessary to account for a small share, and Zhang Sun Wuji and the imperial family should take the lead? Why does he keep emphasizing? Now, he finally understands. Zhang Feng is always in the layout, a way to advance and retreat. Although he is drunk at this time. But his words still shocked Li Shimin. All the roads are thought of. What is in Zhang Feng's head? How does he manage the overall planning? Has he been laying out and weaving nets since his first drought on the Long Yu Road? He was shocked. He also wants this kind of ability. Although he and Zhang Feng are now called brothers, he also knows that Zhang Feng is teaching him. Nothing is teaching him. During this time, Zhang Feng is like a mentor, opening many windows to Li Shimin, but he hesitated a bit, falling into Zhang Feng's gorgeous rhetoric, and losing what he is best at, the ability to coordinate strategies. I also ignored Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng is teaching him how to govern the country. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng leaning on the wall in a daze, and wanted to ask, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He lifted Zhang Feng with difficulty, put 3 or 2 long stools together, put him flat, and put him on it. At this moment, Zhang Feng woke up, rather than waking up. In fact, he hasn't been asleep. Old Li, we are the brother, aren't we? Your business is our business. In fact, from the moment you enter the door and see your face, I know that you are lost. Remember one sentence, merchant's way is the way of the wolf. Wolves. I believe you know them. Think of yourself as a wolf. Even in a storm, it's important to control the overall situation. And it's important for the continuation of the entire ethnic group. I've forgotten it. I can save it. Li Shimin thinks now that he is back to his teenage school days. I humbly remembered 2 words. Wolf Road. Come on, I'm sleepy. You should go home soon. Don't make your sweet lady wait in a hurry. When the time comes on the birthday of your old man, remember to send a buddy. In my shop, I personally give you a table of delicacies that you haven't eaten. I will tell you one more thing. Any problem will not be solved by a meal. If you can't solve it, let's have 2 meals. Old Fogey is enjoying the days of the year. This stuttering is very important. Regardless of the big conflicts, I have 3 jars of fine wine to make sure that your father is brother and brother. The words are not over yet. Zhang Feng fell asleep. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was asleep, and then looked outside. Unconsciously, the outside was already brightly lit, but the store didn't know when. An oil lamp was lit in the corner. Presumably it was Wai Shu, Did the youngster do it? I looked at Jiang Feng again, took off his coat, put it on for him, then said thank you, and quietly walked away. Once out of the store, I saw Wei Shu's face like diced immortal. Li Shimin glanced at him, his voice indifferent to the extreme. Have you seen it all? This small officially saw it. Forget it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 157. Great Ming Palace. At this time, Empress Zhangsun was sitting in the imperial study room, very anxious. Before she started, Zhangsun Wuji, Wei Zheng and the others also waited anxiously for Li Shimin. Originally, they were here to report today's Chainan city and the news brought back by the spies from the state capital, but they learned that Huang Deyi went to the retired emperor to file a complaint, which caused the already tense atmosphere and even more nervous. Seeing Li Yuan's birthday is about to be celebrated. This is such a big mess, how can this be good? The temperature in Xushi has dropped significantly, but everyone's faces are still covered with sweat, and they dare not wipe them. Although Empress Zhangsun sat there with a face of indifference, looking through His Imperial Majesty's poems, everyone knows that Empress at this time is the most terrifying. What time is it, Xiaohuan? I don't know how long it will be again, Empress Zhangsun asked indifferently. Her close-fitting maid hurried to the door and watched for a while, and then trembling with fear reported, Her Majesty, it's late now. There is still no his news about Imperial Majesty. Return to Her Majesty. My son Shu wrote that His Imperial Majesty is drunk. Probably, he may be on his way back. Wei Zheng somewhat guilty, but still blunt. A person who can dominate the whole situation, and do not one drop of water can leak out, can also make such a novel salt-making technique and make such a good wine and good food. Lord Wei, tell me, Jiang Feng, how do you comment? This Wei Zheng has some intent to be inconsistent with Empress. He made eye contact, and then said truthfully, back to Empress Her Majesty, Jiang Feng's knowledge of this person can't keep up with me, and his knowledge, old official and high official, and the high official of the room has been interviewed. This person's knowledge is basically based on the strengths of the 100 schools of thought. The old official is fortunate to have seen his talents. Although he has been talking about merchants, things on the way, it seems that this youngster has a great future for Merchant's Way. Yes, this palace host heard that this person doesn't like money and doesn't like these. Why would such a person so much? He just stayed so willingly in a broken tavern. Seeing everyone nervous, Empress Zhangsun faintly smiled. This is not the imperial court. Concubine is also a little curious about this child, that's all. You adults don't have to be cautious. After all, His Imperial Majesty wants Crown Prince to learn how to govern the country with him. Concubine is a mother, so you need to know something about the teacher of Crown Prince. Everyone is hearing this and cannot help being deeply sighed in relief. In an instant, everyone opened the chatterbox. Her Majesty, I know something about old Cheng, Jiang Feng brother. Although this child is a small tavern shopkeeper, his commanding ability is beyond me even if I shoot a horse. He is a piece of military material. Yes, it's unpolished jade. Old Black. When was he booked by you? The old man felt that he was just learning, and for the current situation the analysis is enough to look at the world. I urgently need such fresh blood infusion at the Imperial Court of Great Tang. Only in this way will a bond of stagnant Imperial Court have a trace of vitality. I the Secretarial Supervisor is brave. Please. What? I haven't decided something. You all want to rush in now? We are in Wei Zheng and want to kneel down and invite Empress when Her Majesty was approved. Li Shimin's voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. The scared people hurriedly kneeled to greet them. Li Shimin's face is full of unhappy, staring at Wei Zheng and the others, sitting on dragon throne in Empress Zhangsun's worried eyes. Li Shimin was surprised. Wei Zheng and Jiang Feng have met only 2 or 3 times. Such an upright person, for Jiang Feng's sake, is willing to lay down his noble head and ask for Empress in a low voice. Curious. This is really strange. It can be seen that Jiang Feng's charm lies in this person. I know, you all people want to think about me, Great Tang, but I will discuss this matter later. I have an extremely important matter to discuss here. Empress Zhangsun, hearing this, get up and say, His Imperial Majesty, concubine is leaving first. Leave with Empress. The eyes of everyone are hot. Everyone knows why His Imperial Majesty went out of the palace this time. Now I can't see whether His Imperial Majesty has solved the matter, but from what he said, it reveals that he is in control of the overall situation. The imposing manner makes everyone sigh in relief. His Imperial Majesty has found a way to solve the gap with the retired emperor. Let's not talk about this first. There is another thing, compared to this one. It is important. If it goes well, my great Tang will immediately enter the period of prosperity. If it fails, then my great Tang will be destroyed. What? The disaster of extinction? Everyone was shocked. Really that serious? What is it? Is it because Turkey went south in a big way? No. I just received news that Longyu Road did not receive any sign of Turkish army action, except for those who entered Beijing. There is no one else besides this batch of emissary. Everyone is anxious. But I can't think of what happened. Li Shimin sighed. I saw Crown Prince and Princess of Cambodia today, and I entered the tavern. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 158. Cambodia, isn't this the small border country in the south? His Imperial Majesty and Cambodia envoy are both in Honglu Temple today. Emissary of all countries are basically in Honglu Temple. They are accompanied by King Yanzhen from Honglu Temple. No one from Cambodia envoy is found. Go out. No. Fang Xuanling's voice fell. Du Yui's eyes darkened. Today, when the old official was ordered to receive a foreign emissary, they found that they had brought a lot of nephews. People of the older generation heard that it was to appreciate the great Tang style, so the old official let them out of the imperial palace according to the usual practice. The more Du Yui talked about it, the paler his face became. Little tavern is a secret in everyone's hearts. It was discovered by people in Cambodia, and it was also seen by His Imperial Majesty. This thing, it's a big one. Du Yui is ready to punish, but Li Shimin waved his hand indifferently. This matter is not about your responsibility, it is my carelessness. I also didn't expect they will get into the little tavern, but I found an interesting thing. Speaking of which, Li Shimin actually slightly laughed. Guess, Crown Prince and Princess of Cambodia, how downhearted when they came out. Zhang Feng actually ransacked them. What? Why? Zhang was surprised. If this incident alarms Cambodia envoy, tavern is bound to be exposed. But Li Shimin is still very indifferent, waving a hand and said, I was so worried before, and finally entered the little tavern, but found that this youngster actually liked the Cambodia princess. Everyone was shocked by hearing this. What kind of stuff does Zhang Feng like? My god, this taste? Cheng Yojin slapped his lips. Zhang Feng brother said it earlier. If he likes this, wouldn't it be better for me to buy hundreds of wine girls and send them to him? Li Shimin glared at him. I was wrong about this. Maybe I think too much. Zhang Feng blushed for the first time. Ha 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 ha. Li Shimin thought of Zhang Feng. In embarrassment, I just want to laugh. And everyone became even more unconscious. I wonder if I want to find a few women for Zhang Feng to relieve his hunger. Li Shimin shook his head. I won't talk about this yet. Actually, these are all my guesses. I'm not going to use it to arrange him indiscriminately, but I learned about two major events today. If he hadn't been half drunk with the Cambodia prince, and then I poured him a jar of wine and drunk him, I wouldn't know that he actually knew so much. At that time, I was hearing about this time, I also made a cold sweat. Everyone was even more puzzled. What kind of major event is this, so that he is not surprised, and His Imperial Majesty, who is not happy in appearance, is shocked in a cold sweat. His Imperial Majesty, do you mean that this matter has something to do with Cambodia? Zhang Sanwuji asked softly. Yes, this matter is indeed related to Cambodia. Zhang Feng brother, with a few ideas, he drained all the valuable items from Crown Prince and Princess. And when the two of them were leaving, They took the words Zhang Feng gave them and held them in their arms. I knew that there was going to be a major event. Sure enough, Zhang Feng again, there is a big plan. Cambodia is located in the sea and surrounded by water. There are many waterways. Relatively, the aquatic products are also extremely rich. Let alone these, they are all trivial matters. And he said that the spices in that place, fine-tuned, were all used by the indigenous people as firewood. Which is not the point. The point is, I found a salt mine in Cambodia. Li Shimin gave a sigh of relief and briefly said what he knew. Although everyone is confused, they are still waiting for His Imperial Majesty to speak. Although they wanted to ask, they did not dare to interrupt His Imperial Majesty's elegant interest. They had seen His Imperial Majesty with a gloomy face earlier today. Now it's finally in a good mood, and everyone doesn't dare to destroy it easily. Li Shimin was a little boring when no one asked. He picked up Empress Zhang Sun's tea bowl and took a sip. Do you know, how big is the salt mine? This small official is dull. I don't know, everyone said in unison. Li Shimin shook his head and didn't blame everyone. You know, when he heard it, he almost fainted. Thinking of this, Li Shimin also followed Zhang Feng's appearance. His face was solemn, but he waved his hand with imposing majesty. I'm here to give you a seat. I'm afraid you will faint if you wait to hear about this, so you are all ready. Everyone is stunned. Isn't it just a salt mine? As for this, although everyone slandered, they also obediently and honestly thanked them, and then sat down. Li Shimin said mysteriously at this time, Fang Xuanling, tell me about the topography of Cambodia. Go back to His Imperial Majesty. What the minister waited for. Yes, Cambodia is surrounded by water on 3 sides, with a total of 21 cities and a total population of about 300,000 people. They are basically distributed in the north, east and west of Cambodia, and in the south, where is the barren southern desolate land. Birds and beasts all disappeared. Yes, it's the place where the birds and beasts disappeared. Minister Fang, where and how big is it? Fang Xuanling, as if thinking of something, he hurriedly said, it is almost twice the size of the total area of Chainan. Twice. Li Shimin was also secretly surprised. However, I am more convinced of what Zhang Feng said. That place is where the salt mine is located. Zhang Feng said, wherever the salt is, even if it is my great Tang 5 million households, everyone can use it for 500 years. And you guessed, Zhang, at what price did Feng get it? A truckload of salt mines, 10 catties of grain. Boom. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 159. The sound of falling to the ground was heard within Li Shimin's expectation. I saw that the white jade in the hands of everyone, even Cheng Yojin, fell to the ground. Those who didn't fall, even more complexion pale at this time, were trembling all over. 500 years. What effect is this? Millions of families eat for 500 years. Wai Zheng and the others couldn't help but groan. Once upon a time, they didn't dare to ask for extravagance. Only on important days would they be willing to use a little bit of poisonous salt. Actually, one day the entire Great Tang people could use it when they sleep. This, they thought they were dreaming. And Li Shimin is the same. You shouldn't care about this. When I first learned about this, it was the same. Now, you all know that Zhang Feng's hands, and you and I have mastered the art of salt making. What is this? This is the lifeblood of my Great Tang. We only need to use minimal methods to get countless. Others think it's a waste thing, and then it's slightly refined, and it becomes non-toxic and harmless fine salt. How about this business? His Imperial Majesty, there is so much salt, and the art of salt making is not what a profound mystery, and it's so vast. If you are a caring person, you can know this after a little inquiries. If it is Cambodia, or other countries have also stolen the teacher, how about this? Question mark. Wai Zheng asked his doubts. Li Shimin waved his hand. I have also asked about this matter, but Zhang Feng just said, spend your wealth. The salt collected is definitely not usable. But our system, the number of salt is no less than anyone can master. We get the first salt and sell it to other countries, and then we are quietly refining the salt and selling it to ourselves. Although there are some differences in the color, but after grinding, are not all white and white? No matter who comes, you can't see the difference. Only we know, that is actually poisonous salt. How about this plan? Li Shimin squinted and asked, Vicious, His Imperial Majesty, everyone knows that poisonous salt can't be used. If you eat it for more than a year, the robust man can't lift a stone. The first salt after Fan, although there are not that many toxins, it is also harmful. If such a malicious strategy is known, the consequences will be unimaginable. No, Li Shimin waved his hand confidently. I asked Jiang Feng about this matter, and he said, this first salt is okay. At most, after 10-20 years, you will get a big neck disease, and at that time, there will be problems with physique. Everyone was shocked. It takes more than 10 or 20 years to discover the problem. They dare not think about it. This matter also figured out. As Li Shimin said, everyone's eyes brightened. It seems that Li Shimin's drunkenness is coming up, or maybe a little sleepy. We beckoned and let Wai Shui step forward. I'm a little sleepy. For specific things, you ask Wai Shui yourself. The specific things will be fixed tomorrow morning. We will fix the matter tomorrow, and the contract will be signed to him. How? Everyone looked at each other, and then stood up to send Li Shimin away. Then Cheng Yojin grabbed Wai Shui's clear light armor and asked, Youngster, tell me, what did His Imperial Majesty and Jiang Feng say? If you are not honest, I will beat you to death. Wai Shui cried. Looked towards Wai Zheng with pleading eyes. Wai Zheng should not be seen. In a low voice, Old Cheng, let's not scare the child. What if the child is frightened? I will fight with you. Cheng Yojin hearing this, his face turned pale with a sigh. He retracted his hand in a serene manner, sat on the stool, and waited with his ears erected. With Wai Zheng's support, Wai Shui's bolder hold a fist and said, Uncles, I went to the little tavern with His Majesty today, and I also listened a little at the door. Jiang Feng's plan, 1 inch. Amidst the glares of everyone, Wai Shui hurriedly put away the long-sounding display, and said with a neck down, what he meant was to use this thing to exchange food for 1 catty of fine food. Catty salt. Fuck. This strategy is what Jiang Feng brother said. What if there is no food? For example, what about Turkic? Fang's Yuanling and Du Yui's white beards are trembling. Quickly asked. Jiang Feng didn't say anything about Turkic, but I think he meant to trade cattle and sheep. Moreover, he also said that horses are only exchanged for food, not salt. Hearing this, everyone scolded. Fuck. I knew that this grandson's strategy was vicious. What? Use horses for salt? And this kind of salt? Ha 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 ha, if you let Geely Old Zema and Tulai Zemao know, I really want to see their expressions. The clan on horseback, there is no horse, then what would they use to fight my great Tang? This is a good plan. But in the end, everyone understood. Because, this plan is from the very beginning, as Jiang Feng said. But didn't he expect, Jiang Feng won't let Turkic die. They want to know how this Turkic offends Jiang Feng and hates Turkic so much. But let's not talk about Jiang Feng, which one of them don't hate Turkic people? Everyone burst into laughter under Wai Shui Unfathomable Mystery's eyes. After that, everyone was silent. Wai Zheng looked on. He solemnly dismissed Wai Shui and said, everyone, this matter is fixed. It's set. It's done. Hold the courageous to death. Starve the cowardly. This contract. Signed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 160. Jiang Feng is very tired. I am really tired. I slept on the floor of tavern all night. At this moment, he was resting on the recliner with one hand on the wall and the other on his waist. Damn old Li, don't you know that you put me on the recliner? Looking at the iron hip flask just below his waist, Jiang Feng suffered from a toothache. I won't get drunk after being killed. This fuck. It's still too lonely to be alone. Jiang Feng supported his waist with difficulty, dragged the recliner, and slowly opened the door of the store, hung a card for suspension of business at the door of the store, and then groaned and lay under the crooked neck tree. Go back to sleep. Old Li, Should he have entrusted his relationship to go to Honglu Temple now? If this happens, then Lao Tzu's plan will be finished. Martial arts. Is there any martial arts? Last night, although he was drunk, but he saw the goods on the beams. I got on the beam without making a sound, and held a crossbow at me. It seems that old Li's family is also deeply hidden. A person with such a superb climbing technique, Zhang Feng has only seen it on TV and novels. Martial arts. Could it be that there are also martial artists in this world? There are also rivers and lakes. Then, you have to think about it, when the time comes, whether it is the sword of the world or the power of the world. I was studying at Zhang Feng, in this world, whether there is any martial arts, or not. Sunlight has fallen on the window paper of Chainan City. As the 3 gongs sounded, the excitement of Chainan began immediately. The market is open. Imperial Palace. The early dynasty ended hastily. In Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Li Shimin hurriedly summoned Wei Zheng and the others. How did you discuss things last night? Do you think this contract can be signed? With Li Shimin's voice falling, everyone in the Great Hall couldn't wait to talk about it. His Imperial Majesty, let me tell you. This matter, Cambodia, we need to get through it. At least we have to wait until they are impatient, then talk. No, old man, this thing can't be delayed. If you drag it on, everything is over. The retired emperor's birthday is coming soon. If we can, this matter was solved perfectly. The contradiction between His Imperial Majesty and retired emperor could not be solved completely. Not right. Fang Xuanling waved his hand. He said, His Imperial Majesty, the old official last night, thought for a whole night, and thought, is there something missing in this matter? We have not yet got the confirmation from Tibet. If you agree to Cambodia, what should you do if Tibet has survived the drought again? Li Shimin knows that some people object, indifferently smiled and said, actually, I thought about this too. I stayed up all night last night, but I believe Chancellor Wei can give everyone a satisfactory answer. I don't believe it. Wei Zheng didn't ask Wei Shui about it last night. That's not him. Wei Zheng. Hearing this, Wei Zheng touched his beard. Unlike everyone's excitement, he is extremely indifferent now. The old official thinks it is feasible. Last night, my son also told me the conversation between His Imperial Majesty and Zhang Feng brother yesterday in detail. Once again, to be honest, I also felt that there was something missing in the middle. As Duke of Xing said, an important link was missing. But, yesterday I thought a little bit. Today in the morning, Tang, the secretary inspector, checked the list of tributes from Tibet and other countries, and it became clear. This time, Tibet's tributes are dozens of times richer than before. I think, even if they want to on this birthday, the cost of this event was reduced to the lowest. And then the water wheel was manufactured at the lowest price. Oh, hearing this, everyone was shocked. As for this, Li Shimin knew about this for a long time and waved his hand faintly. This matter, Chancellor Wei is right. So I decided to summon Cambodia Prince at Palace of Absolute Beguiling later. What do you think? Everyone has resolved the doubts in their hearts. Where is there anyone who dares to oppose now? Everyone bowed. This small official, etc. Congratulations to His Majesty. Ha ha ha. Come on, pass the Cambodia Crown Prince to see you. Look at me when you wait. This rare glorious scene. Li Shimin is in a very good mood. Relatively speaking, he is still a little excited. Originally, these things were presided over by Crown Prince or Dali Temple, but this time, because of the importance of the matter, Li Shimin did not announce it, but sent someone to inform it. Tikeng Temple, Dali Temple, Gwengalu Temple, and the people of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. After a while, Honglu Temple King and Dali Temple, Tikeng Temple King personally Xiaoyan related to the Cambodian identity, and then the small yellow sect hurriedly took Shiva with a nervous face into the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Even along the way, Shiva's eyes stared straight at the heel of the small yellow sect in front. Expressions all dare not look at it. He doesn't know what he intends for this summoning, but he can guess a little bit. However, It is precisely because of this that Zhang Feng's identity has become even more mysterious. Enter the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. After passing through 3 gates and countless crescent gates, Shiva finally stopped in front of a magnificent house. Small yellow sect taps the doorway, replying to His Majesty, Cambodia Crown Prince, Rama Shiva. See you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 161. Imperial Study Room at Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Before, for Shiva and Cambodia as a whole, how mysterious was that? But now he is about to enter this hall. At this time, Shiva is a little nervous. Very nervous. I couldn't help but sweat in my palms. The door of the room was opened from the inside after all. Shiva slowly walked into the great hall with a nervous heart that seemed to pop out of her heart. The shop is not big, but the level of luxury is no less than that of the Royal Palace of Cambodia. There can be at least one imperial study room, which is the study room of Emperor Great Tang. This place is so brilliant. What will happen to the Great Hall? Shiva couldn't help but quietly lifts the head and glanced at the hall quickly. The whole hall is redwood, built by gold-threaded cedar, and the rooms are covered with calligraphy and paintings that he can't understand. Presumably, these are all extremely precious paintings of Great Tang, right? There are 5 officials in the hall, sitting on both sides, and behind a table covered with yellow brocade. They declared their yellow robe and looked at their middle-aged person without anger and prestige. The moment Shiva glanced, it was as if he was seeing through his heart at this moment. Is this the Emperor of Great Tang? This imposing manner. Can't think about it. Shiva entered the door and hurriedly bowed and said, King Cambodia, son of Rama Varman, Rama Shiva, meet your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. You may rise. Give your seat. Li Shiman's voice is very weak. Shiva couldn't hear anything else. But he has a feeling. This summoning seems to be inseparable from Little Tavan. Could it be that the conversation with Master Zhang was heard by the Emperor Great Tang? Or to say ... the person that Master Zhang said is your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang? Then, Master Zhang, who is it? What kind of ability does he have? There are not many, but there is little court eunuch. He brought up a chair and placed it next to Cheng Yojin. Shiva didn't dare to disobey, so she had to sit trembling with fear next to Cheng Yojin with a beard, and waited. Li Shiman said he said with a smile, Crown Prince came to Great Tang for the first time. Don't be cautious. I am not a tiger that cannibalize. So relax. Shiva, thank you slightly. I saw that Li Shiman seemed to see him like this and didn't intend to say anything. He said straightforwardly, I heard an interesting thing last night. Cambodia seems to have a lot of treasures. But why did I accept it? In the letter of your royal father's request for help, it said that Cambodia needs my Great Tang's assistance. What does this mean? What a master! What kind of charm does Master Zhang have? Even Emperor Imperial Capital knows so clearly. Could it be? Is it the Jinwu guards with no opportunity in Great Tang's room? Shiva was shocked. He said hurriedly, Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, please listen to the minister carefully about this matter. He didn't intend to hide it. Since the Emperor Imperial Capital knew about it and he was hiding it, that angered the Emperor, and Cambodia really couldn't survive this winter. Now Cambodia has been severely affected by the Tibet drought. At this time, most of the people can only rely on the air in the sea and the wild vegetables in the mountains. If it is delayed, winter will come. Cambodia's Genocide Day. The Emperor His Majesty's Enlightenment. Cambodia, because of Tibet's drought, often wash away the fertile land of our country. Now my Cambodian people are already relying on wild vegetables for almost all of them. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, pity. Li Shimin smiled. If you didn't go to Zhang Feng's place yesterday and learned so much, at this time, he should have waved his hand and set aside a lot of money. I know about this. Yesterday, do you have something to say? Pray for the Emperor His Majesty. Yesterday, Wang and I went to Chainan City to hang out. I wanted to learn about the splendor of Chainan City. However, I inadvertently saw a small tavern front door, a handsome man sitting on a strange chair swaying in front of me, hanging on a hip flask like iron but not iron. Is it comfortable? So, The officials and Sister Wang had the idea to find out, and then they met Master Jiang. Hearing this, Wei Zheng and the others are full of weird colors, similar to iron and not sticking. What is this? Why has the Jiang Feng brother never brought it out? But among these people, only Zhang Sun Wuji touched his nose and was unperturbed. Li Shimin glanced at him and understood. I asked, I have heard about what you said. But do you have to talk about Boshan? Shiva brow beaded with sweat. Emperor His Majesty, Ron Xiaochen told me about this matter carefully. The young minister did not know about it before, but after Master Jiang raised a point yesterday, the young minister suddenly realized that, but these things it doesn't make sense to my people. What we need is food. Wei Zheng squinted and interrupted Shiva's words very profoundly, and asked, His Majesty knows specific things. Now, what His Majesty needs to know is, how is your Cambodia prepared to deal with this? How to deal with it? Is Shiva still available? Last night he thought that Master Jiang introduced a small businessman, but how did he know that he introduced the Emperor of Great Tang? He came here. Didn't he have to meet the Emperor and solve the famine problem? So what else does he have now? Shiva crawls in excitement. I ask the Emperor His Majesty to establish an eternal business with my Cambodia, and save my Cambodian people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 162. What else can Shiva ask for? Last night, for this matter, he stayed up all night and discussed with everyone in the Cambodia emissary group for a whole night, but in the end everyone hesitated. Because, if it is an ordinary businessman, where can there be such a heavens-pan method that can eliminate the Cambodia crisis in a short time? Can still ensure the safety of Cambodia. But now, even if he only wants to give everything that Master Jiang said yesterday to Great Tang, he just wants to make the people live a good life and avoid Tibet's bullying. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng and the others looked at each other and smiled. It seems that Jiang Feng brother, everything is arranged. Li Shimin couldn't help but waved his hand and said, this matter, just do what you and Jiang Feng brother said. For specific matters, someone will negotiate with you later. But I want to make a promise. Can you call the shots? What he fears most is deception. I am not afraid of Jiang Feng, but also of a little crown prince. If he makes a decision arbitrarily and holds Great Tang's paperwork, after returning, the Cambodian king refuses to admit it. This is a bit of a hassle. Although it is easy to send troops to attack, but he loses the emperor's authority of Li Shimin. So Li Shimin has this question. Shiva hurriedly swore with a curse, Emperor His Majesty, please rest assured. The merchandise you mentioned is a useless stone if it is not sold. Since the Emperor His Majesty likes it, I believe my royal father will surely do it too. Promise this time. Before coming, the royal father had served as a warning to the small official to let his minister must meet His Majesty to save Cambodia, and those stubborn stones, in Cambodia, are everywhere. Yes, especially the poisonous salt. It is something that has caused me a headache for Cambodia for a long time. Now Great Tang needs it, why can I not give it to Cambodia? In this case, then, wait the birthday of the retired emperor is over, you cut back and bring back the handwritten document of the Cambodian king, and I agreed to this. Li Shimin waved his hand. This matter is finally settled. Although there are some suspicions of Bully the Weak, it can make money. What he lacks most now is money. Although it is a bit vulgar. But, now Great Tang is asking for money everywhere, he is already stretched out. If it weren't for the water wheel blueprint for a little bit of money, it would not only cost. When Li Shimin is about to leave, Shiva hurriedly said, reporting back to the Emperor His Majesty, the minister believes that there is no need to wait until the birthday is over. Last night, the minister has ordered someone to send a message back to Cambodia. It must be before the birthday. The royal father's autograph, chain and will definitely come. Okay. It's so good. In this case, to show my heart, I am Great Tang will have a caravan immediately to go to your Cambodia. If this goes well, I will sign a 100-year business agreement with your Cambodia. How about? Thanks, the Emperor His Majesty. Shiva hurriedly bowed. Li Shimin waved his hand and Shiva hurriedly left. After a while, Li Shimin asked solemnly, all officials, What do you think of this business relationship with Cambodia? The old official thinks it is feasible. If the salt problem is solved, Great Tang will be a record that has never been approached and will never be approached again for me. Congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations to Great Tang. Everyone shouted in unison. But then, Du Nuyui and Zhang Sunwuji glanced at each other and said, His Imperial Majesty, although the matter with Cambodia has basically been settled, once the business started, this money the matter. I am afraid, this money is a big problem, but the old official thinks that it should be enough for the time being. In addition, this matter is carried out in Chainan, which will definitely cause Tibet's idea. When the time comes, they dare not wait and see anymore. At that time, we can sit back and relax, but the premise is that before then, this money needs our own carry. The old official is a bit worried. How about? The old official asks the Jiang Feng brother. Du Nuyui and Zhang Sunwuji said. As soon as Zhang Sunwuji mentioned Jiang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, Duke of Zhao, what does the pot of Jiang Feng brother look like? Have you ever seen it? No. What kind of pot? Old official don't know. Zhang Sunwuji is very boring and confused, which makes everyone curl one's lip. I wonder, next time I'm going to Jiang Feng's little tavern to find a good baby. After everyone retired, Empress Zhangsun came out from the back door of the screen and looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, Second brother, is this something wrong? Concubine doesn't understand national affairs, but it's something. I don't know if it's as magical as Jiang Feng said. You're so sure? Guanyin, do you think there is a way out for me? Now, Great Tang needs money everywhere, whether it is the military expenses of the border or all aspects, and this salt is extraordinary. If it is not in my hands, my heart will be uneasy. What's more, Cambodia has a huge amount of salt. Haven't I mastered the salt-making art now? Then, think about it, as long as I spend this year and next year, I am Great Tang, I will really be able to enter a person. The era of thinking, isn't this what we want? Isn't it what the world wants? Empress Zhangsun said nothing. Looking at Li Shimin's no longer tall and straight, but there are still some snipers from the back. My heart feels sour, and tears can't help but fall. Second brother, Concubine understands. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 163. Jiang Feng is very leisurely. During this time, Old Li seemed to be very busy with Cambodia, so busy that he didn't even know the news to pass on. But where is Chainan City? That's at the feet of the emperor. Any bit of wind and grass will be stared at. These simple Guanzhong people are scared. They have had enough of the precarious days and are tired of wars. Therefore, the imperial court's business dealings with Cambodia, like wings, spread throughout Chainan City. Jiang Feng, even if he doesn't leave the little tavern, he can learn all the so-called gossip from the mouths of the children squatting in the little tavern at the door. It seems that Old Li's ability to do things is pretty good. I really know that the Shangguan family is together. Yes, it has a future. Jiang Feng elated took a sip wine, shaking the fan. Beside him, 3 dirty and half-a-year-old children rubbed his shoulders or rocked the recliner. It was a very uncomfortable day. As long as he is willing, he only needs to pay a copper plate, and these hairy children can pinch his shoulders for a day until he is dislocated. Jiang Feng elder brother. Jiang Feng elder brother. I have the latest news. The latest news from the palace. At this time, a naked child with a nasal bubble hurried over a pair of straw sandals that were already rotten and could no longer be rotten. During the run, the one that was already thrown did not know where it went, and there was also a straw sandal that was dragged out of half a meter in length. Jiang Feng came interested, half squinted and asked, Guzi, what did you ask? If you really ask, elder brother will not only give you 10 cents, but also an old one. Clothes. Guzi hearing this, when he is excited, he will kneel and kowtow. Jiang Feng kicked over and said with a smile, come on, don't come to this set. A man must remember that knees can kneel to heaven and earth, kneeling to parents, but don't bend easily. This is the dignity of being a human being. Jiang Feng knows that this set of advanced remarks is not understandable to children in this feudal era, who even can't eat enough, but it doesn't matter. Hee hee. Although he was kicked, Guzi still smirked with excitement, and Jiang Feng couldn't bear to look directly at him with his black teeth. After hearing the 10 cents, the 3 little brats' eyes stared like copper coins. When Guzi saw this, he grinned and shook his fist. Jiang Feng, elder brother, I just listened to the eunuch court eunuch of herald to the crown at Jinxiangfen, saying that someone from Cambodia came yesterday. I heard that it was the Cambodian king. He came to great. What kind of contract did Tang sign? Hearing from His Holiness, our good day is coming, Guzi said with excitement. It seems that we have seen the period of prosperity and the beautiful scenery now. Jiang Feng, hearing this, clicked, nodded. Fumbling through his arms, he took out half of the money and threw it to Guzi. Go ahead, go take a bath for me, it's stinking. Half hanging money, there are at least 50 pieces. And the 4 children smiled brilliantly like flowers in an instant. Deeply grateful thanked Jiang Feng, and then he squatted on the ground and divided them one by one. After finishing the work, Guzi sucked a nasal bubble, and stared at Jiang Feng hee with a smirk. Jiang Feng silently pointed to tavern with Pushan. Go, on the tavern counter, go get it by yourself. That is oldless clothes. Jiang Feng doesn't mind bringing it as a gift. These all are simple and poor children, who are still slaves. Basically, Jiang Feng's source of information depends on them. And these little brats, basically, rely on Jiang Feng's leftovers and the reward money to feed a family of children. Jiang Feng has no psychological burden on this. He is a modern man. No one is like this, especially these children. Basically, they are about the same age as the younger brother of the previous life. Seeing them rushing back with the money in their hands, Jiang Feng laughed knowingly. Brother, are you okay over there? Remember to take care of my parents. Elder brother. Suddenly there was an elder brother, let Jiang Feng tremble. After rubbing his eyes and looking, he saw that Guzi was holding his clothes wizzingly and looked at him in horror. Jiang Feng's eyes moisturized, and then he roared impatiently, what's wrong? I'm not leaving yet, waiting for Lao Tzu to cook and eat for you. No, elder brother, this dress ... if you take it to a pawn shop, it can be at least 30 essays. Googling, it was thrown away by someone else. If I said to give it to you, I will give it to you. There is no shortage of money. Guzi left, but he is no longer the frivolous he used to be. Instead, he shrugs his shoulders. When he turns the corner, he kneels on the ground and knocks Jiang Feng 3 times. Elder brother, your life-saving grace. My grandson Guzi will pay you back with younger sister in the future. Although the money and the broken house clothes are really nothing to him. But what he didn't know was that the young people he inadvertently helped when he was bored today, 10 years later, when he set foot on the land, these young people were really dead. Saved him from the dead. Among them, even though Guzi had his lower body cut off, he still rescued Jiang Feng from a coma with his mouth and hands. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 164. Little Tavern, still as lonely as at the beginning. The rich look down on him, so vulgar and shabby, and those without money can't afford it. Instead, Jiang Feng's shop has become a paradise for wild children. When things are all right, these dolls will gather next to Jiang Feng to listen to his stories. Knowing that Jiang Feng loves cleanliness, and it is summer again, these children, before coming, will go to the river outside the city to wash up and come again. Even they can't wait to shave off that layer of skin on their bodies. Sometimes, if you catch a snake or game in the wild, or even catch a bastard by the river, Jiang Feng will behave like a magic trick, creating a pot of tempting food. And they can be elated to get a delicious meal and a few cents. Sometimes Jiang Feng is happy and will reward him with a silver coin. Everyone didn't fight, they just sat on the ground to divide the spoils. The people of Great Tang are also strange. Jiang Feng finds it very strange. Even if one of a large group of people catches a long worm, snake, you give him money, and he will share it equally with his friends. This spirit moved Jiang Feng very much. When I have time, if there is no information that Jiang Feng needs for a day, they will all climb up the treetops, or squat on the city gate, staring at the city gate building. Yes, there is no dignitaries, or wine girl, The beard is here. Even, sometimes there is no information. These children still squatted in the corner and wept. This may be a kind of spirit. It is the spirit that modern society has forgotten. However, Jiang Feng doesn't care. A daughter is hard to buy. He is happy. Anyway, he has no worries about making money. The money given by old Li, plus the money he robbed of Cambodia prince last time, even if he was allowed to spend it, would not be spent for 8 lifetimes. So, he is also very generous. Business be a fart. If it weren't for old Li, Lao Tzu would have wanted to sleep with the door closed. Even if someone came here, they would only have one word: get out. I don't wait. But for this group of children. Now, Jiang Feng is more like a child king. Like, these children are all around Jiang Feng, relying on him for food. Jiang Feng actually knows, but he doesn't care. A person who can help a person is a person. Too boring. The point is that it is too boring. Elder brother. Jiang Feng elder brother. There is good news. When Jiang Feng was half awake, a strong motor youngster hurried forward. See Jiang Feng being awakened. Guzi is angry. Threw the puffan in his hand to a thin monkey next to him, and then he went up with a hammer. Mother, didn't you see Jiang Feng elder brother sleeping? Have you been chased by a ghost? You mother. Kill you. Guzi. Jiang Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and drank Guzi back. The boy seemed to know that he was reckless. Even though he was beaten, the tattered clothes became slivers of cloth at this time, but he still licked his face to apologize. Jiang Feng is speechless. Is it such a cheap bone? Come on, let's just talk about it. What have you heard? Elder brother, I heard the groom say Nang Sin Fang today that the birthday of the retired emperor is on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. People from Tibet, today, seem to be asking His Imperial Majesty for help. Oh, Tibet finally can't help it. Jiang Feng's mouth curled slightly. These monkeys are thieves. It must be that Great Tang has signed a business contract with Cambodia, so I can't sit still. But, can't you sit still? If the current His Imperial Majesty is not an idiot, this time, Tibet will definitely be cheated to death. Anything else? Jiang Feng came to ask with interest. No. Yes. I heard that Tuihan people are also hanging behind them, and I don't know what to do. Jiang Feng clicked nodded. Finally, I fumbled in my arms, and finally threw the most flustered silver ingot to Guzi, glared at him and said, go, apologize to Zuzi. Why people 1 inch? Today, your money is divided by half as a punishment. Oh, Guzi is flat mouth, don't care. With a big hand. In an instant, an 8-and-a-half-year-old child squatted on the ground, turned his head on the ground, bang bang bang, smashed the silver, and then divided it up one by one. In the end, they couldn't tell. Everyone took Guzi and ran away. It seems to be going to bank to exchange copper coins. Looking at Guzi's new straw sandals and new linen clothes, Jiang Feng yawned, turned over and went to sleep again. But after a while, he scolded, foul-mouthed into tavern. Damn my child, seeing money open, I don't care if I have money. Although he was scolding, Jiang Feng didn't take seriously. 10 silver lonely. But, he doesn't care, but someone cares. Just as Jiang Feng was about to close the door of the tavern room, a man who looked like a foul-smelling black tower blocked the door with a thump, and asked in horror, shopkeepers, this you lost the silver? While speaking, a tower-like man, shaking a flat silver ingot with trembling hands, and holding some scattered silver high in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Who are you? The money I gave Guzi. Why is it with you? If you dare to take it, believing or not, don't wait for him to finish. The tower-like man knelt on the ground with a thud, and asked in a choked voice, shopkeepers, this money is really you giving Zuzi? This it's a simple and honest Chinese. Jiang Feng hurriedly tried to support the man, but he was unable to lift him up even with the strength of milking. The angry Jiang Feng pointed at the man and shouted, I gave it. What's the matter? Are you trying to squander the money? No. Benefactor. Me. It's Zuzi's father. The money Zuzi used to get back from time to time. The little one didn't know where he came from. I finally know today, but today there is too much money, and I feel ashamed. Fuck off. I gave Zuzi the money, not for you. Don't you? I won't give it to you. Give me back to Zuzi, or the newspaper officer will arrest you. Great prison. After finishing talking, Jiang Feng didn't bother to close the door, dragging the recliner, walked into the back kitchen. Does not pay attention to. The man choked. The shiver coldly. Peng 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 knocked his head a few times, then gently wiped the place where he had just kneeled down, closed the door and left. Benefactor, thank you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 165. The man is gone. Jiang Feng does not have much psychological burden. The same sentence. This is a transaction, a sale. He thinks it's worth the money. He doesn't care about the money. This thing, whether it is born or not, will not be taken with it, and it is still panic when it is installed in the arms. Don't use it. Why? Throw it away? He is not stupid. Furthermore, Zuzi's father knew he was a hardworking man. Although the news this time was useless, it was enough to listen to the picture fresh, and he really didn't see it. He did these things without doing anything else, just to help him out as far as he could. That's enough. As for what others say, he can't control it. Coming out of the back kitchen, he smashed a large bowl of oily noodles, opened the door of the room, squatted at the door of Little Tavern, and ate aloud. But, at this moment, a pair of small black hands holding an egg arrived in front of Jiang Feng, accompanied by the voice of swallowed saliva, cheerfully said, "Elder brother, mother say, this egg, here you are." Jiang Feng was stunned. Lifts the head, suck the face into your mouth and take a closer look. A little girl of about 8 years old who is dressed in tatters, even a little unclothed, is looking at him cowardly. Jiang Feng's nose is sore. Can I still eat there? Look at the egg that is still warm. Looking at the little girl and asked, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name, and my mother's name is Momo. She said it is good to feed." The words of the woman's timidity left Jiang Feng deeply shocked. Looking at a woman hiding in the dark not far away, Jiang Feng touched Momo's head. Watching her still staring at her bowl and swallowing, Jiang Feng asked, "Momo, are you hungry?" "Not hungry. Momo only ate a bowl of porridge yesterday." "Go." "Elder brother, please have a big meal." Jiang Feng stopped talking. Just talk with a hammer. Can't tell. The bowl was thrown. Momo was in a Little Tavern, and she put her on the stool and said, "Don't run around. Don't be afraid of whoever comes. Don't be afraid, otherwise elder brother I will be angry." That's it. Oh. Momo seemed to be very scared. He glanced timidly at the woman on the street corner outside the door, and a teenager with a grin, and sat quietly at the table, sniffing the scent in the air. He swallowed. After a while, Jiang Feng brought a large pot of rice, a large pot of red braised pork, and a lot of scattered braised pork and other messy things, and said on the table, "Momo, elder brother invites you to eat. Eat. You can't finish it, but you have to take it home." I know Momo can't finish it, and I can't finish it. But he still took out all the things he could take out of the store. Nothing else, just for happiness. An egg. Now that His Holiness has listed chickens and ducks as key protection objects, this stuff is very precious. Where can ordinary people be willing to eat it? However, she still got this one. In fact, he saw Zuzi and his father and mother. Although Zuzi's father walked past by pretending to be a gay person, the look in his eyes could not deceive Jiang Feng. Her Zuzi's younger sister. In the slave family, the old hen laying eggs is their lifeblood, and this egg is the only gift they can get. Looking at Momo gorging himself, Jiang Feng looked at her with a smile and cried. Momo dumbly wiped his lips with the back of his dark hand, took out the egg from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang Feng. "Elder brother, you can eat too." "Elder brother isn't hungry." "Didn't you see that elder brother ate a big bowl just now?" My belly was overturned. While speaking, Momo still forced the egg into Jiang Feng's hand. "Elder brother, eat it at night, or New Year's Eve." "Momo has not eaten this, I heard. This is delicious." "Okay. Elder brother, keep it. Eat for the new year." Momo eats quickly. Jiang Feng looked at Momo carefully. The hand holding the egg is trembling hot. He had been confused before, but today, he knows what he is going to do. Cooperatives must be established. If old Lee doesn't come tomorrow, I will be playing Liu Ogu and looking for you all over the city. Paralyzed, no one should try to stop Lao Tzu from the coup's affairs this time. Even if His Holiness is here today, I won't be able to get it out. Zhang Feng is coming. I have mentioned the issue of cooperatives before. It seems that Zhang San Wuji is very concerned about this matter. Even His Holiness is very concerned, but I don't know how to drop it, and there has been no movement. Perhaps you are preparing for Cambodia and the retired emperor's Christmas, right? But Zhang Feng couldn't wait any longer. So many people are hungry now. He can't bear it. Cooperatives must be created, otherwise, the current economic situation of Great Tang, even if U8 Cambodia is opened for interoperability, will not help. No money. And in this way, the Tibetan family is vegetarian. You have no money, and people give you a favor. You make money. Not only that, all the plans made before have to be ruined. An egg suddenly made Zhang Feng feel a little bad. Momo eats quickly. She seems to be afraid that Zhang Feng will be disturbed by her mouth, so when she eats, she basically relies on swallowing. Small face flushed. Zhang Feng smiled and wiped Momo's head. Watching her hiccup and put down the small bowl, Zhang Feng put a bowl full of rice and a bowl of vegetables, angrily roared, "Zuzi, roll over here." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 166. Zuzi hearing this, it won't stand up anymore. Looking at younger sister eating meat bit by bite, he was greedy, and his saliva was like water from a stinking ditch. Crash bang flowing all over the floor. Seeing Zhang Feng shouting, eagerly rushed to the door of the store, but did not come in either. Zhang Feng elder brother, hey you ghost. Come, bring me the rice back, and give you younger sister, this meal is bad, it's useless. This. Zuzi was stunned. Looking at the food on a large table, my saliva is gone. Zhang Feng, who thought he was angry. We must scold younger sister. Momo, go back and see how I can clean you up. Ask you to give me an egg. Why did you mess up? Zhang Feng elder brother, shut up. Dare to beep again, beep, I beat you to death. Zhang Feng yelled impatiently, Momo is now my younger sister, you dare to bully her? My legs are discounted. Bring food, let's go. I'm going to take a nap. Where does Zuzi know Zhang Feng's temperament? He is a knife-mouthed tofu heart. Once a decision is made, he will not change it. Hearing what Zhang Feng said, Zuzi's father and mother, who hid outside the door and overheard, knelt down in front of the store, crying in grief. Shopkeepers, we are with you. Come on, get up, don't kneel. I'm not dead yet. I'm sleepy, let's go. And Momo, the younger sister, I admit it. Since you are in trouble, then, this meal, even if it is my confession, Zuzi, take wine. Zuzi laughed stupidly up. Zhang Feng elder brother actually wants to recognize younger sister as younger sister? This is great luck from heaven. There's Zuzi father and mother who provoked him is kowtow again at the door of the store. Dong dong dong. Zhang Feng was speechless. Two people, are you going to send me away? You are kneeling, I changed my mind. Zuzi, Momo, take the food, go, don't block my door. By the way, take your wine too. Originally Zhang Feng wanted to close a jar of wine, or a bowl of Huiyu Zuzi father, but seeing his insults, Zhang Feng was not in the mood, and simply sent them away. Those, just treat them as my reward for buying eggs. Just when Zuzi father knelt and closed the door for Zhang Feng held the eggs, said slowly. After a while, the door was quiet. Zhang Feng sighed deeply, staring at the egg in a daze. But at this moment, creak makes a sound. The door was pushed open. Zhang Feng habitually yelled, Mother, you are still endless, Old Li. Why are you here? I was about to curse. But when I turned around, Li Shimin, who had not been seen for many days, appeared at the door. Zhang Feng hurriedly shut his mouth. What are you doing? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly. He was scolded before he even entered the door. Although he knew he was not scolding him, he was still a bit speechless. Besides, he had already seen the scene clearly outside. Actually, when he didn't want to come just now, his nose was sour, so he turned his head and went back. But as soon as he thought of the things over there, he had to brace oneself to come in. just as everything was just now. He didn't see it. Can he not see it? No, they are all his people. 1. The emperor feels very embarrassed for this. But for Jiang Feng's approach, he found it somewhat novel. These people, he asked, are all slaves. In the eyes of ordinary people, these people's identities are the lowest. But in Jiang Feng's place, there are no that many rules. Jiang Feng was too lazy to clean up the table, and put the egg on a delicate, thin-necked hip flask, and placed it high under the sign above the counter. This scene made Li Shimin strange. Jiang Feng, little brother, you are. This is not an egg, but a love. Jiang Feng's voice is very dull. Old Li, did you know? What does this egg mean to a slave family who can't eat enough? This egg, maybe it's their family's one day's meal. However, because of a little favor, they resolutely took it out and gave it to me, just to thank me for giving them a little money. Li Shimin was silent. What can he say? What can he say now? Everything is because of being too poor. He also wants to make everyone wealthy and no more hungry people appear. But all these are extravagant hopes. There is still a long way to go. Jiang Feng brother, I know your thoughts and what you have done during this period of time. I know all of you. But what I can do as a businessman is to keep me within my power and keep people around me not hungry stomach, and then on the good fortune side, but it takes time. I know you don't love money, but you regard money as your life. I know that you are doing your best to help but, look at Chainan City and then Great Tang. Until recently, I stumbled upon a few Xiumao children dangling in front of my store. I didn't know. It turns out that there are still people hungry for this so-called period of prosperity. So, I have decided. Jiang Feng's voice suddenly became louder. Old Li, are we the brother? Yes. Then, from today, you will find Zhang San Wuji immediately and restart cooperative project. Li Shimin was surprised and hurriedly asked, Uncle Jiang, you are not doing this. Now everything is not done. No, everything is ready. I only owe Dongfeng. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 167. Li Shimin was silent before coming. In these few days, Great Tang's trade with Cambodia has already started. Even after the Cambodian king got the news, he hurriedly moved on. In 6 days, he rushed to Chainan City from Cambodia and signed with him a 100-year-long contract. Although Li Shimin wants to sign for hundreds of years in one go, but he also knows that the Cambodian king is an old fox. If he says it too harshly, it will make him suspicious. Therefore, he was only willing to sign for 50 years at first. But the Cambodian king was stubborn. Finally set for 100 years. That's it. Ministry of Works calculated a detailed account for the list of goods brought by the Cambodian king this time. The Cambodian king is completely crazy. Or maybe I am afraid of being hungry. Almost all the Cambodian troops were deployed, and they came to transport goods. If it weren't for the Cambodian king to swear a bet and use himself as a hostage guarantee, the people came just to deliver the goods. Li Shimin would have sent troops long ago. And it is precisely because of the Cambodian king's cramp. It made Li Shimin feel the pressure. People of Ministry of Works, 2 days, 2 days and 2 nights. The final amount, equivalent to gold, is as high as 50 million tals. This makes Li Shimin embarrassed. Now that he has the poor, he can save even if he eats the previous 40 million tals of gold. He thought he could struggle for a while, but now, he is dumbfounded. The money for the first shipment of this horse is not enough. If you don't quickly think of a way, when the time comes, when someone comes and asks for money, then he will be ashamed. Not only is it embarrassing, but the Cambodian king will do something stupid when he is embarrassed. Money, when it is really useful, there is less hate for Fang. Fortunately, the Cambodian king wants food, but Li Shimin also knows that there will be a locust plague next year. Where will he give it? After talking about it for a long time, the final agreed result is that during the Dragon Boat Festival, half the money and half the grain. The money and the goods are lost, but even if it is done this way, Li Shimin will have an uneasy dragon boat festival. Seeing that Father Emperor's birthday is about to be celebrated soon, this encounters this again. I originally wanted to resolve conflicts during Father Emperor's birthday and use this to make Father Emperor happy. It's better now. If you don't send his old man away, it's God blessed. In the end, Li Shimin avoided Tibetan Tuihan's request for a meeting, quietly left the palace, and came to Jiang Feng for an idea. But when I look at it now, this is a fart of attention. Jiang Feng brother, I know your current mood, but please calm down. Calm down? I am calm. I calm as never before. Jiang Feng was angry. Does this guy think he cares about his anger? With a wave of hand, he interrupted Li Shimin's chatter and said, Old Li, you are believing or not, I know why you came to me today. You are believing or not, don't believe it. Li Shimin's head is shaking like a rattle. Yes, I know you don't believe it. Jiang Feng rolled up his sleeves and said, Actually, I really know what you are here for. Is it because Cambodia's business comes, right? And I also know that Cambodia is in a hurry this time. For the first time, I gave you a product that you can't eat. Right? You don't have enough money. How did you know? Li Shimin's eyes stared like copper coins. Asked. He never said about it. Jiang Feng mysterious smiled. How did I know? I know everything, you believing or not? Don't believe it. Li Shimin twitched his lips. Before paying I really believe that Jiang Feng guessed it, but when I hear it now, this product is definitely a fool. Otherwise, where did he know about his in the palace? Jiang Feng's mood recovered at this time. Take the strongest wine in the jar from the counter. Take out 2 sea bowls, fill the 2 sea bowls, and hand them to Li Shimin, saying, This incident went crazy in Shannon City, and this incident was originally caused by me. Can I not know? I will tell you. The Cambodian king came to his imperial majesty this time. Right? Don't tell me about it. Zhang Sanwuji didn't inform you. Did the Cambodian king go crazy and use the power of the whole country to pull all the things that can be sold? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. How did you know? Hey, this is inertial thinking. Think about it. If you are poor and scared, suddenly someone said that the place where you sleep is full of treasures. Would you like to take off any piece of land and sell it to that person? It seems that this is the truth. Li Shimin's face at this time also slowly became serious. Everything is exactly similar to what Jiang Feng said. Jiang Feng brother, I do not tell you that I have a deal with Cambodia, but I can't wait to sell Cambodia to me. Elder brother, I don't have enough money now. And the contracts are all signed. If I go back, I'm afraid Cambodia will jump the wall in a hurry. Li Shimin didn't pretend either. Quickly asked, now, what should I do? If this thing is messed up, when the time comes Cambodia, where does the king say at his majesty? Old elder brother, I'm completely finished. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin a little contemptuously. Now I know the urgency. Why did you go early? You don't know if you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry? It's not that I'm in a hurry. It's the king of Cambodia. Cheat, otherwise, who knows that he brought everything he can sell. Now I have been miserable. The king of Cambodia wants to give us great Tang. Why? No, there is still help. Jiang Feng faintly smiled, pointed to the wine bowl. As long as you have done this bowl of wine, I will tell you how to do it. Li Shimin glanced at the sea bowl, smelling the pungent smell of wine, and hadn't drunk it yet. His eyes rushed by the smell of wine made his eyelids jump. This guy wants revenge. That night, so I personally put clothes on him. Is it not enough to make the bed for him? Under the world, even Empress doesn't have this treatment. However, Li Shimin could not tell, lightly saying, Don't think I don't know. Do you think it's a cooperative? You said as soon as I walked in. You want to lie to me drinking and get me drunk, right? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 168. Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng contemptuously, which made Jiang Feng mad. How did this suddenly open up? This is not right. Jiang Feng is a little blocked. Hey, who said you made you drink? I don't see you love wine as one's life every time you come, so I let you drink a little bit of relief. Why do you treat it as a donkey's liver and lungs? Where would Li Shimin believe it? He can see everything about Jiang Feng clearly just now. Why doesn't he know what Jiang Feng is thinking? He is purely trying to find someone to vent. If he thinks about monarch of the entire country, how could he not even see this? Come on, I know your heart is upset. But don't be like that. Come on, elder brother is also in a bad mood, let's drink one together. Okay, depending on your face, let's drink a bowl and say okay first. This wine counts for you. I have no money. Jiang Feng muttered and picked up the wine bowl fiercely. After taking a sip, the spicy wine ran down the throat like a blade, spreading from the mouth to the stomach. The hot feeling made the cheeks of Jiang Feng and Li Shimin red as blood instantly. Ha! Good wine. Li Shimin patted the wine jar, his eyes flickering. This wine, when I drank it before, it was just like water. Why is this wine so strong? Jiang Feng twitched his lips. Can it not be strong? This is the original wine syrup that has not been blended. Drinking too much will kill you. He was also depressed and wanted to find someone to vent, but this time old Li was a thief. And this time he overturned the boat. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to push the wine jar. This jar of wine was originally prepared for your father. Aren't you going to honor your father? On your birthday, take out this jar of wine to ensure that you are full of limelight. Li Shimin eyes opened round as a ball. This wine is still in the limelight. Is this okay? Great Tang's wine is generally the kind that is drunk as water. From glutinous rice, to grape wine, to flower wine and fruit wine. Which wine is so strong? The army is always drinking and eating meat. For the first time, if you drink it according to the previous drinking method, then a bowl of wine can give away more than half of those old guys. Li Shimin waved his hands again and again. No, I got my heart. This wine. Forget it. Jiang Feng twitched his lips. I'll tell you this wine. The bowl of wine you have just now, equivalent to is a jar of Great Tang highest wine. Do you count how much you drank? This is the unblended puree. You still said you didn't cheat me. Would you give me this thing to drink? Li Shimin's eyes were red. Jiang Feng twitched his lips, ignored him. Actually, this wine was actually for you to show off your birthday, and I didn't tell you to. What is this wine? It's a commodity. It's for your dad to see beyond his understanding of things. It's simply not for you to drink it out. I'm taking it out today to let you taste the value of this wine. Although I don't know what the wine that His Holiness drinks today is, yes, but I can guarantee that this thing is definitely better than the royal wine by dozens of grades. I originally planned to give you more than a dozen altars, enough for you to pretend to be one time, but you don't want to. Then I'll leave it to drink by myself. Yes, who said no? Li Shimin's eyes were red, and he hurriedly hugged the wine jar in his arms. Don't let go of death. Jiang Feng, who is watching, only curls his lips. Li Shimin sealed the wine and cautiously asked, Brother Jiang, you mean this wine is a commodity and is used for birthdays? But if you don't drink, do you mean it? Show this wine? Then bring out the cooperative's business? Jiang Feng was surprised to watch Li Shimin look up and down. Fan. It's not bad. This will draw inferences from one another. Not bad. Old Li has made progress. Although Li Shimin doesn't know the meaning of inferences, see Jiang Feng's praise, it's very useful. Although some feel the diaphoresis. Li Shimin saw Jiang Feng not speaking, and hurriedly asked, by the way, Brother Jiang, you just tell me, how should this cooperative be implemented? Somehow, let me be prepared. As soon as it came to business, Jiang Feng's expression became a little more solemn. This cooperative, as I told you before, is to stimulate economic recovery. It is a very large system. If it is used well, it will benefit one party, and even good fortune as a whole. Great Tang is possible. But in case of failure, old Li, you have to be prepared for failure. It's easy to lose your head. Jiang Feng said directly, and Li Shimin also knows the importance of it. Sighed, I've seen all the actions you just did outside. Do you think I don't want them to wear clothes and have food to eat? I think. But the capacity is limited. If the cooperative is really like you said, it's so powerful, then, even if it's broken, I will push this out. And, I believe that many people, especially those rich merchants, officials, like to see this. After all, a lot of Great Tang's land is in their hands. Lord Zangson, for example, I heard that the land in his hands is at least 1,000 mu. So, when you talked about cooperatives last time, I actually had this idea a long time ago. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 169. Great Tang's economy is basically in the hands of the officials. This has caused many people to have no land to grow, and this has led to such a vicious cycle. Li Shimin also wants to change, but such a reform, easier said than done. Great Tang is poor. What reward does he get for the meritorious small official? In addition to the land, what did he take out? No, he suddenly discovered that Li Shimin is a pauper, poor and white. The last time Jiang Feng mentioned the cooperative a little bit, Li Shimin could not help but see a glimmer of light, but he took many factors into consideration, as well as the Tibet-Tuipan incident, plus the subsequent Cambodia incident. Had to press it down, but now it has reached the point where it has to be sent. No money. Li Shimin is poor. Now after paying Cambodia, he has no money. Is this a terrifying thing for an empire? Oh, old Li, don't be so pessimistic. I know what you think, but if His Imperial Majesty today doesn't spit, you and I can know, I can't shake this giant dragon. Cooperative? Now you know why I let you cooperate with Lord Zangson. There is no official backing. You think as a businessman, you dare to do this? I chopped off your head every minute. Li Shimin was silent. The status of merchants is very low. If you meet an official, you must pay respect, otherwise you will have to get aboard. Not to mention, such a big move. If it is a normal businessman, who would dare to do it? A long time ago, his mother's family went living in ease and comfort in the prison. This is the status of a businessman. At this time, he also understands why Jiang Feng would keep pushing him to cooperate with the officials, and would rather ask for less money and profits, even if the capital was withdrawn at an appropriate time. It's reasonable to contact officials. What do you want to do without linking up with the official? You are all thinking about farts. Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked Jiang Feng, little brother, what do you think of His Holiness today? How to do it? Jiang Feng touched his chin. Originally, we didn't dare to speak arrogantly about this matter. This is a brainstorming thing. You'd better let the people who are windy and shut their mouths to me. I don't want to fall. Head. Li Shimin frowned. I clicked, nodded. He knew that Jiang Feng was talking about Wai Xiu. This youngster will be transferred from my side the next day. This troublemaker. Don't worry, those who can come with me are all my nephews, so don't worry. Hearing this, Jiang Feng lowered his voice and almost followed Li Shimin, said head to head, actually, this is nothing. I believe that if the Cambodian king is not a fool, he will definitely let Great Tang drink a pot this time. Why, me? But I heard that His Imperial Majesty has solved this problem. It seems that it is not as difficult as you said. Not so difficult? Jiang Feng laughed. Let me tell you, I guess, in the state treasury of His Holiness, there is no money for a long time. Think about it. How many years was Great Tang founded? Where is there any money left over from the perennial battle? This time I guess His Holiness is also supporting it. After this day, I believe that the Cambodian king will make big moves, and there will be big moves in Tibet too. Li Shimin was surprised. How could Tibet be in trouble? Did you see anything? Jiang Feng laughed and didn't answer him. Instead, he continued, Cambodia is so big and fat. Who is not greedy? Besides, Cambodia and Tibet are separated by a wall. How could he not know Cambodia's big move? And Cambodia may also know it. So I went back to this time and directly emptied Great Tang to raise some funds for Cambodia, and Cambodia has another plan. Jiang Feng, as he said, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. And Li Shimin is really anxious. I knew it. Early this morning, it would be nice to see Tibet emissary. But it is too late now. Younger brother Jiang, you are my biological brother from old Li. Just tell me, what's the matter with you? What are you in a hurry? Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously and said, His Imperial Majesty is not in a hurry. You are a bad guy. Why are you in a hurry? Can you not be in a hurry? Li Shimin, can he not be in a hurry? He is standing next to Jiang Feng, and now he can't wait to grab this bastard's ear and tell him that he is Li Shimin. Just talk about it. If something happens, all of my belongings will be blocked on Cambodia. If something happens, it will be deadly. Yes, for the sake of your urgency, I will tell you. But you must guarantee that you never tell anyone. This is really a state secret. This matter has to start with Tibet's drought. Tibet's drought is far more serious than you think. In addition, the water wheel incident last time, I believe. Now Tibet has turned into a quarrel. So there is no outbreak because he is deliberately suppressing it. Could it be that Tibet and Tuihan's standing still is watching Great Tang's next move? Li Shimin slightly squinted his eyes, pressed the Y's in his eyes and asked. Yes, Tibet came to Great Tang this time. On the one hand, it really wanted to ask Great Tang for help. Think about a hungry dog, seeing the owner of the family throw a bite of fat to another dog. What do you think he will do? Will he rob Cambodia? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 170. At this time, Li Shimin is a little scared. Not for other reasons, but because the surrounding countries are too quiet. Even Turkey, who has always been the most jumping, has been watching during this period of time. You can see a little bit from the 800-mile expedited official documents. However, for this, the imperial court can only be stationed on the border. There is no other way. This strange atmosphere made Li Shimin feel a little uneasy. Even he feels that there will be a major event on the birthday of the retired emperor, but he still doesn't know the specifics for the time being, but he faintly feels that it may be related to Tibet. After Tibet got the blueprint, as Jiang Feng expected, Tibet carried out a vigorous promotion, and then it disappeared. Then, even Great Tang's secret agents can't know what happened in the end. It's going on. This weirdness has not been resolved until now. This is what worries Li Shimin. Today, if Jiang Feng didn't trace it, he would really be kept in the dark. Li Shimin could not help but hurriedly asked, you said that Tibet will snatch Cambodia's goods, or will you think Tibet is stupid? Yesterday, I heard the group of hairy children at the door say that in the river of Jinxiangfen, I heard eunuch talk and said yes, Tibet and Tuihan's emissary were looking for His Holiness yesterday, but I don't know how to do it. His Holiness I didn't even meet. I guess His Imperial Majesty knew about it, and is now thinking of a way. If you don't want a way, what are you Li Shimin was going crazy, seeing Jiang Feng halfway through talking, but he smiled. Jiang Feng, the whole person is not good. Jiang Feng stared at the wine bowl, each minding their own business, and said, Tibet can endure to the present. There is a purpose. Fools can see, let alone His Imperial Majesty. I think His Imperial Majesty should also be thinking of a solution, right? Old Li, I advise you, now quickly find a way to sell the things in your hands. If His Imperial Majesty really didn't expect this, then what will happen? You just finished it in one breath. Li Shimin is going to the wall anxiously. Suddenly Li Shimin's eyes flashed with surprise and said, do you mean that Tibet will start grabbing Great Tang's supplies after Chainan is out? Isn't this obvious? If today's His Holiness is not, and this matter is handled immediately, then this matter is bound to happen. And I guess Tibet's appetite is certain it's not that small. Think about it. If you were going to grab it, what would you do? Where would you take it? Li Shimin frowned and paced back and forth in tavern, while Jiang Feng didn't urging, instead, drank the wine graciously. He wants to see, old Li, whether his head is really civilized. For such a simple question, as a businessman, if he can't think of it, then there is really something wrong with it. Sooner or later, Novartis family property will have to finish it. I don't know how long it took. Li Shimin thought about it for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of a place. Lingnan. You mean Lingnan, right? Smart. You finally learned a little bit of abilities from me. Not bad. Good. 10% of me their ability is better. But their appetite is not enough. Think about it again. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes, staring into the distance, muttered, could it be that you mean They want to connect with Lingnan in Lingnan to looting the cargo destined for Cambodia and the cargo that Cambodia destined for Chainan for the second time. You finally got the hang of it. Jiang Feng got up, walked to Li Shimin crookedly and patted him on the shoulder. This is a plan of 3 birds with 1 stone. Today's His Holiness, if you can't think of this, I think you'd better put the goods on your hand first and throw them away immediately. Otherwise, someone who is mad and mad king of Cambodia, although he dare not have a solution to His Holiness today, I think he will never let you go. Li Shimin's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. But he can figure it out a bit. As far as I know, this Lingnan item of Great Tang is all about me. I even heard that Feng Ang General Army is stationed there. Are you suspecting that His Imperial Majesty is improperly employed? No, on the contrary. It is precisely because His Majesty has never had a weak spot for the very good controlled by Lingnan. Therefore, when going from Lingnan Road, he will let the battalion relax his vigilance, so that it will appear wherever he goes. Question. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a smile and said, Old Li, if I were from Tibet, where do you think I would do it? You mean ... Jianan Road? Clever. Indeed. Jianan Road has an eagle mouth cliff, where it connects with Great Tang to the east and Tibet to the west, and crosses the Eagle Mouth Cliff. Is the expansive Cambodia jungle, and Tibet often looted Cambodia, then, they must know the terrain of Jianandao well. But, you have a mistake. Li Shimin carried his hands on his back, his face dignified. There are heavy soldiers stationed in Jianan Road. How could there be a problem here? However, Jiang Feng said that Tibet is good at hiding, and the topography of Jianan Road is extremely complicated, so what Jiang Feng said depends on it, which is unreasonable. But what Jiang Feng meant, obviously, was not here. Could it be? A flash of excitement flashed in Li Shimin's mind. Hurriedly asked, Brother Jiang Feng, you mean, let His Majesty lie in ambush at Jianan Road, take the opportunity to intercept things on both sides, come and eat. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 171. Snatch a fart. I said you are old Li, so I said for a long time. Do you think I'm asking you to rob? Then Tibet is now eager for you to grab it. If you grab it, no matter who it is, as long as it is from Great Tang, it will definitely arouse Cambodia's anger. Although Cambodia is fearless, it is on the edge of Cambodia. There is a tiger. If this tiger comes to protect the cub, then India is intervening in this matter. Once we join forces with Tibet, then you are a pig brain! Exclamation mark. Jiang Feng hate iron for not becoming steel clicked on the pale Li Shimin, and roared. The cooperation has been a waste of saliva for a long time, this product. Think of robbing? Snatch your uncle. Things, you are not afraid of being scalded to death? This thing, Tibet is damn early. I'm all working on it, just wait for you to get in. Are you still drilling in? Are you stupid? Jiang Feng is so angry, waving a hand, and didn't expect Li Shimin to understand, touched the chin for a while and said, So, you listen to me, this time, get out of here now, go back and put your hands on your head immediately. Regarding Cambodia's materials, all of them were sold. I believe that those rich merchants in Cheng'an are all greedy. It's a good opportunity. And you immediately tell the eldest grandson about the cooperative. Regardless of him, all your trading companies must act immediately, at least to establish a model of the cooperative before this incident. Gather the finances and wait for the storm to pass. Old Li, you may instantly become the richest man in Chainan. Li Shimin was already dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng is getting angry now, watching Li Shimin, kicking Li Shimin's ass and saying, Don't you hurry. Are you waiting to be beheaded or ruined? Don't step on the horse when the time comes. Tired me. Li Shimin just came to the reaction. When he walked to the door, Li Shimin stopped and said, Brother Jiang, I plan to give away my ineffective sons. Come to you, it doesn't matter, you can just use it as a buddy, okay? Jiang Feng exploded. So, you really think of me as a shantang? If your son is like you, I won't have a headache. I want to eat and die in peace. Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't promise Li Shimin to hold his fists, and left in a hurry, Jiang Feng always felt something was wrong. but scratched his head, couldn't understand, and finally lay down on the recliner dizzy. Who fell asleep. Li Shimin's face is very gloomy. The gloomy is like dripping water. In this look, Wai Shu dared not come out of the air, just silently sullen his head, following Li Shimin. But when he walked out of the alley, Li Shimin stopped abruptly and said, Quen Ling, Wai Zheng, Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui Zhang San Wuji, and Cheng Yo Jin, Li Jing, as long as they are not dead. Give me all to go to the Imperial Study Room immediately. Wai Shu was shocked. Hurry up with the fist, according to the purpose. This matter is too big. Li Shimin faintly felt that something was wrong with Turkic before. But there is something wrong, but I can't tell. On the contrary, this time Tibet's affairs made him neglect, and all his goals were placed on Turkic. But, if there was no mention from Jiang Feng just now, he didn't know until now. This matter seems to be very beautiful, but once there is a trace of negligence, it will be worthless! Finally, he knew why Jiang Feng asked him to get the cooperative out. Although it was a commercial one, in Li Shimin's view, this cooperative was indispensable. On the one hand, Great Tang is indeed out of money. If Turkic is able to detect the truth clearly, then Turkic will definitely be at this time and drive straight ahead. This has always been Li Shimin's attention. There is another aspect. It is to prevent Tibet halfway robbery. Whether it's Cambodia, Tibet or Turkic, these three forces seem to have no connection at all. But at this point of Jiang Feng's broadcast, these three forces really have no connection. No, Jiang Feng actually saw it and brought it up. But he was worried that Li Shimin had spies around him, or that there was a lax mouth. If this were said, it would be the bane of genocide. Behind all of this, Turkic was doing things, but he didn't understand Great Tang's true intentions, nor did he know the reality of Great Tang, so he joined Tibet to put pressure on the Cambodian king. He did his best to exchange all the materials sent by Nenian, which was a difficult problem. Not to mention that the Cambodian king came so quickly. And Crown Prince of Cambodia, it just happened to meet Jiang Feng, which prompted the incident. If this is the immortal Jiang Feng flickering the silly Cambodia prince, then Li Shimin thinks about it now that there is a chill behind him. Cambodia. You are really impatient. Is Li Shimin really confused? Li Shimin is angry. He feels being tricked. He should have noticed Turkic long ago. Turkic was honest about that time? Never. As long as Great Tang has a slight problem, they will not let them have the chance to catch the autumn wind. Even more how now Turkic is also hit. Li Shimin looked at the swaying sedan chair. His fist slammed fiercely on the collapse, biting his back teeth and drinking. Turkic, our account should really be calculated. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 172. Li Shimin is very hot. So that along the way, everyone gloomy face, even Crown Prince Li Chenqian came to report Tibet. He turned a deaf ear. As soon as I entered the palace, I didn't have time to change my clothes, so I angrily entered the Imperial Study Room. But the moment he entered the Imperial Study Room, the cold color on his face suddenly disappeared. It became calm and composed. This caused the 6 people waiting here to flicker with hesitation in their eyes. Then hurriedly paid respect and said, "This small official, etc. Welcome His Imperial Majesty." Li Shimin waved his sleeves and said, "Li Jing, Cheng Yo Jin, you can received information from Turkic." Li Jing and Cheng Yo Jin stepped forward quickly. Back to His Imperial Majesty. You prefecture, I haven't noticed Turkic's abnormality for the time being. Even the spies and our spies disguised as merchants have not noticed any abnormalities. On the contrary, I heard that Turkic recently, a large number of cattle and sheep have died innocently. July dispatched various tribes to drive cattle and sheep and move away. Back to His Imperial Majesty. Longyi Road Garrison reported back. Geely has not done anything recently. Even the number of garrisons patrolling the border has been reduced. Hearing this, Li Shimin was surprised and asked, "Have you noticed how many garrisons have been reduced?" Before the border garrison, 130,000, just 5 days ago, I heard that the garrison dropped by 30,000, saying that it was going back to deal with the famine problem of various tribes. Geely, famine, withdraw 30,000 troops. July military anomaly? No, there is a problem here. Li Jing, I ask you, what is unusual about Yu Prefecture these days? Recently, everything in Yu Prefecture is business as usual, except that General Cheng just mentioned Longyiu Road. The defensive army dropped sharply, and the minister realized that the Yu Prefecture seems to lack some Turkic garrisons. His Imperial Majesty, did something happen? Could it be that July miscellaneous Mao and Geely want to go south? Everyone also heard what was wrong with the warning from Wei Shui, who had just notified them. His Imperial Majesty was abnormal after Tavan came out from his childhood. Fury. Could it be? Li Shimin ignored the crowd, standing on the map at the side of the study, carefully observing. Something is wrong. Is it Zhang Feng little brother thinking too much? There is nothing unusual about Turkic. Is it Tibet? Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked again. Zhang Sanwuji. This small official is here. Are there any detectives from Tibet? What? Are there any abnormal activities in their army? Zhang Sanwuji thought for a while, but did not speak. Wei Zheng hurriedly said, going back to his Imperial Majesty, just an hour ago, the minister received Jianando's fold. Jianando? Li Shimin's face changed drastically. Quickly asked, what are you talking about? 4 days ago, there were signs that Tibetan troops were secretly gathering. Some farmers walking all around said that there was a small group of Tibetans. I entered Cambodia, and then no news. Tibet. What a Tibet? Li Shimin's fist, fiercely fist on the map, even the fist was smashed. The horrified people hurriedly knelt to the ground. His Imperial Majesty, what happened? Li Shimin took a long time to recover before spirit slowly recovers and said, today, I go to Little Tavern, Zhang Feng brother, with just a few children from the market. Within a few days, from the court eunuch of Jinxiangfen, he learned a few words and summed up a major event. I really don't know. Are all pigs raised in my imperial court? See Li Shimin getting angry. Everyone squatted on the ground in a hurry. This small official wait for fear. The temperature in the imperial study room dropped abruptly. It was originally summer, but everyone felt that it was as cold as winter. Li Shimin lost his temper, and then said, Turkic secretly joined Tibet, and it seems to be trying to attack me, Great Tang. And it happened that Cambodia's prince met the Zhang Feng brother, and Zhang Feng brother borrowed the opportunity of the second 100 people to see it. I dug up this matter. What? Everyone was shocked. As a result, everyone thought of the words His Imperial Majesty asked just now in the border issue. At this time, everyone felt cold all over. His Imperial Majesty. I would like to dispel old official of thousands, but it is off Tibet, son of a bitch. Born on the site stopped by Tajili Laowa. He took on his head item. Cheng Yojin was furious. Li Jing was trembling all over with anger, kneeling to beg for orders. This is a face slap. They didn't even notice under their noses. What is this? This is mocking them. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, this matter don't have to be so troublesome for the time being. There is still room for change. Could it be that His Imperial Majesty was talking about the Cambodian king? Does the Zhang Feng brother still have trouble with it? Fang Xuanling asked with a trembling voice. But if you don't send troops to deter, wouldn't it increase Turkic's arrogance? In this case, then I will be the same as Tibet's negotiation. Will it be even more disadvantageous? Please His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty. Wei Zheng bowed, interrupted Du Yui, and said, His Imperial Majesty, is it possible that the Cambodian king will use the power of the whole country to transport my first batch of Great Tang's products was a trial? Doesn't that mean that this matter, from the very beginning, is a trap? The old official felt that if this is the case, he would beg His Imperial Majesty to take his life back and cut off the business with Cambodia. Cambodia's wolf ambition is not to be pitied. Everyone is hearing this and hurriedly ask for orders. Pray for His Imperial Majesty to take his life back and expel Cambodia. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 173. Actually, Li Shimin also thought about this, but after thinking about it, I finally rejected it. In this way, the effect is the same. Furthermore, if this commerce is cut off, wouldn't the Cambodian king's 300,000 army enter the Great Tang in an instant? These 300,000 troops. I am careless. Li Shimin felt fainting. Jiang Feng brother, you really have a problem for me. Once it is handled, then I, Great Tang, will really clamp down on the surrounding area, but if it is not well controlled, it is to lift a rock and drop it in the foot. Li Shimin knows Jiang Feng's intentions. If it is a small business, or if Li Shimin is really a businessman, the threat that the whole incident poses to Li Shimin is minimal. At most, he will go to prison and at most he will lose his head. But he is different. He is Li Shimin, the emperor of Great Tang. Although Jiang Feng discovered the clue inadvertently, he also wanted to find out the problem from this clue. But once the problem unfolded, Li Shimin was really overwhelmed. Li Shimin couldn't help but rubbed his sore head. When I first learned about this, indeed, I thought the same as you, but, have you ever thought about it? This is a series. Even without the Cambodian king, think about it, how will this birthday be? Why does Tibet keep things suppressed? Why does Turkey keep deliberately concealing the snow disaster? Why until now? Apart from the last time we got the Turkic snow disaster, Jiang Feng brothers guessed that after the snow disaster, there will be a famine in the grassland. Have you ever thought about these problems? I just remembered that Turkic was planning a huge conspiracy. Jiang Feng, accidentally, also tore a piece of their plan. The opening gave them a clue to their originally perfect and impeccable strategy. Li Shimin couldn't help closing his eyes. He didn't dare to think about this conspiracy. Once Tulai Jili teamed up with Tibet Tuihan and got caught off guard at the same time. Can Great Tang really stop it? Obviously it is irresistible. Turkic is good at trickery. At this time, he is still engaged in top couplet with India. In this case, what is the situation of Tibet's drought is worthy of scrutiny. At this time, everyone's expressions are extremely solemn. Zhang Sanwuji got up and asked, His Imperial Majesty, now that the Jiang Feng brother sees the clue, does he have a plan for this? Everyone slapped their heads, and then Jiang Feng sounded, Yes, mother. Since the Jiang Feng brother can detect this, it means that he has a countermeasure already, otherwise he would not be called Jiang Feng. This guy, you can't use common sense to guess. Since he can say this, and His Imperial Majesty is angry, but not eager, it seems that there is still room for change in this matter. His Imperial Majesty, does the Jiang Feng brother mean that before the birthday, there is a way to get this done? In this matter, birthday is the key. Click. Jiang Feng didn't say much because he had concerns. But how did I know what he meant? His meaning was obvious. This birthday was a turning point in the whole thing. Either live or die. There is no second way to go. Either live or die. So serious. A few old foxes are now a little confused. Zhang Sanwuji, the matter of the cooperative will begin immediately. Secret experiments will be conducted in several state capitals near Chainan. This must be completed in the shortest time. Cooperative? This. Zhang Sanwuji is dumbfounded. His Imperial Majesty, is it a bit like getting this cooperative at this time? Li Shimin shook the head. No, now is the time. The Cambodian king, before the first shipment was delivered, he got the second shipment. You know this. Now I am Great Tang, as you know. When the second shipment arrives, where do we have the money? This is a test of Tibet and India for my Great Tang, because of the blueprint and the drought in Longiu Road. It was quickly lifted, creating obstacles that made them unable to see the situation. Originally, Jiang Feng brother, and I think, this natural disaster seems to be a favorable condition to restrain the surrounding pattern. But I am still a little scared. If we don't question the Jiang Feng brother early in the morning, if we expand all aspects of the chickens and ducks in Longiu, maybe the wealth we have accumulated now is enough to deal with this crisis. But we all underestimated them. Their wait and see, the confusion of Longiu Road, so that no one can understand them, plus, Tibet's the action is actually to join forces with Turkic India. which is a bit unexpected, so this time it is actually their test of my great Tang's financial resources. The murderous intention in Li Shiman's eyes was revealed. The first time the Cambodian king was dispatched was the first test of my great Tang. Among them, from Jiang Feng's mouth, I finally understood why they dispatched 300,000 troops. This is an opportunity for them, but I feel that since they dare to come, then this is also an opportunity for my great Tang to thoroughly unfold the plan. Li Shiman's fist fiercely grabbed it and smashed it on the map. I want them to come and go this time. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 174. His Imperial Majesty is finally going to do it. At this time, Cheng Yojin is the most excited. There has been no war in the past 2 years, and his bones are about to rust. His Imperial Majesty, the veteran is willing to lead his men. That's all. Li Shimin waved his hand. This time, it's not that whoever has the big fist, who can win this war is a war without gun smoke. Li Shimin thought for a while and said, since you want to fight, then I order you to immediately arrange for your men to secretly mobilize 50,000 elites. And you prefecture also mobilize 50,000 elites to go south on both sides. At the same time, we will unite the prefectures to mobilize elite soldiers. Immediately, the secret is lurking in Jian and Dao. Why? Cheng Yojin scratched his head in a daze. Why Zheng and others are looking thoughtful. Li Shimin is not annoyed either. If Cheng Yojin can hear these things from these words, he is not Cheng Yojin. Then Li Shimin has to give him Cheng Yojin a plaque. Yojin, don't you notice this? Cambodia came under pressure from Tibet and India. 300,000 army, with Cambodia the king is a hostage to deliver the goods. What do you really didn't expect? Li Shimin asked patiently. Cheng Yojin sobbed his nose, remaining unmoved. Li Shimin has an impulsive feeling for pigs to play the piano. The Cambodian king. Why did you come to Chainan? I ask you. I know this, he is here to deliver the goods. This goods is a greedy owner. Cheng Yojin patted his chest and said contemptuously. Li Shimin asked again, then what kind of business do you think requires a country's emperor to be escorted by himself? Then do you think if Geely Khan came to Chainan, what would you do? Think? Cheng Yojin hearing this, his eyes came out. It turns out that this bastard wanted to pull out all of his army Daist priest, and then if there is something wrong, he will rise up. Damn it, I will tear him alive now. Cheng Yojin was furious. Zhang Sunwuji hurriedly pressed Cheng Yojin and said, Old Black, you slow down. This matter has to be discussed. Don't be impulsive. Listen to His Majesty's arrangement. How much arrangement is needed? People are bullying. I can't bear it. Cheng Yojin bit his neck, his face flushed. Li Shimin was also angry, scolded, Old Black, you pipe down for me, otherwise I will lock you in prison. Hearing this, Cheng Yojin shrank his neck, after a few kais, no more words. Li Shimin seems to be laying out, and also seems to be talking to himself. In this incident, the Cambodian king came to have 3 reasons. The first one is to keep it safe. Why? Everyone is confused up. Li Shimin waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. It's not hard to imagine that Tibet often robs Cambodia, and India is the same, and Cambodia can only submit to humiliation. Didn't Wei Zheng just say it? There's Tibetan, from Jian the jungle outside the south road entered Cambodia, and then the Cambodian king came to Great Tang. You can't believe how idle. The Cambodian king came after receiving the Cambodia Crown Prince message. Wrong. Because, think about it, in this cargo, there is actually no poisonous salt and seafood we need, just their ordinary materials. Think about it carefully. What do these materials look like? Wei Zheng's eyes were shocked. Like an escape? Li Shimin nodded. But everyone was finally shocked at this time. Escape? How is this possible? Sending out all the troops. Do they want to take the opportunity to act when seeking protection? However, with this strength, it is still a long journey and is not familiar with the battlefield. What kind of battle strength can the monkey soldiers under the battle strength have? Among them, there are many old and weak women and children. Could it be they are afraid of some kind of threat, So they are preparing to escape to Great Tang. As soon as I thought that everyone was not a fool, I instantly understood the entire process of development. This Tibet's intentions are really vicious. The poor Cambodian king has arrived at Chainan, and the Tibetan people are staring at him. He dare not say anything. All people can only use themselves as hostages, saying that they are living in Eastern Palace. How about asking for house arrest? The intention. Now, do you understand it? This is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that they say this can test out the real situation of Great Tang. For the first time, I lost. When Cambodia's 300,000 army entered my Great Tang, I didn't notice it, nor did I realize anything else. This has already given Tibet and other countries the mind to take the next step. As long as I had a tougher attitude at the beginning, maybe I would resist them from entering Great Tang. Then, Tibet's plan, it will be delayed, and it won't break out so quickly. The third is the most vicious place in Tibet. You have also heard that Longyu and Yu prefecture each lack a lot of Turkic garrisons. What's the reason? In addition to the abnormal situation of Jayanando's emergency report, now you know why I have to deploy heavy troops in Jayanando, right? The last sentence, Li Shimin is watching Cheng Yojin said. At this time, if Cheng Yojin doesn't understand anymore, he is really a pig. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 175. The temperature in the Imperial Study Room suddenly dropped a little again. Cheng Yojin was furious. Wai Zheng and the others looked gloomy at this time. Too vicious. Turkic is really heartbroken. When they were preparing to give others a set, they didn't expect. At this time, Turkic had already taken a series of actions against Great Tang. What is this? This is a face slap. The most important thing is that even if you know it now, you can't fight with others in real thing, and they are now taking the initiative. This is the most important thing. If it weren't for Jiang Feng's proposal of the cooperatives model, it is estimated that Cambodia's first trade in goods would be enough for Turkic to spot a weak spot. Right? Time is passing by a little bit. Li Shimin once again deployed various aspects, but when everyone was about to exit the Imperial Study Room, Little Gizzy gently knocked on the door of the Imperial Study Room. His Imperial Majesty, please see the King of Cambodia. Now, Li Shimin looked at the Dark Knight. His eyes flickered involuntarily, but the last wave of his hand said, pass. Royal Gardens, meet by House of Jasper. These two things must be done at the same time tonight. The coup business, be sure to start as soon as possible, and be sure not to cause panic like farming food, otherwise, we will punish both of our crimes. Also, Old Black, Jian and Dao matter. It's good if you know that the people present at the scene know it. Externally, it's a routine inspection. I will give you a secret order to cover it. This small official, veteran, follow the order. At this time, Li Jing and Cheng Yojin no longer claim to be ministers, because although this is a secret mission, but it is also an action, and a military action must be handled in accordance with good etiquette. In the dynasty as a small official, this is Great Tang, and this is Li Shimin's control over his generals. Repatriated everyone. Eunuch quickly replaced Li Shimin with Maniello's casual clothes. The dignity on his face was also at this time, but it looked like he was a little excited. Not far from Royal Gardens, after exiting the back door of the Imperial Study Room, walk along a cloister and walk up to 30 Jiang, and you are here. At this time, there are already singers dancing. On the second floor of the House of Jasper, in the light, it is like flying butterflies. Under the attic, lines of Jinwu guards, their eyes solemnly looked at a stocky, dark-faced robust man waiting under the House of Jasper. The man is not fat, but looks a little sturdy. It's just that height, but not the Imperial Palace eunuch. Not to mention that in front of Jinwu guards, only Waishua's chest is high. This person has a calm expression, and there is no dissatisfaction because of the height problem, so he and a guard stand quietly under the House of Jasper and look steadily forward. This person is the King of Cambodia. Li Shimin's team is very large, with rows of eunuch holding dragon head lanterns, lighting up the entire corridor with pats. Before anyone arrived, he heard Little Gizzy shouting in his voice, His Imperial Majesty, drive to. Wow! Immediately, all Jinwoo guards, the double-edged saber crash bang in their hands hits the clear light armor on their chest, and their bodies are straight. Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. The singers on the House of Jasper all knelt on the ground at this time. The Cambodian King Ramavarman smiled heartily and bowed slightly and said, "Dear King of Tang, His Majesty." Lee Shimin carefreely smiled. "Ha ha ha, the King of Cambodia, hurry up, you may rise." Recently, the Imperial Palace is comfortable. Good. Very good. This is what the king has done before. What a place. Compared to the palace of the King of Tang, His Majesty, this king's house is almost like the bull shed. Ha ha ha. Cambodia joked. "Please, it's rare to have good weather tonight. Come here. Bring my royal wine. I want to accompany King Ramavarman, not drunk or return." "The weather is fine." Wai Shui glanced suspiciously at the dark sky. "Now, there is almost no thunder and rain, right? The sky is pitch black, like a piece of ugly linen. Where does the weather come from?" However, Wai Shui is slanderous, and he also knows where he is responsible. Last time he arbitrarily told the old man about the little tavern. Although His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything, Wai Shui, who was guarding the door, really got into a cold sweat. Since then, His Imperial Majesty doesn't seem to see herself much anymore. Listening to the bastard Li Chenqian, His Imperial Majesty seemed to be dissatisfied with him. But for the sake of the old man, he escaped, which scared Wai Shui miserably. At this time, seeing Li Shimin is like a mouse meeting a cat. Trembling with fear, for fear that it will be trembling with fear if it is not done well. In Wai Shui's stodging eyes, Li Shimin glanced at him, and, like a friend of Cambodia Wang, who had not seen him for many years, walked up to the House of Jasper. "It's just looking from behind. It looks like His Imperial Majesty is holding Cambodia King like in his armpit." Awkward. On the House of Jasper, singer rang again. After the guests sit down, Li Shimin picked up glazed glass and said, "Brother Varman, come and come, let's make a toast for the friendship between Great Tang and Cambodia." Hearing this, the Cambodian king eyes flashed. "Ha ha," said with a smile, "come on, it should be Xiao Wang, King of Tang." The two shied away from each other for a long time. Wine. Finally drank it. Just drank it. However, the topic, therefore, unfolded. The Cambodian king looked around all around, his eyes erratic. "King of Tang, this time, Xiao Wang has a presumptuous request." Li Shimin eyes flashed. A light wave of his hand. In an instant, the shadow hid in the dark and said a group of black-clothed persons, who quickly lurked out. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 176. The singer's vocal music is bigger. But Li Shimin smiled and asked, "King Varman, but it doesn't matter. This is my harem. Even if it's a fly, I can't get in unless I don't allow it!" Hearing this, the Cambodian king finally relaxed. Beng's memorization was straightforward, and at this time, he completely relaxed. This king knows that the goods this time have embarrassed King of Tang a bit, and the 300,000 people, although Xiao Wang does not know, but he also knows that there must be on the imperial court there are many criticisms, but this is not the king's original intention. Li Shimin waved lightly. "I know all of these." "What? You know? How come?" The Cambodian king's dark face could not help flashing a touch of astonishment, but it was fleeting. "King of Tang, even Wai River Treaty, his own Mount White Horse can kill. Does he know these things?" The Cambodian king couldn't help but feel a little grateful. "I have to come to see Li Shimin tonight, otherwise, his Cambodia will definitely be destroyed in the anger of King of Tang this time." Xiao Wang saw a letter from Song Gampo's men before Crown Prince came to Chainan. Li Shimin's eyes flashed. Nothing was said. "But there is no more shock in my heart." Song Gampo. "Xiao Wang has his handwritten letter here. Please read it from His Royal Highness King of Tang." The Cambodian king is also an interesting person. Seeing that Li Shimin did not speak, he simply took it from his arms. He took out the envelope, but Li Shimin shook his head slightly. "I can trust you." The Cambodian king said nothing, just clasped his fists gratefully. Then he said, "This time I came to Great Tang. It was not what I wanted. I originally wanted to refuse. However, the people from India have also come. Xiao Wang can't stand it. One Tibet will let Xiao Wang. I can't bear it. Now I have another India, Xiao Wang, so I have to do it. I don't know where they got the news. I know Xiao Wang wants to do business with Great Tang, so let Xiao Wang. All the goods that can be sold are shipped to Great Tang, to test the King of Tang His Majesty." Seeing that Li Shimin has no emotional fluctuations, then the Cambodian king said again, "Xiao Wang also knows that things have not happened. It's that simple." So Xiao Wang took this opportunity to bring out everything he could bring out so that they would not be able to threaten Xiao Wang. This is how King of Tang His Majesty can help. Where friends are in trouble. As a neighbor, I will definitely help, but what do you mean by bringing out everything you can bring? Don't you? Cambodia can't stay anymore. Po. The Cambodian king sighed, filled the jar with his wine jar, and said, "India has sent troops, and more than 3,000 scouts have been dispatched. Tibet seems it's even more ready to hoard amazing soldiers in Jianan Road. This time, regardless of the success of the little king, Cambodia really can't hold it. So, you will put the 300,000 army, all scattered in my Great Tang, pretending to be a businessman, and then at a certain time, take the opportunity to usurp Chainan." Li Shimin is a bit playful. The attitude of the Cambodian king is a bit shaky. Not honest. In this case, Li Shimin is about to beat. "What you said, as soon as you entered Great Tang, I knew about it. Otherwise, how could I let your 300,000 troops enter? And about Tibet, I also knew so. Why do you come here tonight?" The Cambodian king didn't expect, but the King of Tang already knew all this, and the bargaining chips prepared before seemed to be wasted. Hurrying up, he bowed and said, "Why don't you know how serious things are? Xiao Wang's visit tonight is to show his intentions. Xiao Wang still knows his own burdens, so he has come to know. On the one hand, there will be a conspiracy between King of Tang His Majesty Tibet and India. On the other hand, it is for the future exchange of existence. The Cambodian king does not need to be like this. This matter is over, I will not embarrass myself. Wait, but while this matter is going on, I hope your people will feel wronged." Xiao Wang understands. The serious business is over. The two of them, just like the crisis just now, there is no general, continue to drink wine, admiring Myanmar's dancing. At this moment, a large plate of roasted golden sheep died and was brought to the house of Jasper by the eunuch. Li Shimin waved his hand. "King of Cambodia, come and taste this good food. I have heard that King of Tang's mutton sheep died suddenly, and Xiao Wang has a blessing today." The Cambodian king did not refuse. Holding his fists, he started to move. While eating, Li Shimin asked nonchalantly, "I heard that the second shipment of Cambodian king will pass Jianan Road in a few days. I don't know about this shipment, but what I need." "Don't worry, Xiao Wang is showing sincerity for the goods this time, and he won't take any money." Okay. Then many thanks. Cambodia is the king. Li Shimin no longer calls the Cambodian king by his full name, because, at this time things are all said and done. That's what he wanted to tell the Cambodian king, that although the matter between them was made clear, Cambodia avoided the crisis, but because of the concealment, Li Shimin was very dissatisfied. After the two changed their cups, Li Shimin got up and left. At the moment of leaving, Li Shimin suddenly said, "Your people, when are you going to escort the supplies back to the city?" 3 days later. Then, people change all to mine. Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 177. The Cambodian king sent Li Shimin away. The smile on his face slowly turned into a bleak. At this time, looking at the dark imperial palace, he felt terrifying incomparably. This is a huge prison. Not only does this giant dragon always looks indifferently overlooking the common people, but also has sharp minions at any time. And he is a chess piece crawling at the feet of this giant dragon. It's sad, but this is his true situation. He must choose a force to depend on, otherwise what awaits him will be completely destroyed. Tibet, don't think about it. This is a hungry wolf who eats meat without spitting out bones. And India, the same is true. Before, the Cambodian king was still swaying from side to side, but after receiving a letter from his son, he made up his mind. Since you are all forcing me, then I will take everyone away. He knows. Great Tang. I have also looked up. He doesn't know whether the bet at this time is right or wrong, but he must consider the future of Cambodia. Great Tang is the last backer. Royal father. Unconsciously see, the Cambodian king is back in that cold cage again. At the door, Crown Prince and the Princess are all looking forward to it. Although the night is already deep, their eyes are full of rewards. The Cambodian king waved his hand to signal the princess to go to sleep, then closed the door and sat quietly in the dark room with Crown Prince Shiva. Silence. Death silence. It's like two people in the dark are both asleep. It's like being in the darkness at this time, and there is no one to follow. I don't know how long it took. The Cambodian king asked hoarsely, you mean, all the treasures of Cambodia are told to you by the master named Jiang Feng? Is he really just a little tavern shopkeeper? He is indeed a shopkeeper. From now on, it's okay, don't go to Little Tavern. Yes, child knows. In the room, there was silence again. No one knows what the king of Cambodia is thinking. But at this time, in Li Shimin's palace, Li Shimin is still awake. Guan Yin. Do you think I am kind to the Cambodian king this time? Everything just now, and everything in the little tavern today, Li Shimin gave Empress Zhang's and said. At this time, he feels a little better. At the very least, it was confirmed today that Cambodia has no intentions. Second brother, the current crisis has begun to be resolved. Oh? Li Shimin looked at Empress Zhangsan in amazement. Empress Zhangsan pursed his lips, and said, Concubine shouldn't have bothered all the decisions of the second brother, but Concubine felt that now, we have made a counterattack. People from Tibet and India, I probably don't know that His Majesty knew about this, and the moment the Cambodian king went out, Concubine had already dealt with it and finished it. This matter is temporarily unavailable. And now, Tibet's temptation, the first stage has passed. Although Cambodia is helpful to abuse, it was revealed tonight. This is a good thing for the second brother. The second brother can solve Tibet's problems wholeheartedly. The root problem is Tibet's drought. But Concubine felt that at this time, they should be given a little warning. What warning? Li Shimin asked with a flash of light in his eyes. He knows the key points in this matter. As long as we firmly grasp Tibet, Tuat-Han, Turkic's wish to join forces to go south will be self-defeating. And as long as the cooperative is established, as long as there is a continuous economic recovery, then for them tentative, naturally it is not necessary to take seriously. After all, none of them can afford it. Now that only Tibet has been dealt with, can Turkey and India alone make a splash? No. When people are sleepy and tired, everyone knows that it is a taboo of the military school of thought. And there is also a Sir Tardush staring at Turkey, who dare not act presumptuously. Otherwise, he needs to unite with other countries. After thinking about all this, Li Shimin's expression couldn't help but relax. Can't help but say with a bitter smile, after all, Great Tang is still short of money. If the country is prosperous and the people are strong, who dares to make a mistake? Second brother, don't be too much worry. No one dared to start this war easily. Just as Jiang Feng said, whoever initiates this war must be the country that perishes. And what they are doing now is just for Great Tang. Put pressure. Oh, tell me about it. Li Shimin hearing this, came interested. He wants to see, who dares to put pressure on him. Great Tang. Tibet. There is nothing else but Tibet. Second brother, have you forgotten the last negotiation? They all dared to be in Chang'an City is doing things. Do you think they will let it go this time? Last time, the second brother asked for 40 million gold from them. They went back to promote it, but they couldn't make it. Obviously they have already understood that they are in a trap. Then second brother thinks, if it were you, What would you do? Li Shimin hugged Empress Zhangsun's waist. Guanyin, you are really my good wife. Empress Zhangsun blushed and said, second brother, don't be happy, now there is one more, nothing is done. What's the matter? Striking the mountain to shake a tiger. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 178-2. In the deep palace of silence, the crisp hooves of a warhorse tore the silence of the night. Warhorse. As soon as he came out of Li Shimin's stable, he hurriedly held up a token, then passed through the doorway of one after another large and small, and then disappeared into the night of Chainan City Inn. On the outer wall of Honglu Temple, 3 men in sheepskin blouses, squinting, staring at the galloping horse, looking thoughtful. Brother Sok, this horse ... Why is it going out here? Could it be that our plan went wrong? In the darkness, there was a strong voice. Ying, looking at Chainan City in the distance, asked a thin man beside him. The man is very thin, but his arms are unusually long, and his palms are different from ordinary people. They are twice the size of an adult, like a fan. The man squinted the triangular eyes and took a look at Chainan City, like an ape, climbing between the houses of Honglu Temple. After a while, he appeared in a room with oil lamps still on. After a while, the remaining 2 people returned to the house. It can be seen from the clothes that he is a Turkic man with a sturdy body and a sallow face, a horn dagger on his waist, and a large wine pouch hanging from Nuo. The other one, similar to the Tibetan named Sok, is dressed similarly, except that it is different from Sok on the headwear. He is the expert of Tuihan and his name is Gokopi. At this time, Sok played with a dagger in his hand. This matter may have nothing to do with our plan. If it's all right, Bucket, I hope you take care of your mouth. How big this matter is, you should know, Great Tang people, although it's still not sure if we can start a battle, but if we push him in a hurry, we will be miserable. You worry too much. The shit Cambodian king of Cambodia was frightened and fled to Great Tang. I think, if the Cambodian king is not a fool, his 300,000 army wants to get a share of Great Tang. 300,000? The Kogo Kopi smiled contemptuously. For his counseling bag, I think if the emperor of Great Tang knew about this, his dad would be the first to kill. Otherwise, why was he imprisoned by Li Shimin? This matter, don't mention it again. Sok glanced at the 2 with a cold expression. If there are any mistakes in this matter, I believe that your Khan, and the king of Han, will definitely make you cramped. The 2 are hearing this. This is what don't mention it anymore for those who are slanderous. I don't know how the above arrangements are made. Why are we so cautious about a Great Tang? Our 4 families are united in one place. Isn't it with no difficulty to break Great Tang? It's this time. A young man in a purple robe appeared silently in the room from the window, who saw this person and hurriedly saluted. Little Prince. The young man lay on a chair with a bipod on the table, and asked, what is the horse that just went out? Did you find out clearly? Subordinates. I haven't inquired yet. The 3 of them bowed their heads, dared not to speak, and even swayed uncontrollably all over. Purple-robed youth gave everyone a playful look. Forget it. This matter is not important. I have already dealt with it. It is a messenger to Longiu Road to deliver the letter. The dog emperor will eat locust insect eggs in the middle of the night. It is really a bag in the brain. Okay, let's go down. Continue to monitor every move of Imperial City. The Cambodian king should not move him for the time being. Now where the defense is tight, even I can't get in. Yes. What can everyone say? What else can I say? At this time, there is no choice but to agree. This person is Geely's eldest son, the Khan of Turkic in the future, who is vicious and merciless. How can everyone dare to offend? Everyone left in disbelief. However, they don't know that this is Great Tang. Moreover, it is the deepest part of Great Tang. It is Honglu Temple, which specializes in receiving foreign guests. Their every move, as well as everything just now, has been secretly remembered by the Imperial Palace expert hidden in the dark, on a small book. As for the person who just went out, he was on death row. It's just a handicap sent to them. If Li Shimin couldn't even think of this, he would not be Li Shimin. After a while, in Li Shimin's bedroom, Wai Shui knocked on Li Shimin's door with agility. His Imperial Majesty, things are done as expected by His Majesty. The door of Li Shimin's room did not open. Looking at Zhang Feng's calligraphy, he faintly wrote something on a piece of rice paper. Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression, lightly saying, "Proclaim the decree, closely monitor Honglu Temple, every move must be reported at any time, even if it is theirs. The servant goes out, where he goes, and whoever he comes in contact with must be presented immediately." Wai Shui was silent for a moment, asked, "His Imperial Majesty, if so, what should they do if they go out privately in the middle of the night?" Li Shimin lightly saying, "Kill." "I will follow the order at the end." "Also, now those who go to Longyu can set off, and let the people in Longyu smash the water wheel to me. You don't have to hide this, it is better to let the whole world know." Wai Shui trembled all over. Accepts the decree in a hurry. "I will follow the order at the end." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 179. For the entire Chainan city, tonight the Lord is destined to be a restless night. The gong when the bridegroom just hit the sun. A team of black-clothed persons sprang out from the depths of the imperial palace. Densely packed. The gambling shop is still full of smoke at this time. The oil lamp, the smell of sweat, and even the foul smell of feet, the sourness of liquor, and piles of vomit. You can even find a few fresh ones in the corner, or a broken finger that has rotted. This is the casino. Great Tang's casino. This is a cancer of society. But even the government cannot completely eradicate it. There will always be people licking blood at the tip of the knife. This includes a 5-person gambling shop set up by Turkic deep in the corner of Chainan City East Market. Here, even the soldiers on patrol can touch the darkness. I watched in the dark. One after another a robust man dressed in night clothes flashed away, and entered the casino through the secret door. In the tumultuous noise, the man took a straw in his mouth when he entered the door. When the steward saw the straw, he hurriedly flashed away, letting the curtain open behind him. Into it. In this room, a dim oil lamp is burning curls. The room is extremely simple, without extra decoration, one table, one chair, and one bed. That's all. But after the man had entered the room and familiarly lifted the bedboard, Hao Ran was surrounded by a light with a little bit of light and a slight smoke. The man listened quietly for 10 breaths, and after finding that no one had entered, he jumped into the cave. Along the steps, the man turned left and then entered a spacious underground room like a yurt. The room is very large. On the light yellow wall, can be seen everywhere, is covered with cracks in the wall, highlighting this secret room, which has been standing here for many years. In the room, there was a burst of women's lavish laughter and a loud gasp. The man didn't raise his head. As soon as he came in, he was on knees on the ground and waited quietly. Before him, a large rosewood bed was located in 3 small rooms without doors. And on the bed, it can be vaguely seen that there are at least 10 women, springing up in the bed. Vaguely, there are also a robust man among them. The appearance of the man did not attract any attention. It seemed that he was like air. After a while, a bare-chested scar-faced robust man, after getting out of the veil, the man whispered to report. Reporting to the leader. "Our letter from Little Khan." The man is hearing this. Complexion changed, waved his hand and berated all the women to enter a dark hut at the back of the room. At this time, the robust man asked, "What's the order of Little Khan?" Little Khan asked the chief to hurry up to stock up on food and grass during this period. Little Khan predicted that it may change at any time. Let the chief close the gambling shop temporarily so as not to attract the attention of the Great Tang government. Close gambling shop, he said lightness. Then why didn't he pay me? He asked me for food. If I don't have money, what can I buy for food? Robust man furiously shouted. Fiercely slapped the red sandalwood bed rail. You tell the Little Khan. Now I have prepared 500 shi of grain, stored in a safe place outside the city, which is convenient for movement, and there are 3,000 shi of grain. It is estimated that in these few days, It will be transported to the outside of the city. Let him find someone in a caravan and transport it to the grassland. As for Lao Tzu's gambling shop, he can't control it. Get lost. Jiang Feng did not sleep well. I don't know why. A quiet mouse runs past, and he can hear the next door. I don't know what went crazy these days. It was so noisy in the middle of the night, and I don't know if it is a problem with his bed or hallucinations. He can always hear women's anger by accident. This is incredible. As soon as he heard this voice, he went crazy. Is it sick? At this time, Jiang Feng grabbed his hair and sat on the bed cross-legged, thinking hard whether to find a doctor to see. This is obviously not right. Before, I said I think about women, so there will be no hallucinations. But now, as soon as fuck is over at 9:11 p.m., that guy, he's going crazy for making noise. No way. This fuck, is there something wrong with it? Or, is there really a problem on the other side? Jiang Feng was surprised. Did someone open the brothel next door? There have been such things. Foreign merchant, in order to win business, they often find some unoccupied stores and open temporary brothels in the middle of the night in Chainan City. But these all are seen in Jiang Feng's previous wild history, and heard from the uncle who wrote on the corner of the street. At that time, Uncle's eyes were no longer muddy and seemed to say that he was brilliant in the past. The deeds are average. Something's wrong. Jiang Feng finally broke out amidst a woman's anger. The lights didn't turn on, so I hid in the corner and listened. The walls of ancient times, especially the walls of private houses, were made of inexhaustible soil. In addition, rats were digging holes day by day. Basically, as long as you squat in the corner, you can follow the mouse hole and hear the conversation at the neighbor's house opposite. But when Jiang Feng put his ears in the mouse hole, he really heard something wrong. The opposite is actually a gambling shop. Fuck. Is it still worth it? But, just now, he suddenly realized that someone was outside the window. In the night, one silhouette stood quietly outside the window, with her ears on the paper cutouts, listening to the movement. Jiang Feng was shocked. What he hopes at this time, that damn system can be activated at this time. However, things backfired. Jiang Feng had to pretend to be asleep, squatting in the corner of the wall, snoring gently and evenly. After hearing the snoring, the people outside the window slowly left. At this time, he and the people outside are only separated by a thin window paper. Damn it. After the man left, Jiang Feng gasped deeply. Subconsciously put his eyes on the window to look out. On the moonlit night, a person wearing night clothes is slowly disappearing into the night. Night clothes? Do you still need night clothes when you enter the casino? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 180. This night, Jiang Feng slept uncomfortably, so much so that it was late in the morning. He still stared at the panda's eyes and the lip prints on his face kissed by mosquitoes, snoring sleeping in the shadow under the crooked neck tree. So much so that Guzi and the others are here. When I saw that there was no business to do, Jiang Feng put a lotus leaf on his face before he walked away. Galoo. I don't know how long it took. Jiang Feng was so hot that he held his breath badly. Only in the stomach protest, woke up. There is a large green in the eye, which makes Jiang Feng almost think that he has crossed on a horse again. After pondering for a long time, I found out that this thing is just a lotus leaf. Jiang Feng, angry, cursed Guzi for murder. Also attracted several bailiff patrolling. After confirming that this was a farce again and again, bailiff left with a strange face. There is no way. Now it's useless to say anything. First worship the 5 internal organs temple. It's the business. He shouted. A chaos stall boss across the street brought a sea of chaos and left without any money. Where is Jiang Feng willing? During the two chattering, the man who bought chaos got anxious, and grabbed Jiang Feng's collar and asked, "Are you going to eat or not?" Jiang Feng persuaded, raised his hands and surrendered. The man sat down on the ground with satisfaction. Tang people are so simple. The name of a good person is easy to use. Even if you go out for a meal, you don't need to bring money at all. If you dare to withdraw money, boss at the small booth, make sure to either hold a kitchen knife, or hold a rolling pin, or hold a punching bag big fist, and he will greet you. Lovely, simple people. Jiang Feng squatted on the ground, holding the sea bowl and sucking in chaos. A bowl of chaos finally made the belly noisy. Jiang Feng is fine again. Move the stool to a cool place. See the daughter of the chaos boss family, stare at yourself. Jiang Feng beckons with the hand, and say, little girl, come, here is elder brother. Po. Xioya responded sharply, and then eagerly ran over. At normal times, Jiang Feng's boring egg hurts. Just find some babies to play with him in the store. What to play with? Just play faster than anyone can eat. And the big mouth monster game he invented fascinated all children. Xioya is only 8 or 9 years old. Because of malnutrition, her hair is still brown, like straw. I was not afraid to see Jiang Feng, and asked, elder brother, do you want to play a game of big mouth? Goozy elder brother, none of them are here. No no no, look at this. While speaking, Jiang Feng took out a piece of silver from his arms and said, elder brother is uncomfortable today, you help elder brother fan. Elder brother, can I give you money? No, elder brother is a good man, daddy won't let me ask for your money. While speaking, little missy doesn't even look at Jiang. The pitch black in Feng's hand is full of silver with tooth marks. This is embarrassing. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Then, you help elder brother fan, wait for elder brother to be ready. I will give you red braised pork. Okay, good. The transaction was concluded soon. Jiang Feng elated was lying on the recliner. Missy slapped it hard. Although her little clothes are already soaking wet, but when she thinks of eating delicious red braised pork with her mother at night, Xioya suffocates and starts fanning hard. In fact, Xioya's father has seen it a long time ago, but pretended not to see it. Jiang Feng is a good person. Everyone knows this street. However, Jiang Feng also has a nickname, Lazy Man, the super lazy kind. And it's still a wassral. If you don't want to open a store, you'll get a good night's sleep all day long. I don't know where the money came from. Every day all will give it away. This also makes the neighborhood. The neighborhoods are secretly side good guys. It's just that he is a bad guy. He is 20 years old and does not join the army. If you don't go to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, you will sleep all day long. What a bachelor. As a man, Chaos Boss can see Jiang Feng's heavy weight at a glance. Dark circles. I miss women. Oh, a good baby? Is this a physical problem, or something wrong? I thought of this. Chaos Boss reluctantly went to the winery next door for a couple of drinks, and came to Jiang Feng's side leisurely. Little brother, still sleep there. Xioya and his father here. Where is Jiang Feng? Still sleepy. Oh, old brother, not at the booth anymore? Hi. There is nothing to guard this. There is no one in this. And besides, the thing about my guy, no one wants it even if it is thrown on the street! Exclamation mark. This is all popular with old brother. Old brother laughed honestly and said, thanks. I have seen you with black eyes in the past few days. Could it be that I didn't sleep well in the hotel? If you have physical problems, go to the doctor. I'm old brother, although I don't have money, but the people in the neighborhood are familiar with each other. I know a doctor who specializes in male problems. Yes, do you? Yes. Jiang Feng's face turned black in an instant. Hey old brother, you are ... You have to. My youngster, my TOEFL is all well, no problem. In spite of saying that, Jiang Feng is still somewhat guilty, and the rider has hallucinations, but he can guarantee that he is absolutely fine. In Xioya, I was so embarrassed that I saw old he carrying the bamboo wine, so I pulled old he into the shop. Old brother, we have known each other for more than half a year, and you haven't tasted it yet. Let's let you taste our craftsmanship today, and let's talk while eating. Old he was flattered and waved his hands again and again, but couldn't hold on Jiang Feng's persuasion. He just seemed to make Jiang Feng anxious, and now he are carrying his own collar, but his face is suffocated. It's not going to be red, but old he finally compromised. Fine, let's go in. It just so happens that I also have a major event to tell you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 181. There is nothing good in the store, either. Jiang Feng simply unloaded a lamb leg, put it in a big pot, wash it, and set up a firewood to burn it. After a while, there was a burst of meaty smell. The greedy old he, and old he's daughter Xioya stared and swallowed drooling. Poverty people, eating meat, basically go to squat pits in the wild, squatting, then enough to eat for a month and a half. If you can't squat, then go to the river to have your luck and see if you can catch a fish and go back to relieve the greedy. As for pork and lamb, they don't even dare to think about it. Normally, the wild rabbits around China are all extinct. The larger ones are all shrunk in the Kinling Mountains and do not show up. For the people of ordinary origin, they are lucky. At least they can. A small business can support a family, and sometimes luck is out of luck, and you may see a little bit of meat during the Chinese New Year. There is only Jiang Feng, who doesn't care about their identities. Basically, sometimes when they are happy, they will give Xioya a piece of flesh and blood, saying that it is rotten and can't eat it. But old he knows that this thing will not be a problem at least for a month. Even if it is rotten, boil it in water and eat it with the soup and meat. How can you smell it? A bit bad. In the end, old he can only sigh that Jiang Feng is a wastrel. Come on. Just as old he was thinking about it, Jiang Feng yelled, holding a large tray, and got out. Not many dishes. 5 plates, 1 plate of shredded lamb, cut into slices on a plate and eat with vinegar. There are also several small stir-fries, a big pot of rice. As soon as Xioya saw the meat, she rushed forward. Anxious old he picked up Xioya's yellow braid and was about to fight. Jiang Feng hurriedly blocked old he. Oh, hey, kid, let him eat. We don't have much here. It's a lot of meat. Don't be wrong, child. Old he choked. Fiercely patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Feng Tsai, I know you are a good person. There are not many bodhisattvas like you in this world. But Feng Tsai, I want to ask you something. Oh, you have to be honest. Seeing that Uncle Old he was so careful, he put down a piece of meat that the younger girl was vying for, and asked, let's talk about it. I ask you, are you? While speaking, he glanced under Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng exploded immediately. Old he, what are you talking about? Jiang Feng did a good job. I really did it. I am a man, not a castrate. That's good. That's great. Old he patted his chest, picked up the wine bowl, and gobbled up a large bowl. 1 bamboo tube wine. 2 books are not many, but Jiang Feng has a lot of wine here. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a scent of wine. He took out this wine a little sorry, but he came to the door to talk about things, and it's unreasonable that you don't bring something. Jiang Feng did not dislike his wine. 1 bowl was dry. Seeing that there was no wine, he turned around and took out 2 jars from the counter. Old he, let's open heart today. Let's talk if we have anything. Old brother, if you don't want to see it, I'll show it to you. While speaking, Jiang Feng is about to uncover the belt of his pants. But old he grabbed him. Brother letter. But you don't always find a wife like this. This is not a problem. You always spending money a day is like running water. This is not a must. Yes, there is a wife who takes care of the housework for you. Question mark. How many meanings? Jiang Feng was stunned. It seems that the purpose of old he's visit today is not pure. I know you look down on people like us, but it's not a problem for the neighbors to look at you like this. When you are 20, you don't marry. This is disrespect for your ancestors. Exclamation mark. Old brother, I can't watch you go on like this. There are 3 unfilial piety, and you are the big one. You are also the big one. Old he, I have been watching on the street during this time, and I really found out I have a lady from the great family. She looks like the singer at the entrance of Qian Tower. You nod your head. If you like it, let's find a matchmaker. You got it. Old he, brother. This matter, we are not in a hurry. We are only 20 years old. Jiang Feng is crazy. This is for the media. They did the same for Mao Old Li, even old he. Aren't we so obstructive? Old he doesn't do it anymore. Stretched out a rough hand, pointed at Jiang Feng's eyes, and said, look at your eyes. You are not afraid of being laughed at. You're all like this, don't you? Find a daughter-in-law. In this way, if you look down on it, you should go to Qian Tower to have a diarrhea. It is not the same thing that you always hold back. I heard about the wine girl there. The money is always paid overnight. This little money is nothing for you, right? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Qian Tower? Where did you let Lao Tzu go? Zhang Feng is a little suspicious that old he has impure purposes. Old he, let's be honest, these days I have been slept all the time, not for anything else, but the old house next door. Every night, there will be a babbling voice, like a brothel. I feel like living in a brothel. Old he, who was living next door before, is it haunted? This made me for this time, I can't sleep for the whole night. Hearing this, old he just understood. It turns out that this youngster is because of this. Old he could not help but also lightly exclaimed, "Don't you say that I haven't paid attention yet." During this period of time next door, I always see a group of beards, going in and out. A few people are eating chaos at my stall, and they are talking Turkic! N? Turkic. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 182. Zhang Feng hearing this, instantly felt something was wrong. No wonder. He'll just talk about it. In this normally, the house next to it looks like a haunted house. What happened these few days? Unfortunately, Zhang Feng came up and asked, "Old he, I only found someone next door in the middle of the night in the last few days." "You said, this person next door has been there before, is it only recently?" Old he scratched his head, grabbed the lamb's backbone and gnawed at it, and said, "When you said it, I also thought about it. This house was formerly a great family. I don't know what happened. The official was offended, and everyone was kicked out of Chainan City. I had been unoccupied for almost 5 years. But, it was almost half a month earlier, there was a stinky black man making gestures in front of this house. He was still squatting for a long time. Then, from time to time, I saw people carrying large trucks of soil out of it. By the way, they also took out several copper plates in the soil. I heard that it is just outside Chainan City, under the old willow tree by the Qingshui River, that Bile of Xentu is in this house. There are not many people. I also saw some wine girls and beards. They go in when the sky is dark." Right. Old he patted his head, his big greasy hands, scratched his sweat towel, and said, "One night, dang, eat funeral banquet, midnight vigil and nothing to do, so I will give the woman something to eat, and I will pay for it. I found a jeweled Turkic man who entered. I was drunk at the time and didn't care. If you don't say this, I really forgot." I said it was unintentional, but Zhang Feng was shocked. What is this? This horse-riding Turkic is performing infernal affairs next to Lao Tzu. Is this okay? See Zhang Feng's face gloomy. Old he didn't say anything anymore. He leaned forward and asked, "Why? Have you been chic?" "What chic?" Old he glanced at Zhang Feng deeply. Went. "A real man, a real man. What do you do for money?" "You really haven't been there?" Old he asks in a low voice. Zhang Feng's head is as white as a rattle. "No, I have never been." "Dang. What is that place for?" "If I want to go, I will also go to that kind of big gambling house." "That is in line with our identity, isn't it?" "But old he, have you heard of what it is? Why is it always opened after a curfew?" "This is not logical. This gambling house is weird." General gambling shops in Chainan City are all set up by officials, and there are also black houses, but basically, they have been filed in the Yemen. But the one next to him is obviously not. So what happened? Whose regular gambling house will only open in the middle of the night? This is not right. You don't know this. See Zhang Feng. After confirming that he has not been next door, old he opened his mouth and drank a bowl of wine. "Hey, it seems that you haven't been there before, so I can rest assured you don't know. Just a butcher in Pingan Square, who went in a few days ago, and then the next day, someone found out that the butcher's 3 fingers were gone. And I heard that not only the shop was gone overnight, but also a big-ass debt. That gambling shop was set up for the rich. Many wealthy people in the city have almost patronized. I heard that they don't collect cash, but they have a soft spot for food. Oh, what kind of world do you think this is? This is farmstead. Yes, I don't love money, but I want food. Although the price of food is very high in Chenan City recently, it's not going to be like this, right? If you let the officials know that they will be beheaded sooner or later. But, even if it is so, there are still people going to death. Do you know why? Old he asked Jiang Feng with a mean look. Jiang Feng's face is extremely gloomy. Old he twitched his lips, extremely disgusted with Jiang Feng, who knows nothing about raw melon eggs. There is a woman inside. Listen to the butcher. There is a hole under farmstead. The decoration is similar to the imperial palace, and there are more than 10 or 20 in it. Here is a wine girl and a woman from the Central Plains. The beautiful ones are just like the ones in the paintings. They are longer and more beautiful than the Qiuyunless title card of Chain and Cream of the Crop. Qiuyun Tower. Do you know? The top card is called the wrist. I heard that wherever it went, it was only enough to port TSK. I don't know which great family opened it, and I lost it. Money, not to mention, but also food to repay debts, and those who win the money, sleep for free. That's almost. Old he seems to be drunk. It's talking about eloquence, and it seems that I haven't been in it. It's just a pity in my life. However, Jiang Feng listened to his ears, and that was not the case. Now in Chenan City, everyone knows that the imperial edict has been placed in the imperial palace. If anyone dares to embezzle food, they must exterminate the clan. However, the mysterious person next to her not only needs to collect grain, but also seems to be pulling all the wealthy people in Chenan City into the water, which is interesting. Turkic people. Moreover, at this sensitive time, I'm doing things here. This is a big move. No wonder I can hear that sound every day. Fuck. Jiang Feng took a sip in secret, looking at Old He and said, Old He, do you believe me? Believe. Then, you don't want to stand out recently? The loss counts for me, I guess. It's not peaceful here recently. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 183. Old He didn't ask anything after all. He is a rough man. Jiang Feng is the handsomest in this street, and he is also the only master who can read and hyphenate. Not only that, but also so young. If you don't believe him, who do you believe? And Old He has also felt something is wrong recently. It seemed to have thought of something, and said, by the way, Feng Tsai, I heard from the second pole of Diancheng a few days ago that just the night before 5 days ago, after he knocked the Luo of the ugly time, when he was taking a nap in the Y family alley, he saw a group of people talking Turkic, rushing a group of carriages. Follow the Yongren Canal and pack a bag that is enough to be able to pack a large oilcloth bag of a person and threw it into the river. I saw that the two Poles were holding bright scimitars in their hands. The two Poles were scared and stupid. If it weren't for the funeral banquet last time, when he was drunk, he dare not tell anyone. Who else knows about this? Jiang Feng asked. It seems that I and Erganzi and the butcher, by the way, and your grandson. Jiang Feng's eyes couldn't help but start to play. Don't ask any more. Drinking with Old He bowl after bowl, while drinking, while thinking about it. Turkic. Since the Tang dynasty, there have been merchants doing business in Chenan. It is inevitable that there will be some spies stalking in Chenan City, but why at this time? Take the greatest risk and put yourself exposed. This thing is not simple. A spy, the cultivation of a spy is extremely complicated. Even more, how is it in a place like Chenan City, to put a spy? The cost of this spy is all sky high, and one loss is a huge crisis. However, Turkic still took the risk of exposing the spy. Why? This is a matter of business. And most importantly, what is Tibet's attitude now? I don't know yet. The whole thing revolved around Tibet, but so far, Tibet hasn't had any signs of it. And is Turkic the only secret whistle? Number? Definitely not. He can have a secret whistle doing this, then, it is equivalent to that the Turkic secret whistle in the entire Chenan City are collecting food. What about Tibet? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng solemnly grabbed Old He's hand and said, Old He, after you go back, you must find Zuzi his father, let him tell Zuzi, Guz and the others, During this period of time, don't ask about any strange things anymore. This matter will break out sooner or later, when the time comes, but many people will die. He saw that Zhang Feng had said twice about this matter, and he couldn't help but got up dignified. Putting down the lamb's hoof in his hand, he wiped his hand with the linen cloth on his shoulder and asked, Feng Tsai, is it a Turkic person? It's good to know. I guess they are all being spotted now, so, you only need to know this, and it's too much to kill. Yes, okay. Then I will go back now. While speaking, he caught the little girl who was still kicking in his arms, and went out the door. Go. Zhang Feng stopped. Take these meat and rice back. I can't eat it alone. Until he refused, Zhang Feng went into the backyard, went to the room. Of course, he didn't go to bed. He slept for a day and had enough sleep. He wanted to make sure of one thing and didn't want to talk to He suddenly discovered that all this seems to be related to the dark and swarthy, silly prince. That's right. It's Cambodia. Is it because of Cambodia this time? Then Cambodia was used by Tibetan Turkic and the others. And then did all Cambodia's goods be shipped to Great Tang? This time, it's much clearer. Cambodia is just a tool. It is a tool for Tibetan Turkic to explore Great Tang. Good strategy. This is in line with Turkic's usual style. The whole thing is under control. But Turkic was an accident. He originally thought Turkic was clamped by Sir Tardush and would not move. Well, he didn't move, he was silent. When the sound came out, this earth-shattering plan was unfolded. He doesn't want Great Tang at all to have a good time. Zhang Feng actually doesn't hate Turkic, perhaps because as a 21st century, all angry youths living under the banner have a feeling, but in this feudal Great Tang, he has a feeling for Turkic. Can't afford a trace of goodwill. This Great Tang people think of it as food, a four-legged sheep, and a toolman who produces food for them. He underestimated the clan on horseback. However, just when Zhang Feng found out about it, in the Imperial Palace, a secret report has already appeared on Li Shimin's bookcase. Li Shimin looked at the secret reports on the bookcase with a gloomy face as if dripping water. Chancellor Why? What do you think is good about this matter? Kill, or? Li Shimin waved his hand and pushed the secret report on the bookcase to Wei Zheng's in front of him. Wei Zheng hurried forward. I saw it written on the secret message. Chainan City's eye market. The foreign merchant of Huai Yuanfang is hoarding food privately, and it is suspected to be related to Turkic. Chainan City's eye market, a pawn shop in Chongwufang, has been searching for money recently. Signed an order of 300 she grains with the grain merchant. East Market, Yongdingfen brothel. It is suspected that Tibetine is active in it frequently. The specifics are unknown. The people in Honglu Temple have been in close contact with East and West markets recently. Looking at the situation in the secret report, Wei Zheng's face also paled. His Imperial Majesty, this. May I ask you? Do you want to kill? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 184. Li Shimin is really angry. Under his eyelids, there is actually such a flying dog. How can this keep him from being angry? If this is in other places, don't be the time. Turn a blind eye. When the time comes, you can make a lot of money. But this time he couldn't bear it. This is on his chassis. These people just jumped like this. What about other places in Great Tang? That's okay. Zhang Sun Wuji. See Wei Zheng not speaking. Li Shimin furiously shouted. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, gasping for breath, carried his robe and hurriedly entered the Imperial study room. Before speaking, Li Shimin shouted and asked, Zhang Sun Wuji, can you convict you? This small official, convict. As the Ministry of Justice high official, don't you notice all the developments of Chainan City? I just want to ask, are all pigs eye rays? Chainan City is about to rebel. You can pretend to watch. No? Don't think I'm a fool. I don't know your property. I don't have to ask about these things. You are all small officials. I should all give you benefits again. But this matter, how do you explain? Li Shimin's rage. In an instant, Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji knelt down. Look at the secret report. Li Shimin stopped talking. turned around and looked at the birds in the cage outside the window. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji dared to gasp, and quickly grabbed the secret report scattered on the ground and looked at it hurriedly. The more I look at it, Zhang Sun Wuji's hands tremble violently. At the end, Zhang Sun Wuji, as if swinging, trembled all over. His Imperial Majesty, the Minister Oversight. The Minister convicted. You have a mouth, I know, but did I ask you about it? I asked you about it. How to solve it? Li Shimin suddenly roared. This has never happened before. At least for a few of them, this kind of thing has never happened before. However, today, Li Shimin was furious about this matter. Where does Zhang Sun Wuji know the stakes? But recently, he has been busy with the cooperative affairs. In this matter, he is really a little negligent. But what does His Imperial Majesty mean now? He couldn't figure it out. I couldn't help but dare to ask, His Imperial Majesty, did the person involved in this case kill, or kill? Found 1, kill 1. Li Shimin imposing manner is harsh. But, at this moment, Wei Zheng hurriedly said, His Imperial Majesty can't kill. Why can't you kill? Now, they are all in the dark, and we all know what they are doing. We only need to operate a little bit, and when the birthday is over, the matter of the second shipment of Cambodia is settled. They can't help but have to do it. At that time, wouldn't it be better for us to suppress them with the thunderous method? Now, we can get rid of them as quickly as possible, but we don't know where they are hidden apart from these. The old official thinks, observe first, follow the vines and feel the melons, until you touch the big fish, you are in a hurry to shoot. Even more how? This is my great Tang, but Chainan City, when the time comes, come here. Closing the door and hitting the dog can most shock the world. Li Shimin was silent. Zhang Sun Wuji is also slightly sighed in relief. At this moment, Li Shimin waved his hand. Give you 2-3 days. I must find out the strongholds of these rats in Chainan City. If you can't find out, you will be punished severely! This small official follow the purpose. Retreat. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji are so dare not to dare exit the Imperial study room. As soon as he left the house, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly grabbed Wei Zheng and said, Chancellor Wei, you can save your life. This time, it is obvious that His Imperial Majesty is really angry. Yes, but, you also know that I am currently busy with the cooperative. This, Lord Zhang Sun, I decided that, on this matter, His Imperial Majesty has already given a clear reminder. Wei Zheng said, touching the beard on his lips. Zhang Sun Wuji is puzzled. Take Wei Zheng to a bush not far from the Imperial study room. Chancellor Wei, did you say that His Imperial Majesty has given a reminder on this matter? Have you forgotten someone? You tell me. Brother Zifeng. Wei Zheng didn't say a word, but left in a hurry. On this matter, he is really the only one who can help you. Hey, old Wei, don't run, you old man. I almost gave you a detour. Go in, you have a part in this matter too. Zhang Sun Wuji was almost confused by Wei Zheng, but when he saw that Wei Zheng was about to leave, I remembered that this matter is His Imperial Majesty confessed to them both. And he is alone, simply can't check it. Among them, the secretary and supervisor must also issue official documents and the high official mansion. Zhang Sun Wuji can't be too busy even with 3 heads 6 arms. Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but carry his robe, screaming to catch up with Wei Zheng, and sat down in his soft sedan chair, causing Wei Zheng to frown. What are you doing on me? Do your business. Hey, old Wei, this matter was given to us by His Imperial Majesty. Do you still want to work without effort? Don't even think about it. Wei Zheng is a bit speechless. The old man went to the secretarial supervisor. What did you do with it? The secretarial supervisor? Think of me as a fool. You are the way back to the house. The old man is in ill health and is bothering his grandson below. Don't sloppy with me. Do you think I don't know? You were drinking with Fang Xuanling last night and finally caught by the curfew guard. You say yes or no? Wei Zheng also got a temper. He didn't sleep well last night, and now he finally wants to take this matter back to take a rest. This old fox actually has a blow. Hey, grandson Poppy, What do you want to do? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 185. The two quarreled foul-mouthed in the sedan chair. The last home was never returned. In the chain shop, I found a place to buy two outfits, disguised as ordinary people a little, and ran madly at Jiang Feng's little tavern as he ran all the way on the road. He even sent off his entourage. Jiang Feng is boring. Organize the day, sleep a lot during the day, and suffer in pain and anticipation at night. In 3 days, he has basically determined one thing: the person next to him is really Turkic. 5 regular chain and rich merchants enter Farmstead almost every day, and there are even government officials who are also involved, not including some other new faces. Thanks to the remoteness of this place, basically, the soldiers on patrol turned around in front of Jiang Feng's little tavern. Although Jiang Feng's little tavern is at a crossroads, there is no silhouette in the lanes of the little tavern. Normally, even babies dare not go in and play. It is rumored that the previous dynasty had a rich man who offended Yang Gui and was finally executed, the whole family unto the 3rd generation. Ancient people were superstitious. They always said that there were ghosts in it that came out in the middle of the night to kill them. No, Jiang Feng was really not the only one who was tortured in the middle of the night. At this time, on the street, piles of women carrying candles and ingots, not far from Jiang Feng Tavern, burned them so that the patrolling soldiers thought it was on fire. Everyone is burning paper while begging the wronged souls not to ask them for their lives. Set up the method that rich people invite Taoist monks to woo-woo scum on the street. Jiang Feng is so noisy that he can't sleep well. Once, an old facetious still pulled Jiang Feng, pointed at Jiang Feng's panda eyes, and told people watching the show that he was infiltrated by evil. In the end, if it weren't for old he and Zuzi father who took a pole and guessed the escort, it is estimated that Jiang Feng would be miserable. After this, Jiang Feng didn't dare to sleep in front of little tavern during the day. Whenever someone will take the boy's urine to drive him away, he can't get angry yet. I can only stare at the man and look at the man's thoughts. This is all for your good. What will happen to you when you are evil? You haven't married a wife yet. Would you like to tell your marriage? My daughter, who is long, is more beautiful than anything else. But when Zuzi mother grabbed a tall and strong woman and came to Jiang Feng was going crazy with the kitchen knife. This stopped everyone's desire to talk to him. Too terrifying. For example, Huadu is terrifying. When we marry home, Jiang Feng is estimated to be a man. He will be scared to death when he wakes up at midnight. Oh, it's too difficult to ride a horse. Jiang Feng looked up to sky and heaved a deep sigh. But Zuzi mother yelled, "Man, don't you find a wife? You are embarrassing your ancestors. You tell your aunt that you are in love with Missy. Even if you are a concubine, you marry a wife. You don't feel uncomfortable if you keep going like this? We all look uncomfortable." "Auntie, I actually have a wife. She is studying at Han University now." Jiang Feng is helpless. Only a girlfriend who was almost 9 years older than his little wolf, who had been online dating for 3 years in his previous life and met 3 times to make a fool of himself. But this time, it's over. The whole neighborhood next moment knows all about it. "AI, Feng Tsai, where is your wife from? Isn't it a good birth? Where is Han University? Why didn't I stop?" "Feng Tsai, are you fooling the old man? Studying? Do you think the old man's Confucius is for nothing? A woman who can read, which one is not a lady? If you can marry, the old man has your last name." This is the old man on the street who writes family letters for others, roaring. The purpose. The heart of Sima Zhou is fine. His senior just wants to find a good family for his 14-year-old granddaughter. No, he knows how to write and hyphenate. He is also handsome. He has a lot of money in his family, and he is also popular. Good Jiang Feng has become his goal. Now that Jiang Feng has a wife, where is he willing? This is difficult. Lord, your kindness, youngster accepted it. But this marriage was decided by youngster's parents, and it was a marriage that was decided since childhood. Your boss can't let me be an unfilial son, right? This. Oh, that's all. Youngster's things. Old man can't understand it. Old man shaking his sleeves. After seeing a silver coin in his sleeves, he said to everyone, "It's all gone." Feng's affairs. I've been worrying about everything, so I put away your thoughts. The crowd left in disbelief. Jiang Feng can't wait for fiercely to smoke himself. I knew that silver could be useful, so why didn't I take it out sooner when I stepped on a horse? Fuck it. I also said that I was a student of Confucius. This fuck Confucius has been promoted to immortals for hundreds of years. Do you dare to claim to be his student? You are always not afraid of being heard by those Shandong province great Confucian. Hit your board. But, these can also be thought about in the heart. Who knows, is the old man really from Shandong province before? Otherwise, he yelled in the street all day long. If he were ordinary people, he would have been arrested by the government to play the board. Jiang Feng sound is about to close the door. But at this moment, a joke made Jiang Feng stunned. Yo, Jiang Feng brothers' popularity is getting better and better. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 186. The people here are Zhang Sun Wuji and Wei Zheng of gasping for breath. Jiang Feng looked at the two people who were sweating profusely in front of him, like old dogs, babbling and gasping. Old Sun, old Why, are you guys kicked out by ghosts? Stop talking, give the old man a bowl of water first. Wei Zheng both have no strength to speak. I bowed my waist, and finally sat on the chair while holding on to the threshold, and started groaning. Which one is this? Jiang Feng is confused. Hurry to the back kitchen to scoop a spoonful of warm water and hand it to the two of them. As soon as the two saw each other, they immediately started to fight. Yes, you have to give points, otherwise no one wants to drink water. Don't worry, I will give you points, all. Jiang Feng finally took care of the two people who were almost about to explode their lungs. This is why they asked cautiously said, "Two masters, are you racing in Chain and City?" Youngster, how do you say it? What is a race? Youngster, how do you say it? What is a race? It's just to compete, learn from each other, and see who runs faster. Seeing that both of them blushed and their necks were thick, Jiang Feng's voice became a bit stagnant, and he quickly changed his name. Zhang Sun Wuji dressed roughly and said, "Jiang Feng brother, it's not something to be the master." This old youngster is not ashamed. Old Li ordered a major event for the two of us to do it. Good fellow, this guy went to drink wine last night, was caught by the night patrol, and was locked up for one night. No, I want to go home to be lazy at this opportunity. I just say a few words about him. Hey, you old son. It's obviously that you didn't do it well. Emperor ... Old Li just said me by the way, you take you seriously? Furthermore, last night, the old man just went to Wentai building to taste tea and discuss poems with his friends. Where did he drink flower wine? The thing about the prison is true. Don't deny it. I have evidence. Hee. What's the matter? Do you think old man I'm afraid of you? Jiang Feng's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking silently at the two half-old fogies, both in their 50s. Revealing each other's shortcomings like two old children here. What is the matter of riding a horse? I'm so annoying. Jiang Feng exploded. Just when two old fogies rolled up their sleeves and wanted you to fight, Jiang Feng roared, "Don't make a noise." Shut up. Don't said. This roar instantly stunned both of them. After a while, both of them looked at Jiang Feng with jealousy and thick necks. Jiang Feng shrank your neck. You continue. I didn't say it. He persuaded. But where can they continue now? Said each other fiercely, and after another fight in the next day, I will sit on the chair and sulking. Jiang Feng just hid in the back kitchen cautiously, chopped up a large pot of freshly marinated pork offal this morning, and then made 2 jars of wine and put them on the table. Until now, 2 old guys shrugged their noses, sniffing the scent, holding chopsticks before they greet them, and waiting with their eyes shining brightly. Before Jiang Feng's plate was put down, the two of them took out the plate, then grabbed a pig intestine between them, and frowned when they saw Jiang Feng. Old son, coming today, I think both of you are very worried. Did any major event happen? When it comes to business affairs, Zhang Sanwuji is also unambiguous. While eating the pig intestines, he vaguely said, "Today, there is indeed a major event, but when it comes to things, do you have to talk about the Chinese? Where is the big one?" Yes. The old man thinks that Great Tang's country is half gone, but this big man has never heard of it. Jiang Feng slapped his head. Come, the people are fooling around. But how do you deal with these two goods? Can't it be a university thousands of years later, right? It's weird that this riding horse won't be a monster. Hee hee. So what? Drink. This is good wine. Come on. Jiang Feng interrupted and said vaguely, but both of them are human spirits. Why would you not know that he is turning the subject off? Jiang Feng brother, let's talk about Han University. It's not too late for us to drink. Yes. I'm still true about this. I'm curious. I'm thinking about whether or not to go to Cambodia to find you a beautiful lady, but I just heard that you have a wife. What's the matter? Yes, can't hide. Jiang Feng sighed. At this time he finally understood the price of lies. A lie often casually requires countless lies to make up for this lie. This is just the beginning. That's it. What if afterwards? Jiang Feng has a big head thinking about it. Han University, that is a place of foothill of Kinling. Our place is called Han University, specifically between Liangzhu and Lizhu. Oh, the two of them thought for a long time, and finally asked, I have also heard of it. I heard it was the place where Liu Bang came into force during the Three Kingdoms period. Isn't it there? Huh? Old Y, you also know that place? Exclamation mark. Yes, right there, my house, in a place called Niangtsai Mountain Pass in foothill of Kinling. Niangtsai Mountain Pass? Wai Zheng thought for a while and looked at Zhang Sanwuji. That place, Tang. I've been, it's a good place. But it was destroyed by a war under flood. I haven't been there in recent years. By the way, there is a great family in that place. It seems as for surname Jiang. Are you the heir of that family? Seeing Wai Zheng's words, Jiang Feng slapped his thigh and said, yes. Are you talking about the dam at the entrance of the Niangtsai Mountain Pass? Where is the place? It seems to be so. It's been too long, and I have forgotten it. When I was marching, where I stayed overnight, so I am a bit impressed. Jiang Feng in the heart yanked aside. Finally the fucking fool passed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 187. Jiang Feng has an urge to cry. Identity is the most taboo thing for a person. Before, when I was with old Lee and the others, when I was okay, he would ask about this and that, but he was always sloppy. He knew that there was always a day when he could not hide it. But he can't help it. But just a few days ago, Zuzi father squatted under the crooked neck tree and said that when they were fleeing, they knew that there was such a place. When Dad Zuzi said about the scenery of Jiang family, he almost regarded Jiang Feng as the young master of that family. As he said in his mouth, Jiang Feng's age seems to be exactly similar to that of young master, and looks very similar. Okay. In this case, Jiang Feng and Zuzi father talked about everything about this Jiang family in detail. Basically, the 18 generations of Jiang family's ancestors have been explained. Even, Jiang family young master said clearly who was engaged to. Finally Jiang Feng asked, how did he know so clearly, and finally realized that Zuzi father is near Jiang family people, who work in Jiang family all the year round. Why don't you inquire about the situation of the master's family? This is the reason why Jiang Feng was able to mention these locations just now. The matter is explained clearly. At this time, Jiang Feng also seemed particularly comfortable. People must have roots. The quicker you are, the more you must have a root. This is the origin of the so-called roots in the feudal era. Jiang Feng will enter the imperial court in the future. Even if he does not enter the imperial court, he is destined to be extraordinary. If he does not have an identity, then he will always be untenable. This is society. This is the system of feudal society. If you want to climb up, there will always be someone who will stumble you, wishing you to be crushed. Now, Jiang Feng is not afraid. Although the cost is not yet known how much it will be, at worst is the last time, using a big lie to round out today's lie. But he knows that if he stands tall enough one day, even if the emperor knows that there is a problem with his identity, it will not do anything to him. Because he is in the blood, and what is flowing is the blood of the Han nationality. That's enough. Even more how? At His Holiness, that is the Lord who can spoil the heavens, even the daughter-in-law of King ethnic group. For him, it is all about sprinkling water. Identity. In the eyes of the emperor, that's a fart. He said you have it, you have it, and he said you don't, you are nothing. Now whether it is Jiang Feng, Zhang Sunwuji, or Wei Zheng, they are all sighed in relief at the same time. At this time, they really recognized Jiang Feng. At the same time, I was shocked. How can a 20-year-old boy have such a brilliant talent? Jiang Feng, brother, do you know what I am thinking now? Wei Zheng looked at Jiang Feng and finally patted him on the shoulder. I used to think that a real man must be a guard home, defend the country, or become an official in the DPRK. This is the major event in life. But today I am on you. Seeing these 2 points, don't you want to? Yes. Jiang Feng's honest nodded. Who doesn't want blood to stain the battlefield? The shroud of horse leather. That kind of blood boils after thinking about it. The kind of see how lovely locks in bright mirrors in high chambers. Who doesn't want it? But Jiang Feng shook the head. Zhang Sunwuji sucked a pig's small intestine, patted his greasy hands, and praised. See how lovely locks in bright mirrors in high chambers. Jiang Feng, brother, then, do you want to? Zhang Sunwuji never forgets his original intention. He wants to win Jiang Feng. Now that I see an opportunity, I will rush to win. No. Jiang Feng shook his head. It's not the time yet. Besides, who stipulated that in order to serve the imperial court, one must have a horse leather shroud, and must have a white hair on the high hall? Wei Zheng was shocked. He has read Sage all his life. The truth in the book is basically exactly similar to what Cheng Sun said, but how did Jiang Feng change its taste? Wei Zheng hurriedly got up, used the Confucian scholar etiquette, gave a salute and said, please also Jiang Feng, brother, express. Now the great Tang imperial court is open to talk. Just to recruit talents. Small officials' effect is very small. But today I heard a different speech here at Jiang Feng. Could it be that he was talking about another academic field? Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji were in awe. Express can't be called. Jiang Feng he smiled. Actually, this thing is like this, I think. There are many ways to serve the imperial court. If you can help the world, is this a kind of reimbursement? As long as we can ensure that where we can, the people can have clothing and food, no matter how powerful a person is. But if it is in the world, there are thousands of people like this, tens of thousands. Those two think about it, what will happen to this kind of thing? He will inherit this virtue like wildfire. This. Wei Zheng was shocked. Zhang Sunwuji was shocked. What is the reason for this? But, it sounds like, there really is so much truth. At this time, the two of them finally achieved their goal. After they heard this, Zhang Sunwuji got up and said with a sad face, Jiang Feng, brother, are we brother? If you are right, now, brother, I need your help. If I have a problem, can you help me? Help? Who the hell said we are not brothers? Bring the knife and I will hack him to death. Zhang Sunwuji hearing this, overjoyed, but his face turned like a Sichuan opera. Generally, when you lower your head, you change to a crying face. Jiang Feng, brother, help. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 188 ? What's the situation? Is this riding a horse acting? Why don't you go to the Oscars to act? I promise you the best male pig's feet. Really? I swear. Jiang Feng in the heart compares the middle finger to Zhang Sunwuji. However, the corners of his mouth twitched and asked, old son, are you? We are all brothers, so just talk about it. As long as it's not a terrible thing, Jiang Feng will definitely help you! Really? A horse is hard to chase. Okay. Just wait for your words. Now, His Imperial Majesty, I was angry. I heard that there were a lot of Turkic spies in Chainan City. Lord Zhangsun was scolded badly. Finally he found me and pointed his nose to scold me. Let us cooperate with them to find out these hidden in Chainan City. Malignant tumor. If you can't find it, stop. Jiang Feng's whole person is not good. Immediately got up, clasped his fists and said, two people are slow, goodbye. While speaking, him going to slip away. This horse riding is a terrible thing. A moment ago, he was still admonishing the neighbors not to provoke these people. How far he ran, he was thinking about whether to hide in another place. This is a good one, Zhang Sunwuji, who is unlucky enough to urge. His Imperial Majesty scolds you. If you are worthy of you can let him scold him. You can't harm people when you step on a horse. Now you are hurting people miserably by stepping on a horse. Old Li, too, you have nothing to do. What can't you do? Even if you old brother take a piece of mud and go to the river to wash and play, I will praise you for being awesome. It's good now. You are filming flattery, right? No. I caught the horse eggs. You want to die. Why are you still pulling me up? Seeing such a big movement by Jiang Feng, Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji were completely confused. However, when Jiang Feng opened the door and was about to go out, the reaction came, and the two accelerated, grabbed Jiang Feng's back collar and brought him back. I said, brother, what are you running? I want to pee. Come on. Just know you youngster are timid. Zhang Sunwuji twitched his lips. This matter is not difficult. I heard old Li say that the group of babies at your store's door are your eyeliners. Such people, to be in front of you, you are really a genius. 1 inch. So we are here to ask you to give an idea. As for other things, people from the government will naturally take care of it. If you are afraid, I will ask someone to send you a few hardcover youngsters. By the way, my youngster has practiced a few hands, and the stupid son of old wise family has also learned martial arts. In a few years, the son of the old Chen family will be enough to keep you safe, right? Yes. You guys. This is thinking about the law and wants to stuff your son. I am here. Jiang Feng said angrily, I will solve my security problem. I will be honest, I am very safe here. Dangerous places are the safest places. This sentence Jiang Feng now thinks. It's really a damn famous saying. A person is already alone, the goal is small, and there is no threat. This is of great help to his safety. And he is not unprepared these days. He has watched the movie of tunnel warfare no less than a dozen times. I still understand this point. Oh, if you don't want to protect, then tell me. Do you know about this? See Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji, who didn't understand his sentence, is the safest. Jiang Feng rolled the eyes and said, I knew about this, and I discovered it when Cambodia Crown Prince came to me. It seems that the rice grabbing this time was created by them. 1 inch. Moreover, as long as you have a brain, you will understand that if there is no one to fiddle with this matter, who the hell would dare to poke things out of the palace? You mean, there are also. Wei Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Jiang Feng hurriedly signaled him not to speak. Jiang Feng nodded. So, I think it's better for you to ask Zhang Sunwuji to check it out from the palace, so it's much easier. And it's not sound. I guess it's in the palace now that Lord. He knew about this a long time ago. He has already started the layout, since he can let you cooperate with Zhang Sunwuji to check the merchants in Chainan City. Then, you know it. The way? Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji hurriedly lowered their voices and asked, I don't know. Cut. I thought you knew it. After a long time, you don't know anything. Zhang Sunwuji rolled the eyes. Oh, fuck. Jiang Feng exploded. He is most afraid of being looked down upon by others. Is it still worth it? He couldn't bear being despised. Hurry and said, I'll tell you. Don't even think about it. Chainan City merchants, if you check it now, I promise you won't find anything. Don't ask me why I know. If I ask, I don't know. I remind you that if you want to check this thing, you have to go outside and check it outside. That place, you guys, you can find out from the source by checking. Outside? You mean, they shipped out? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 189. Ahem. Jiang Feng mysteriously drank a bowl of wine. He leaned unperturbed on the recliner and hummed a few times. Some things, use this more. If you don't use this, you will get this in sooner or later. Jiang Feng pointed to his head. These words of unfathomable mystery made Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng confused. But seeing that Jiang Feng stopped talking about it, I could only interrogate Jiang Feng for a while, and after a meal, the two left contentedly. But it is clear that I am thinking about leaving. Imperial Palace. On the Vermilion-Bird Bridge of the Imperial City Gate, Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji squatted on the edge of the bridge in a daze. I want to find His Imperial Majesty, but I dare not. Just sit here and think. Hey, old guy. What do you think the Jiang Feng brother said at the end? Say you have no brains. Get lost. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and said, I always feel that Jiang Feng brother is always talking this time, and he always wants to talk. Have you noticed? Wei Zheng nodded. This is really rare. Before that, I didn't explain it in detail, but what happened this time? Is he really afraid of death? He, afraid of death? Zhang Sun Wuji smiled. If this youngster is afraid of death, he will not rashly say those things in front of His Imperial Majesty. Think about it, if you put these words on others, who can live? It's also. The two fell into silence again. But at this moment, a small yellow sect in the distance ran over breathlessly. Chancellor Wei, Lord Zhangsun, His Imperial Majesty, His Imperial Majesty. The two were startled, and they looked intently. This it turned out to be little Gizzy next to His Imperial Majesty. He hurriedly got up and asked, what's wrong with His Imperial Majesty? His Imperial Majesty ... His Imperial Majesty let the two go to see him. In the lake pavilion of Royal Gardens, Li Shimin sat on the soft collapse, flipping through the memorials, and Zhang Sun Wuji and Wei Zheng, like the air, stood bowed and pestered under the sun outside the pavilion. Sweat, coupled with the effect of ethyl alcohol, almost fainted both of them. But His Imperial Majesty seems to have not seen the two, still watching the memorial. Even little Gizzy next to him wanted to speak twice, but after thinking about it, he shut up. I don't know how long it has been. Just when the two of them were on the verge of collapse, Li Shimin gave a soft cough, deported the crowd, and signaled them to enter the Huxin pavilion. Give a pot of herbal tea on the table to the two of them, and said with a playful look, I asked you to do things, and you will be ashamed of me sitting on the Vermilion-Bird Bridge. No, His Imperial Majesty, you have wronged the old official. Oh, Li Shimin let go the memorial, looking at Zhang Sun Wuji, asked, then I want to hear, how did I wrong you? The old official went to Jiang Feng's little tavern with Chancellor Wei today. Oh, I remember. I still remember that you two were on the streets of Chainan City out of anger running wildly. Can this happen? The two of them couldn't help but lower their heads at this question. Li Shimin said again, I remember, Jinwu guards, but at least 30 people who followed you were arrested in secret. I will say one last time, Jiang Feng brother, it's my brother. His safety cannot be left to the slightest. If you breathe, I don't care, but if you get involved, Jiang Feng brother, you know the consequences. Hearing this, too, as soon as he weakened his legs, he knelt on the ground. This small official, convict. That's all. Get up. Sit down. Let's talk about it. What did the Jiang Feng brother say? The two were hearing this, and it was a big sigh of relief, but they couldn't help but Ling ran. More than 30 people following them. This is Turkic too mad. If they put a cold arrow in the dark, then a cold sweat oozes from the backs of both of them. But this is obviously not the time to think about this. Wei Zheng cleared up his emotions and said, today, the ministers have confirmed the identity of the Jiang Feng brother. He is a member of the Niangtsai Mountain Pass. His Majesty should have known there at the time. Niangtsai Mountain Pass? Is he a descendant of Jiang family? Didn't I hear that his family was destroyed in a flood and landslide? No one survived? Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while and said, back to His Imperial Majesty. When the old official heard about this, I deliberately asked someone to go to the Niangtsai Mountain Pass to inquire. Jiang family young master didn't know where to go. Even if the corpse was not found in capital city, he must have been on the shore in the big water, and then came to Cheyenne to take refuge. And his current little tavern, even if Jiang family was in Chainan's industry. Oh, under Zhang Sun Yuji's explanation, in the end, Jiang Feng's identity was finally dabbed by. If Jiang Feng was here, he would be really excited to go to the Niangtsai Mountain Pass to set off a car of firecrackers for the missing Jiang family young master. What is the connection between this matter and what I asked you to do? Yes, at the time, The minister also thought, Jiang Feng, the place where my brother is too dangerous, and I want my son to protect his safety. But he said, where is the safest place for him? Hearing this, Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. Ask, Jiang Feng brother really said that? It's true. Li Shimin's eyes suddenly burst into murderous intention. Not good. Fool, Jiang Feng brother is in danger. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 190. What? This? The hairs of Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly exploded. How can this be dangerous? But, next moment, Wei Zheng suddenly felt like the sky was spinning. He cried out sadly. The old official finally knows why the Jiang Feng brother always speaks so strange today. Why is he so anxious to drive us away? It turns out that he doesn't want us and is in danger. Ah, God. The old official knows it was wrong. Wei Zheng howled. Zhang Sun Wuji is not better. The Li Shimin was anxious, grabbing Zhang Sun Wuji's collar and asking, tell me, what is going on? His Imperial Majesty. This is the case. We originally wanted to ask the Jiang Feng brother to help us find the information about the spy chain, but the Jiang Feng brother thought about him. Finally, after the old official's inquiry, he said, this is the case. The cause of the incident was that His Imperial Majesty collected grain. What? Li Shimin was shocked. And then, he said that the matter of His Imperial Majesty's food collection must be kept secret. But such things will be leaked. This person either wants to the whole family is dead, just the spy. The spy. Is there a spy in my palace? Li Shimin's face's gloomy water is about to drip. Ask again. Tell me what the Jiang Feng brother said without missing a word. Yes. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun the two Wuji said, this incident was about the chain, and after we figured out the identity of the Jiang Feng brother, before we finished talking, the Jiang Feng brother was about to run and was finally caught by us. He pressed on the chair before he said the next thing. The first sentence is that there is a spy in the palace, and then he said he was afraid of death, so we must not check it again. People will die. Many people will die. But when the old official said that Zhang Sun Wuji asked us to check, he said that he should check outside the city, but it can't be found inside the city. Also, he pointed to his head and said, yes, use it more, otherwise it will be easy. This small official didn't know what was in it at the time, but now the two can't continue. Does this still need to be said? No need. Li Shimin and the others are not fools. It is clear now. Chainen can't check. Why can't it be checked? That must be covered by someone from the government. Moreover, the merchants only seem to have hooks. In this case, how to check? Can anyone find out what? If you check now, all clues will definitely be broken. Chancellor Y, tell me, what does the Jiang Feng brother mean to check out the city? Li Shimin thought for a while and added, it means let's check from the sources on both sides. This small official thought, it might be the reason. The military school of thought has a cloud, and the trend of encirclement can make any demons and monsters all there is nowhere to hide. The old official thought, Jiang Feng brother must have read this sentence in the Book of War, so at this time, under this dangerous situation, I said it. Then ... Do you feel that there is a great character hidden around the Jiang Feng brother? This. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji was shocked. They thought about it, but they didn't dare to think about it. But, the more I didn't think about it, at this time, my mind started to move quickly. Everything, at this moment, could not help but become clear. If it weren't for the danger around him, is it because Mao today's children are gone? Why did the Jiang Feng brother send everyone away in a hurry? Do you hesitate to disperse your wealth? You know Jiang Feng is very stingy. At this time, Jiang Feng's sentence I am the safest place here, and what kind of strange look caused the two old oily officials in the officialdom to suddenly cry out in cold sweat. Mother, Jiang Feng brother, so loyal. Ashamed of the Jiang Feng brother. Li Shimin fiercely hit the stone pillar with a punch and said bitterly, if it weren't for so much involved, I would really like to take up the long sword. A sword, and a sword to clean up Chainen City. His Imperial Majesty, I can't use it. His Imperial Majesty, calm down. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sun Wuji, They both knelt together. Li Shimin waved his hand. I'm fine, but now you tell me, is this chess piece in the Imperial Palace in Honglu Temple, or is it a person hiding in the palace? This. Wei Zheng and Zhang Sunwuji looked at each other and said, this small official is dull, I don't know. Oh. That's all. Since the Jiang Feng brother said, starting from outside the city, there are city gate handles all around Chainan City. Let's start with these city guards first. His Imperial Majesty is a defensive guard. They are basically old Cheng's subordinates. The old official thinks that this place should be. Zhang Sunwuji said nothing. Li Shimin asked impatiently, I have something to say. The old official has an immature idea. That stop talking. Zhang Sunwuji was almost choked, and quickly said, the old official thinks that the several rivers running through the Imperial Palace are the biggest. The old official felt that the investigation could start from the river. Oh? Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Well, do you think that the river is the most likely? Yong'an Canal. Yong'an Canal, go down the river, and then in the Bay River, the south can enter Liuozu, the west can enter the Qinling Mountains, and the waterways are tangled and complicated. These are all places that we cannot track. Yong'an Canal. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 191. The conversation at Imperial Palace ended soon, but after the dialogue ended, Zhang Sunwuji didn't care about everything in Chainan City, and even the cooperative affairs stopped. Instead, he has been rushing towards the construction of the cooperative in Liuozu. And Wei Zheng finally returned home after finishing the conversation. It seems that nothing happened just now. This made a man with triangular eyes. His eyes flickered slightly, and then disappeared into the Imperial Palace. Several flashes. The man's huge palm clung to a wall of Honglu Temple on top. It's like a bat. The man's eyes are like poisonous snakes, but his arms are like apes. After a group of guards in Honglu Temple walked away, he quietly entered a room in Honglu Temple. As soon as I entered, a purple-robed man glanced at the person and asked, is there any information coming from the palace? No. It seems that His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything. The remaining two, a robust man named Sok grinned. Want to check us? I want to see where the King of Tang check it from. Another Tuihan man with a beard, eyes flashed. Sok, don't he say this? I think for the time being, our people should converge a little bit. I think your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang should be aware of something. Hee. Go Kopi, if you are a coward, I Tibetian, but don't do it. Enough. The long-armed man glanced at the three of them with sinister eyes and said, Little Khan, no words. What did you say? After battle, they are also planning for it. Not surprising. Purple-robed youth waved faintly. This matter will continue to be heard. Keep a low profile. When the second shipment of Cambodia King arrives, it will be a Hansen time. The premise is that there is no action on Jianan Road. If it is Jianan Road, if we take action, we will continue to hide in Chainan City, so we will catch my tail in this matter. Remember, hoarding food is the major event. I think, your food doesn't seem to be too much, right? Purple-robed man, looking at the two jokingly. He'll find out later. What else can they say? Can only silently agree. But at this moment, when the three of them were about to leave the room, Purple-robed youth asked playfully, Today I heard that there are more than 30 people who went to track Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng, but yours. The three of them heard this and stopped. But you look at me, I look at you. It seems that no one knows. Seeing this, a hint of insidiousness flashed across the face of purple-robed youth. If the message goes on, who dares to do such a foolish thing and destroy the clan? Yes, everyone is afraid of him. Not because he is Geely Khan. It's because of this person's style that he has always been insidious. I don't know who learned it from him. Now when he is watching the three of them, he reveals this insidiousness, which is obviously true. Angry. When the three people walked out of the room, however, they met the steward of Honglu Temple who was going up the stairs. The three of them looked at each other, and their faces hurriedly showed a touch of indifference and respect. Isn't this Master Zhu? What are you doing? Zhu Weiqing, wearing a green official gown, wiped the sweat from his forehead. cupped the hands with a lack of interest. It's just a routine business. Then he bypassed the three people and entered the room of Turkic Khan. The three of them glanced at each other, stopped, and stood where they were. At this distance, for the three of us, it is extremely simple to hear what's inside. I saw Zhu Weiqing enter the room of purple-robed youth, and purple-robed youth pretended to have just found out, elegantly performing aristocratic etiquette. I don't know if Lord Zhu is here. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Little Khan is serious. This time I'm here for official business. Today someone in city found out that someone was following Lord Zhangsan and Lord Y. So His Imperial Majesty ordered Shimansky to come and told the little Khan that Chainan was very messy recently. Don't leave the palace if you don't have anything to do with the little Khan. It's dangerous. Oh, this purple-robed youth pretended to be dumb. This is Chainan City. How could there be such a desperate person here, dare to follow the two national duke? This matter, Ministry of Justice is torturing those caught. So His Imperial Majesty specially ordered Jinwu guards to strengthen the guards of Honglu Temple to ensure your safety. Ha ha ha. Then many thanks to His Majesty's kindness! Exclamation mark. After speaking, Zhu Wei arched his hands and said, as things said, let's say goodbye to the small official. Thanks your lord. Your lord, go slowly. After sending Zhu Weiqing away, the complexion of purple-robed youth was dripping with water. If this Khan knows who is messing around, this Khan has to grind the bones of your ancestors 18 generations into powder for you. Insufficient success. The brute who has failed. He was furious. It's a critical time now. Well, Zhangsan Wuji and Wei Zheng are the two national duke of Great Tang, right? Nothing to do, you fucking. What are you going to run in Chainan City? Fuck it. Purple-robed youth clenched fists clattered. After that, his expression opened the door as usual. In his eyes, a group of armored soldiers wearing heavy armor surrounded Honglu Temple. Where is Jinwu guards? This is the garrison of Great Tang stationed in Chainan. Great Tang's unparalleled national teacher Chapter 192. Zhang Feng is very depressed. I am really depressed, since he learned that Turkic's spy was living next door. He panicked. He cursed system hundreds of times in the heart. Then I was still stuffed, running in the tunnel, shoveling the tunnel as comfortable and spacious as possible. There must be a vent in the tunnel. He thought about this vent for a long time, and finally took aim at the chimney. On the side of the chimney, there is a fire vent. In this fire vent, he put a bamboo pole into it and opened the bamboo pole. This is a simple vent. Then all the places where vents can be placed in the room were installed with bamboo tubes. On the one hand, it is for safety, and more is for light. He has watched many ancient film and television dramas. Basically, all houses in this era are made of wood structures, so it is easy to catch fire, and they also take advantage of this. When it comes to compelled by circumstances, everyone likes to do it the most. The thing is to set fire to the house and destroy the corpse and evidence. When the time comes, in case old Y can guess what he means from his words, then he really has to do a good job of safety protection. This tunnel is his safety barrier. The tunnel is not big. It can only put a bed, a toilet, and simple toiletries. Even Zhang Feng still stores a lot of dried meat here. In order to guard against the unexpected, you can come in at any time. When the time comes, you can hide for how long. So, he arranged everything here properly. But even so, he is still very depressed. Old Y is what he thinks is the smartest person besides old Li. He didn't expect him to be so insightful. I just don't know if he understands the last sentence thoroughly. If you don't understand it, it's okay. But if you understand it, it's the best. What he is afraid of is not their IQ, but which His Majesty in the palace he is afraid of. In case of anger, it would be uncomfortable for a soldier to attack. He doesn't want Little Tavern to suffer. He doesn't know whether this subtotal tavern is directly related to the binding of the system, so he has to stick to the activation of the system here. Otherwise he is afraid. This Great Tang is too dangerous. In case he enters the palace one day, he does not have a system by himself. He is very afraid that he will not be able to fight this guy. Historically, on the signs on the streets of Chainan City, Xizhi Road 9982 Li shows the location of sovereignty. This master, if he is a good person, he would rather twist his head. Come down. The people around this master, his mother is all human beings. We won't talk about Wei Zheng. It's conceivable to be called a human mirror, but Wei Zheng is not afraid. He is sure to play. Wei Zheng turns around. But this Qiang ethnic group's Angsan Wuji and Emperor His Majesty are very guilty. Oh, Zhang Feng shook the head, chewing a straw that was torn from the bedboard, letting myself not think about the painful things. Rhetorically, now that it's quiet, he has another urge to go and see next door. Shaking his head hard, Zhang Feng got up, walked out of the little tavern, squatted at the door of the little tavern, looking at another bustling street, and the empty street where he was. Suddenly Zhang Feng, a touch of excitement flashed in my mind. Yes, Lao Tavern, the second floor of the small tavern, facing Anding Fang. If there is a disturbance, if you can build a house, don't you need to be afraid? Even if when the time comes surrounded by officers and soldiers, I just have to climb down the ladder. When the time comes, just report the name of Zhang Sunwuji, I will be fine. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly found Guzi and asked him to buy wooden boards for himself. He wants to tidy up a room on the second floor of tavern. It was when Zhang Feng made a big effort to find a sense of security. In the city of Liuozu, I encountered an extremely headache. At this time in the city of Liuozu, the hair on the top of the head of the Liuozu provincial governor disappeared without a trace overnight under the demon of the shrew. At this time, the Liuozu provincial governor was squatting aggrievedly at the gate of Lu National Duke Hu Junji's mansion, waiting to meet him. After a while, a young man opened the gate of the mansion and lazily said, "Coming." Liuozu provincial governor hurriedly got up and followed the young man into Marquis' residence in a hurry. One enters the door. Hu Junji put down the book in his hand. "Ha," said with a smile. "Master, why? What's wrong with your hair?" As soon as I heard this, Liuozu provincial governor Yuji, I have all the hearts I want to cry. "Master National Duke, you can help." "What's wrong?" Hu Junji frowned deliberately, pretending to be dissatisfied. "As the imperial court commander, how are you crying and crying?" "National Duke." "It's not small." The official cried because of that thing. The official really couldn't do it. And the official dissipated all the money in the Liuozu government treasury. After 3 days, the official took the people to reconcile the accounts, but those people lied that they didn't know about it. Oh, Hu Junji only knew about the matter at this time. It's really big. Furthermore, His Imperial Majesty secretly informed him about this matter and asked him to cooperate with the Los Angeles provincial governor to carry out the matter in Los Angeles. But now that I look at it, things seem to have gone too far. "How much silver did you release?" This small official was released, $572,3,892. These money, basically they were all borrowed by rich merchant from the rich in Liuozu city, and the people borrowed it, basically only about 300 silver. Then, why can't I get it back? Hu Junji got up, his face sinking slightly. "Don't they know that this is His Imperial Majesty's silver? They are rebellious." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 193. More than 5 million silver. This is a big number. If it's a little bit, he really doesn't care. And His Imperial Majesty is already prepared for a loss for this matter. But if this is all 5 million, then His Imperial Majesty can really kill people. Think of this. Hu Junji waved his hand and said, "Tell me in detail, what is the matter?" Yes. 3 days ago, the official was ordered to join the rich merchants and the wealthy in Liuozu to explain the matter. But when the small official went on the second day, only found that the money was missing, and the account book recorded that the official was in at the time. The people lent the money, but the money behind it all disappeared. Bastard. What a bastard. You don't catch this? Are you a bastard? No. Yuji hurriedly said, "Look at this ledger." While speaking, Yuji took out another ledger from the embroidered robe, passed it to Hu Junji. Hu Junji opened the account book, and he was even more confused. Liuozu Shuai Jiafang borrowed 1 million. Zheng Wen began to repay the loan in 3 years, in installments. plus 13,300 per month with interest, paid off in 10 years. Zhengwen 2 years and 6 on the 8th day of the month. Zhang Dabao personally borrowed. Liuozi Bank entered the loan of 2 million tals. Asshole. What is this? 10 years. Who gave them the courage to borrow money like this? Tu Junji was furious. Yug said, National Duke, you may not know that these industries are actually their own industries. To put it bluntly, they just want to take advantage of this opportunity and want to gather money in their hands! Exclamation mark. This. What can you do? Tu Junji is also anxious. What's happening now is, His Imperial Majesty said that he would lend it to the people, but they are also people who is not lending to. But they took the money, they took it. But Tu Junji had a headache looking at this repayment account. Where did you wait for a year about Great Tang? If it's normally, then wait for a year, just wait for a year. Anyway, Great Tang doesn't lack that little money, but can't wait now. And His Imperial Majesty wants to see the effect immediately. Now it's out this setback, isn't it? But now Great Tang has been waiting for so long, and this is obviously trying to take advantage. And even Tu Junji has nothing to say. National Duke, this matter, you see. How should the small official be good? The small official is only 1 month old. If this continues, not only will the 5 million silvertel not be collected, but the people will not be able to get any benefits. Small official, please National Duke find a way. Yug is about to kneel down while speaking. Tu Junji frowned. Provincial governor does not have to be like this. This matter has to be considered for a long time. This is also an experiment conducted by His Majesty. Tu Junji thought for a long time. Then said, in this way, you first take out the tax burden in Liuozu. This time you must personally supervise the matter, and immediately edit a book. And you must detail everything today. Report up. This ... Can it work? National Duke, the tax in Los Angeles is now less than 1 million, and the tax is tampered with. But you have to exterminate the clan's great sin. Now, Zi can do this first, and the old man will immediately prepare a book and report the matter to His Imperial Majesty. You can rest assured, wait for this letter. Send the letter together. While speaking, Tu Junji wrote a memorial about everything here, and then handed it to Yug. Yug left thankfully. After Yug left, Tu Junji faintly yelled, Steward, Lord, you can immediately save the house. Take out all the money that you took out, and let Uji personally deliver the money to every citizen. Lord, this steward stunned forced. The total amount of National Duke's mansion is less than 10,000 tals of cash. And this is obviously a bottomless pit. How can it fill the belly of the people of Liuozu? Let's do it. Yes, Tu Junji did not return that share of the ledger to Yug because I saw a huge benefit in it. His Imperial Majesty is so anxious to do this, and it doesn't matter that the silvertel per month is only a few cents in profit. But if things go on like this, won't all the money that day and the next go in His Imperial Majesty's pocket? If one person contributes a penny, then hundreds of thousands of people in Los Angeles, how much does it have to be? This does not include which of the merchants' loans. If you count the hundreds of thousands, tens of millions, of money, then Tu Junji is not a fool. Although he can only see a little shadow vaguely at this time, he is a smart man and ambitious. From His Imperial Majesty's every move, he can see one thing. That is, His Imperial Majesty's butcher knife has been raised high. These idiots dare to take advantage of the loopholes. Tu Junji sneered twice, and looked at the words on the bookcase with his hands behind his back. This character is vigorous and powerful. The content of the word is the poem Jiang Feng wrote on the wall that day. Jiang Feng, who are you? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 194. At the gate of Liuozi Mansion, large swathes of people poked their heads, scrambling to see Lord Provincial Governor when they would come out. Yesterday I heard that His Imperial Majesty was going to make money. Is this okay? Everyone is blinded. From Emperor Qin and ancestor of Han to Sui dynasty, I have never seen such a good thing. But yesterday, someone has seen with their own eyes that there are people, and they only need to sign their names under the confirmation of the officials, and then press a red handprint, where the officials prove your name. After the identity, you will get the silver you want. Moreover, you only need a few pennies of principal and interest to be paid every month. What is this? This is a good thing to lose money from the sky. Yesterday, someone received it and went home happily. But more people are watching, but until the end, I heard that millions of silvertals had all entered the pockets of those merchants. And finally everyone couldn't help it. All people are poor families. Even the house I live in is supported by wood, and there is no money for repairs. But if you can get the money from the government, the house will not only be well repaired, but also some with the remaining money and rice, buying some furniture, and even a few full meals. Some people, at this time, took their IDs and squatted at the door of the provincial governor's mansion early in the morning, hoping to get a little bit of money, and then buy a set of guys who ask for life. This is almost at the end, and Master Provincial Governor proves that it hasn't come out yet. Yes, yesterday, I clearly said that today I will be at the gate of Provincial Governor Mansion, the one who issued the money. Why didn't we see anyone at the end of the hour? Isn't this ... sir, the Provincial Governor is there. Let us have fun. No way. I saw the leftover dog and his father with my own eyes. He got a silver coin. That guy, the whole person is very energetic today, and he works very hard. Hiss. Really got it? Everyone was shocked. Crack. When everyone can't wait, discuss spiritedly. The closed door of Provincial Governor Mansion finally opened. As the heavy door opened, I saw a team of armored soldiers. The wearers dazzling clear light armor, and the chilling double-edged saber, neatly divided into two teams, and walked out of the provincial governor house. After seeing the armored soldier, everyone was even more shocked. Quickly shut up, and then let go of the gate of provincial governor mansion. With the emergence of these two teams of armored soldier. After that, there were civilian officials and officials, holding a thick stack of household registration ledgers, and then hurriedly appeared at the gate. And then soldiers lifted up 10 large tables and surrounded the provincial governor mansion. Ring. The officials, and the civil officials, sat peacefully at these tables, spreading their pen and ink. Until now, provincial governor talents have appeared in the eyes of everyone. Behind him, one by one, the sealed boxes were lifted out with difficulty, placed at the door of the provincial governor mansion, and the boxes were opened. An ingot of bright and blind silver shocked everyone. However, at this moment, the 2 rows of armored soldiers, also at this time, all turned their faces, pulled out the double-edged saber, and scanned the crowd indifferently. Yug first gave a fist to everyone, and then said, "Today, the release of money officially begins, but the official has a word to advise you. This is the silver of the imperial family, and it is His Imperial Majesty who is sympathetic to the people. Is to make your life easier. If the official knows, who would dare to take the silver into brothel, wine shop, gambling shop to splurge, instead of using it in life, the official rewards he has a 30-year-old board, and then waits for His Imperial Majesty's release. Today, the official said 3 requirements. Those who are addicted to gambling, if you are a drunkard or a slumber, you will always get away from the officer. If it is found by the officer, you can see the armored soldier. 1 inch. Yug pointed to those wearing clear light armor's military soldier said, if you find it, you dare to fool the official. First ask this one double-edged saber, would you like it? Provincial governor. Don't worry. They are all people in this city, young people, they all want to take 2 money back to make a living. 1 If you are the kind of slumber, let alone the provincial governor, we will don't let him go. Yes, Lord Provincial Governor, don't worry. We will spend this money perfectly clear. Since it is the pity of His Imperial Majesty, how can we use it indiscriminately? The clansman of the Zhang family gave Old Fogey to Old Fogey. I listen carefully. At this time, you all listen to what the adults say. What kind of money is this? This is the life-saving money given to us by His Imperial Majesty. Who dares to take it? Give it to me. Old Fogey will deal with the clan rules. Don't worry, Patriarch. If anyone dares to do this, he will kill him with a stick. Kill to death. Yuji is deeply sighed in relief. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, he waved his hands and said, "All wealthy households, merchants, today are suspended from issuing loans. Don't ask, just ask those yesterday. They all took the money away. If you want to blame them. Fucking I'm still waiting to borrow some money to buy goods. My mother, Mrs. Provincial Governor, they are already rich. Why are they so? Lord Provincial Governor, grab them chosen up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades." All those who are waiting to borrow money to open a business are angry. At this time, people from the provincial governor have put their words here. What can they do? All the businessmen waved their hands and shouted with red eyes, Go find those bitches for money. That is the one from His Imperial Majesty. Yes, go and go. In this regard, Yuji turned a blind eye. Instead, he said to the official, "Keep the notice. If those people dare to hit people, catch them. If these people hit people, as long as they don't kill people, they will not be seen." Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 195. Liang Province. This is the main business road from China to Longyu Road, connecting western regions. At this time, Liang Province also encountered this problem. Liang Province Provincial Governor, Yan is the collateral family of Wei Zheng. Today, he sent 3 secret reports to Wei Zheng. A few days ago, I received a letter from the palace saying that it was for Liang Province to distribute all the tax and silver originally shipped to China on the spot according to His Majesty's will and lend it to the people. However, the first day was fine, but on the second day, I ran into trouble. This is the center of commerce and trade. Basically, among the 10 residents in Cold State City, almost half of them are merchants. On the first day, Yan took out 7 million silvertel and sent out less than 30 or 40,000 tels. They were basically small businesses in the city. Basically the people are watching. However, on the second day, Yan personally loaned 1,000 silvertel to his little brother-in-law dyeing workshop. After 7 million was basically, the small merchants instantly glorified the light up, the beauty in Yan's heart. Finally, the matter that His Imperial Majesty explained was solved perfectly. But on the third day, he was dumbfounded. I woke up early in the morning to tease my favorite golden thrush in the cage. I lost my heart. The noise outside the mansion gate scared all the birds to the point of shivering. The beloved bird is frightened. How can he not be angry? Angrily rolled up his sleeves and went out to have a look. The guard? What did he do to eat? It's all going to make a noise outside. Don't care. But when he first got out of the backyard, he was completely dumbfounded. There used to be more than a dozen servants in the courtyard, but now they are all shrunk in the house and dare not come out. From time to time, there is still a pile of dry or fresh cow dung flying out of the courtyard. Coming. Is this okay? No. Yan is angry. Steward, where did you go? Old Lord come and hide. Behind the clump, Steward stuck out his head tremblingly, and then retracted again. This makes Yan confused. Cautiously avoiding the cow dung outside the yard, hiding in the bamboo bushes and asking, what's going on outside? Lord, basically the whole area around Liang Province outside. All the people are here. What? Startled by Yan. Then, why didn't no one notify me? Madam didn't want to, for fear of Lord's temper. Going out to beat people would cause lawsuits. Yan was furious and raised his hand about to hit, but at the next moment, he retracted his palm in a cold gaze. Madam, you how outside. Yan, this is something everyone in Liang Province knows. Besides, Yan has a grumpy temper, which is something everyone in Liang Province knows. At this time, I saw a curvaceous voice and shadow staring at him in the utility room in the front yard. This is what you do? Concubine really doesn't know. Is the cow dung blind or dripping? How can it not kill you? Yan is dumbfounded, winking eyebrows, even kicking old Steward with his feet, but old Steward just doesn't say anything. The old man is angry. Yan is aggrieved. Dignified Liang Province Provincial Governor, and he took office at the 40-year-old Kanzi. This is really good luck for the ancestral grave. But, how come this is such a shrew? Although Wayani was sad and indignant, she didn't dare to attack, so she licked her face and asked, "Madam, what's the matter outside? Why are you so angry?" Angry? How dare concubine get angry? High official, Wai Zheng Lord Wai's brother, how dare I lose my temper? Madam still ignores him. Every minding their own business said, "How did you swear to be a good official in his class at the beginning? You older male cousin, if you know that you have made Liang province what it is now, causing tens of thousands of people to block the door, I don't know, Lord Wai, will he jump up from the imperial court himself and take your skin off?" The more I talk about it, the more cold sweat Wayani gets. The whole body is swinging. Wayani could not help but surrender. "Madam, just talk about it. What's going on outside?" The old man feels uneasy. "Yo, you still feel uneasy? Yesterday when I lent you money from my little brother-in-law, wasn't it very high-spirited and vigorous? Have you ever wondered what the money is for? This is the official bank, is the tax bank. It is the task that His Imperial Majesty personally ordered to give you. What about you? 7 million. You gave it all to those merchants." Finally, Wayani finally think about the secret of His Imperial Majesty in detail. "I couldn't help but went black and planted. If it weren't for steward's eyesight and quick hands, it is estimated that a forehead will be planted on the bamboo setback. Breathe once last." At this time he finally knew what was going on outside. So scared that he didn't even dare to fall into a coma, he ran to the door rolling and crawling. "It's over, I'm overwhelmed." Nothing else. Wayani pulled the latch on the door and was instantly caught. The noise of the sky was overwhelmed. At the door, all the guards and prisoners were waiting in full battle, but everyone did not dare to do anything, so they could only guard the gate of the mansion. Seeing Wayani coming out at this time, these people finally sighed in relief, and let out the door with a hula. Wayani roared, "Stop it to Lozi, money. The old man will find a way. Don't worry. It's all fucking queuing up for me to make a book, and I have money." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 196. In the cooperative, it seems that old Li, they messed up. Zhang Feng was lying on the recliner at the door, listening to a snot full of saliva splash across the face that Guzi said. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Zhang Feng elder brother, I will tell you Austria. Early this morning, I saw that there were cards hanging at the bank gates opened by several officials. I looked at old scholar and he said this is the card that is closed today, and at the door of the shop, the people are as if they are enchanted. Their eyes are blood-red. And I also heard the guard at the door say that last night, the city there are thousands of people outside the gate. I heard that Chainan was sending money, so they came overnight. But I don't know how to drop it. The government doesn't care about it, it's like I didn't see it. In general, I heard that the Bank of Ping Square sent out almost millions of silvertals yesterday. TSK. I don't know whether those millions of silvertals can. How many Guokui Momos do I buy? I heard that a Guokui Momo costs 5 cents. 1 inch. In the world of children, I am not interested in anything, but only one eats, and that counts as the door. Clear. But at this time, Guzi was also confused. Several millions. For him, seeing is money that he has never seen before. If he can force a bank to close, how much money does it cost me? However, these words, in Zhang Feng's ears, became another meaning. "Guzi, you go, old scholar, find it. Just say I'm looking for him to drink." Zhang Feng waved his hand. Guzi, hearing this, with a dart he wiped his nose with his arm, and ran away in a hurry. "Never wear straw shoes." Waving his hand, "Let little brat, who is beside him, enter the house." Zhang Feng then went to the back kitchen slowly and brought a big pot of mix-up and a big box of steamed buns. In the hot eyes of Zuzi and the others, Zhang Feng took a pot of mix-up, put up and a large basket of steamed buns on the table. "Don't grab the older ones. Let the younger ones come one by one." That, Xioya, what are you doing in hiding? Come on, this lamb leg for you 1 inch. Hidden in the corner, Xioya didn't dare to step forward. and suddenly there was a greasy and steaming meaty stick in her hand. The little girl smiled sweetly, took 2 steamed buns in the frame, and ran away in a hurry. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. Never mind. But inadvertently, I saw Old Scholar smiling and stroking his beard at the door, and behind him, staring at Zuzi holding a large piece of meat and gnawing with keen interest pleasure, I shows the ominous light. Come on, Goozy. There is a big pot on the stove top. Go and bring it up and eat together. Go. Hearing this, Goozy ran away with a smile. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng brother, you really are. The old man thinks he is familiar with sage books, but the old man admires your behavior. If there are more people like you in the world, then I, Great Tang, would not be afraid of being strong. Where can there be wars in the world? There will be such a day. Jiang Feng slightly smiled. Come on, Old Scholar, please sit down. Vertical bar. It's too boring to be alone. I'm looking for you. Hee hee. Alcohol to relieve boredom. Damn Zuzi his father, if you can't drink with him, that guy is born a slave. And the old he, too, always want to tell me my wife. Oh. Or hello. Jiang Feng sighed. From the counter, a jar of wine came out, holding 2 wine cups, and sitting opposite Old Scholar. Old Scholar looked down at Goozy, who brought a big pot of meat, and ate it fiercely. He scolded with a smile, eat slowly and no one will snatch it from you, and I'm not afraid of being choked to death. Pee ha ha ha. No, my mother said, I can support it. Goozy wiped his mouth. Grind. Old Scholar smiled. I took the wine cup handed by Jiang Feng and took a sip. Your wine is good 1 inch. This wine is like yours. Although it is clear and bottomless, it is extremely mellow. You are a youngster like you. Why not thinking about entering the court as an official? But here, hey, Old Scholar, you are here too. Jiang Feng is speechless. It's not anxious to be an official, and I can't be anxious for the time being. It depends on fate. Old Scholar is excited. With your ability, I just want to be drunk now, and if I can live in thousands of buildings, then it will surely cover the whole world with joy. Those are Daoist immortal days. Hearing this, the wine glass in the Old Scholar's hand hung on the table with a bang, and asked with a trembling voice, did you just read a poem? This. You did it? This is a poem by a senior. I was fortunate to have heard it, but that senior already not in this world now. Oh. Old Scholar hearing this, the scorching heat in his eyes dimmed slightly. It's a shame. A person who can utter such a good poem must be a great Confucian person. You know that person has a name, and name who? Jiang Feng shook his head. He is always impossible to say that the person who made this poem is not born yet, right? Can't this send Old Scholar away? Jiang Feng shook his head and said, Old Scholar, I ask you, do you know everything on the street? Old Scholar's wrinkled face is full of solemnity at this time. This matter has been spread in the neighborhood, and the old man will also go and see it. Jiang Feng hearing this, asked, then what do you think of this matter? How is it? How is it? Old Scholar shook his head slightly. Failed. It failed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 197. Hope to hear the details. Jiang Feng has racked his brains for this matter. He had only thought of the perfection of this matter before, but he had forgotten that this is the feudal era. At this time Old Li and the others are no longer. He can only ask Old Scholar, hoping to see the epitome of this era from Old Scholar. After all, Old Scholar is this era, the feudal thought representative. In his opinion, it is decadent and stubborn. This matter, I have to start from above. Old Scholar clasped his fists. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Jiang Feng knew that he was talking about His Imperial Majesty. Today His Imperial Majesty didn't know where he came up with this look. I know he wanted to restore Great Tang's economy, but he was confused about this matter. He has forgotten a little. Human nature is inherently greedy and insatiable, which is the main theme of this era. No, Old Scholar. Jiang Feng frowned. Look at how simple the neighbors in this neighborhood are. Even if someone loses a shoe, you can find it the next day. How can such a simple person be insatiable? He. Old Scholar he sneered. The laughing Jiang Feng gave a chill. Of course you think they are simple. That's because they are all the same. Poor. If you are among the poor, you put a pot at this, you try it, it's like. Now, look at them. Do you understand? Old Scholar pointed to the kid who was rushing to eat. They, when they don't have this pot of food, are so friendly and harmonious. But there are not many of these things. They all want to dream and want to eat when they dream. And now you think you are helping them, but you don't know. Actually, you are harming them. Question mark. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. How did this become a harm? Old Scholar waved his hand to signal Jiang Feng not to worry, and then said slowly, I'm not saying that there is a problem with your approach. On the contrary, you did it right. Just like that one, your starting points are all right. You want to help people around you when you can. But you have to remember one thing. They are already poor and used to it. At this time, you give them with a piece of meat. They will not forget the taste of meat. On the contrary, after facing their own meals at home, they will involuntarily think of your meals. They will do everything possible to get your favor and only hope to eat you. A meal for me. Jiang Feng slightly frowned. Is this the inferior nature of feudalism? I saw Old Scholar continue to say, actually, it's not to blame them. Who makes them poor and unable to eat meat? Your original intention is to relieve them of greed, so that they can get some mengs. But you don't know that under the dream of sleeping together, you can't hide the dirty. Think about it. One day, you won't give them meat anymore. What will happen to them when you are sick and bedridden one day? They will even climb on your stove to eat. You are spoiling a child and letting him go astray. Let him steal, or the road of guns. A big step forward. This ... isn't it that serious? Jiang Feng agreed with it at first. He listened carefully, but after that, he listened to a different taste, and he heard it. Old Scholar, contempt for these child identities. This is not right. You said that you are a scholar. Although you have read a sage, you have forgotten the root. However, Jiang Feng was silent. Because this is the most prosperous Great Tang in the feudal era. Everyone considers identity more important than fate. Many people, in order to get rid of slavery, even several generations will work hard for this matter. They just want to be released from slavery one day, so that their children and grandchildren can be dignified and straighten up and behave. However, some people are born for slavery. There is a kind of contempt emanating from in the bones, but they have forgotten the meaning of a poem by Kaozi. It was born from the same root. Why is it too anxious? Jiang Feng sighed and read the poem. Old Scholar remained unmoved. Instead, he is persuading Jiang Feng, Feng Tsai, I know you have a big heart, and you want to change, but this matter is easier said than done. Just like what I said just now same. I know you know the meaning of my words. But because I am an old man, I don't care about me. But if you understand, you understand. This is this era. The constituent parts, the fact that no one can change, slave status, ordinary registration. Everyone wants to make their household registration noble, and is desperate. If at this time, suddenly one day, His Imperial Majesty announced that he had gone away. Everyone can get a sum of money. Do you think it's fair? Will anyone object? This is going to die. Old Scholar said very vaguely, but Jiang Feng understood it. This is the sadness of this era. He forgot this. In a hierarchical era, you made everyone equal. What is that? That is courting death. I understand, Old Scholar, thank you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 198. Jiang Feng is silent. At this time, he finally knew where his plan went wrong. In this era, no one can accept his one after another theory. If it is forced to continue, it will make things worse. Even if His Imperial Majesty has money, it will all be put in other people's pockets. Common people, where can they get much? Even if they get it, what will they do? In the past few days, he has also learned a lot from Guzi and others. 10 silvertle. Repair the house, buy clothes, make a set of things to eat, and then fill the food tank at home with food, and even repay the high-interest money that the employer once borrowed. Or buy a livestock, or marry a wife. This way down, 10 silver tl, there is still left no more. Moreover, at this time, they are only at the beginning stage of just reaching the standard of living, but at this time, they are about to face the repayment. Although their enthusiasm has gained, they have also stimulated consumption. But in this way, this is simply not the case. I can't see much in a short time, but if things go on like this, the people will have to bear more. This is the inferior nature of this era. The endless repayment of money will make a person numb, and then become numb and depressed from the energetic action, and then return to the previous state. At that time, their lives will be more difficult and demanding. In the beginning, Zhang Feng wanted to revive the economy and make them more motivated from the lives of the people, but now it seems, I think too much. And in this way, the government wants to get their money back. Think too much. Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to slap himself. He finally understood why old scholar said that this is not helping people, it is harming people. This stepping horse is because I handed him a soft knife to old Li. This is terrible. Hopefully, they haven't made a big hole yet, otherwise, it's not as simple as losing their heads. At that time, Zhang Feng will really become a mouse crossing the street. Old scholar, thank you. I understand. Zhang Feng sighed deeply, and old scholar he smiled and said nothing. On the contrary, it looks happier. If you eat the braised large intestine, it will be like drinking water. By the way, old scholar, I don't think you look like an ordinary person. Why don't you join the court as an official? And now, isn't His Imperial Majesty looking for a recruit? Why are you? I am old. Old scholar shook his head. The old man has 3 in his 70s this year. If he is a young teenager, the old man may enter the dragon's pool and fight tiger's den, but he is old. In the eyes of old scholar, there is a sense of vicissitudes that cannot be concealed. It seems to be recalling the glory of the past. Zhang Feng couldn't help but become more curious. I listened to your accent. It seems to be from Yazoo. Why are you? Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something, suddenly opened his eyes and said in amazement, you are the former Chen. Cough cough. Old scholar hearing this, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, with an old breath. Leisurely at this moment, Zhang Feng felt a bit depressed. At this moment, Zhang Feng was shocked. Although there were all smiles with old scholar in normally, and he could be distinguished from his speech, but at this time, he suddenly seemed to open a door. Shocked. Chen dynasty, there are not many records in history. This is all related to Emperor Yang of Sui. After he broke the Chen dynasty, basically the imperial palace of the Chen dynasty was completely reduced to ashes under his looting. And when Chen was destroyed, Yang Weng's bloodthirsty made everyone all are terrified. Basically, the minister and general of the Chen dynasty were all cleaned up for him. This is for later generations, and for the historical textual research of the Chen dynasty, it can also exist in the documents of ancient tombs and the records of wild history. But now, in front of him, there is actually a man of Chenzhou. How can this not shock Zhang Feng? Where is this? This is Chainan City. No one knows how many years old scholar has lived in Sining Alley. Although the courtyard is large, it basically collapsed. If it weren't for the neighbor's money and effort, he would probably go to the beggar now, rob the temple and live. But, with such a character, he would actually be Qianjin's person. Zhang Feng dare to 100% guarantee that this guy, when he was formerly Chen, his status will never be low. Otherwise, now, is he so likely to be so comfortable in the sun in Chainan City? Fucking early. They were all driven to the quarry. See Zhang Feng's silence. Old scholar faintly smiled. Why, you are afraid of knowing the previous dynasty remnants of me, and are wondering how to get rid of the relationship with me. Fart. Zhang Feng couldn't help rolling the eyes. You are an old scholar. You are an old scholar who writes home letters and couplets to read palm mystery. What Qian Chen? Ha ha ha. You are also a second person. Old scholar smiled. But everything is in the words. Come on, drink your bar. I will smash all the wine tomorrow, and anyone who wants to drink it will have to pay. Youngsters, all of them today open up to eat. Change tomorrow, I will collect the money. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 199. It was when Jiang Feng and Old Scholar were gagging. Li Shimin is almost dead of worry. Come together early in the morning. I was in a good mood. I wondered if I would go boating in the royal gardens with Empress. But at this moment, Wei Zheng came. With this Wei Zheng, there are also ministers. Entered the imperial study room. A large group of people surrounded Li Shimin. His Imperial Majesty, National Duke in Liuozu sent a memorial report, saying that there was a big trouble in Liuozu. The cooperative's money was borrowed by several merchants who took advantage of the loopholes. I know, this matter. Still so panic. It's not ... They took advantage of the loopholes and said that they would only pay back the money after a year. And borrowed 5 million tals of tax silver went out. Pudash. Li Shimin, who was drinking tea, suddenly spouted a mouthful of tea. Staring at the people in the household in amazement, he shuddered and asked, "How much? How much?" 5 million. And it's still brothel, casino, winery, etc. A few merchants. I borrowed them all in batches. What, asshole? Come here. Tell me my will and cut down these wicked obstacles for me. Exterminate the clan. Li Shimin shook the tea bowl in amazement, and roared furiously, "Repay the money after a year? Everything on this horse is so cold." Brothel? What does brothel borrow money for? Is he short of money? There are gambling shops. I opened one eye to this matter, and closed one eye. I just pretended not to see it. You really want to jump out and show me, right? Good. I will show you today. I dare not kill anyone. Come here. His Imperial Majesty. Wei Zheng hurriedly blocked Li Shimin and said, "His Imperial Majesty, these people cannot be killed. They borrowed the money according to normal procedures. The old official checked all our documents, and they did not violate the law. It was the negligence of the ministers and others. So I missed it." Wei Zheng said it very vaguely, but Li Shimin doesn't know where. This is to talk about him again. Li Shimin wants to get angry. But when the words came to my lips, I swallowed again. How do you say this? He didn't notice this for a while. Li Shimin was angry and said impatiently, "What about you? Just say if you have anything, and just get out." His Imperial Majesty. Let's take a look at these memorial reports first. Wei Zheng handed 3 copies of the paper to Li Shimin. Li Shimin opened the memory report with a gloomy face. After seeing the memory report of Liang Province, his eyelids jumped fiercely. Tens of thousands of people, besieging the provincial governor mansion and demanding money. Is it still worth it? Immediately after Li Shimin opened the memory report of Chainan City, although there was no containment incident, several pawn shops bank opened by the imperial family were forced to close. Is this okay? Where is the problem? I remember, Jiang Feng brother said very clearly. Where is the problem? When I think of that many money, I'm so upset. Li Shimin's heart. It hurts. Chancellor, what is going on? Why is it like this? Li Shimin's face was extremely ugly. Now, in the imperial study room, everyone dare not get out of the atmosphere. But they don't go out. They just depend on not leaving. It seems that I don't want to give an explanation, so I have to stay here for a lifetime. This makes Li Shimin even more difficult. You said to get out. They were right about this. Unfortunately, Li Shimin pointed the finger at Wei Zheng. That's right. They are all Wei Zheng. He is not good at work. Wei Zheng seemed to be aware of Li Shimin's intentions. His eyelids fiercely jumped, and he quickly said, "His Imperial Majesty, the minister and Lord Zhangsun have studied this matter carefully. No one has done this." Wrong. Then you mean I was wrong? Li Shimin wasn't happy anymore. Wei Zheng, today, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will copy your whole family. You will leave it to me as long as you wait. Chancellor Wei discusses the result and discusses it again. Also, immediately send to various places and suspend the matter. Yes. When everyone left, Li Shimin asked Tao, "How could this happen?" "I don't know, but the old official carefully read our approval document, and there is no difference, and His Majesty, you have also seen this incident from the perspective of National Duke Hu. He thinks that there seems to be a problem at the root. Oh, what does Hujunji mean? Li Shimin eyelids twitched. Elder Hu National Duke said, we forgot one thing at first about this matter, that is, the household registration restrictions of the people, and there is no stipulation on who can borrow and who cannot borrow, and it is also clear the arbitrary nature of stipulating the repayment. So, the old official studied the document carefully and found a flaw, that is, the record on the last page of the document. Li Shimin hurriedly opened the written records on the bookcase and looked at it carefully. He really saw the problem at this time. On the last page, there is such a saying: if the silvertle exceeds 1 million, the repayment date can be discounted, and the repayment date will be more than 1 year. Just this one, let that many people take advantage of the loopholes. This gave Li Shimin an urge to vomit blood. 1 year, tens of millions of dollars. That's it. Chancellor Wei thinks this matter. How should I solve it? This Wei Zheng asked. Wei Zheng couldn't help but started to shake the pot too. His Imperial Majesty, you need to fix the bell and change the bell. The old official thinks it's time to leave the palace. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 200. Then, what are you waiting for? Quickly accompany me out of the palace, His Imperial Majesty. Then what about outside? It's all waiting outside, and the several major banks in Chainan City, after learning about this situation, shrank in shock and didn't dare to open the door. If you don't solve it, it will cause panic. Li Shimin thought for a while, beckoned, asked little Gizzy to change his clothes, and then said, send a message to the Ministry of Households to restore order to Chainan City as soon as possible. It means that bank will be open for business as soon as possible, and, this matter must be told by someone, and the government will not show its face. Be guard against Honglu Temple. If there are suspicious people, catch it. Yes. After speaking, Wei Zheng hurried out to settle the outside affairs. Li Shimin was also in Little Gizzy, and Wei Xiu, who had already been waiting outside, hurriedly entered the depths of the harem after he changed into sharp ears and keen eyes. After Wei Zheng finished dealing with the matter at hand, he also went to the agreed place with Li Shimin non-stop, met with Li Shimin, and then hurried to Jiang Feng's little tavern. And now, Jiang Feng is very sad. The words that scared the babies just now seem to have been a bit too much, but this is not a way to get used to them. At this time, they are squatting at the door, thinking about what to do with this group of babies. Because he is bored, he is sending the little child to find out about Chainan City for him. Before I felt that this Chainan City hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Beards are all over the street, and there are even Turkic people who are full of stinks, and Tibetans who are sweaty and smelly than their feet. Now, he actually saw an old scholar in his little tavern who was always smiling and kind. When I think of old scholar, Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. In the heart, he said, a slap in the face. When is this? This is the great Tang Zhengwen years. What was your status before? Who cares? Furthermore, Chainan City wants to check you. I found it early. You think you don't say that people in the Ministry of Justice can't find out your old foundation? As for hiding it like this, isn't it the great Confucian descendant of the former Chen? It's just such a big thing. You think the imperial court doesn't know it? It's all stupid. Let you be one old fogey, who is full of bellies, is dangling under his eyelids. Do you think they are stupid? Really, dead wood can't be carved. After a while in the heart, Jiang Feng looked solemn again. The matter of the cooperative is the major event. As for these hairy children, he doesn't have a headache for the time being. I am afraid that the more hairy children get together, it will be difficult to handle it. But fortunately, it seems that the people are relatively shy. Except for Guzi. If anyone sees their baby running towards the little tavern, the family members will give you a discount on their legs. Nothing else, just because they are afraid of this situation. They can't afford it. Great Tang people, especially people in Guanzhong, pay more attention to favors and take advantage of them. They will put them in their hearts for a lifetime, always wondering, when will the favors be paid off to you? and their bodies will be able to keep it straight. But Jiang Feng's love, they can't afford it. This is too much. This is not. After this group of children and old scholar left, Zuzi father, and old he, who was not allowed to set up a stall with Jiang Feng, plunged his head into kindling, and then fiddled with a big wild boar. This is a major event. After dealing with the investigation and taxation of officials, the two fought against 2 pigs and threw them into Jiang Feng's little tavern without any explanation. At this time, there are 2 bloody hind legs on little tavern's table. The worried Jiang Feng doesn't know what to do. In such a hot day, you said that you gave it to Zuzi. How to give it to Zuzi? This. When I think about it, I think far. Jiang Feng sighed, got up, got into the little tavern, looked at the pork, and then touched his stomach. He couldn't help but have an idea. He brought out the homemade barbecue rack, and started roasting the meat in the shop. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I can play some food to calm myself down and think about what happened recently. Just as Jiang Feng prepared the cornmeal, pepper, table salt and other things, and made the meat slices into palms, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng got in with their heads. One enters the door. The 2 of them looked bright. Oh, it seems that I am here at the right time. Jiang Feng, who was roasting meat, couldn't help being stunned when he heard this sound. Slowly lifts the head and saw Li Shimin smiling at himself. Yo, old Li, my damn thought you were in jail. Why did you come out? Li Shimin hearing this, his face went dark. So, you just can't wait to let me go to jail? Jiang Feng haha smiled. So it will happen. What I want to say is, you are finally here. Old Li, if you don't come again, I'm going to hold your portrait. It's full of chain and city posting notices. Li Shimin was surprised at hearing this. If this is a notice, how about it? Quickly asked, is there any trouble? Do you need a guard? Jiang Feng hearing this, glanced contemptuously at Li Shimin. So, you also want to send your son who knows martial arts to me as a bodyguard?